The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you can never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandemic, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye. We don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon out Charleston. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and all go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk, bitch. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, and get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me.
I'm talking about Shocced going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing about a woman on a day. Man made the car. Carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7 Omega. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. Man make them happy because man make them dark. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
Black family, greetings. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Che Nkrumah. We're joined with the other host, Lady Che, and we are joined with our guest, Sister Anaya. Greetings, Sister Anaya, and we should be joined here shortly with our West Coast correspondent.
Well, actually, it's a Quet Kaba S. Anayani is my daughter that transitioned, and I always keep her spirit alive.
Okay, a Quest Kaba. Thank you for the correction, sister. And we should be joined with our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankori, here shortly. And we'll be discussing several topics tonight on the season 4, episode 33, or Trey part 1 of the Frontline Black News. The first topic is, of course, them tangibles. It's the year and the decade of tangibles. And we're going to continue to demand something tangible for our vote all the way up to 2100. So tangibles 2024 all the way up to 2100. Then we got election day 2024. Important or irrelevant? Then we got, why are black people nationwide receiving racist texts about picking cotton since the dump, as in human shit? And we want to make that perfectly clear. Has been elected the 47th president of the United States. Then we got, why are the Democrats still shocked so many black men voted for President Trump over VP Kamala Harris? Then we got 2024 election post-mortem, how Trump beat Kamala. Black voter cites anti-male messaging from the Democrats as to why VP Harris lost to Trump the day after the election. Then we got NY New York Attorney General Letitia James seems nervous President Trump will get revenge on her for Lawfare. Then we got Tony Todd, star of Candyman and Final Destination films, dies at 69. Then we got cop who murdered Andre Hill convicted. And if we have time, Donald Trump and Eric Adams are teaming up to save New York City. Charleston White destroys Kamala and goes crazy for Trump. And Cornel West on Trump's wins, Muslims, and the Democratic Party. So those are the topics tonight. Thank y'all for tapping in. Sister Nice, you wanted to start off by saying something about women empowerment.
Yes. So
Sister Kaba, sorry.
Black Power. So one of the things I wanted to talk about with the women empowerment is that, we got brothers out here, y'all very powerful, and a lot of them are operating on a patriotic system. That patriotic system that they're operating on came from the plantation, came from colonialism, came from, that goes against our history whatsoever. Us as brothers and sisters, we're supposed to be walking together with each other, not in front, not behind. It's not fair that a sister wants to be a member of any organization, whether it's the UNIA, the new Black Panther Party, the original Black Panther Party, and we got to take a step back. And then, when we try to do stuff in our community, y'all say, well, nah, you can't do this, you can't do that. And we got to follow everything else. My position on that is that next week, I'm having a meeting with some women, their mothers, okay? They're business owners, and we're going to have a sit down and just talk about what we need to do for our community. Our voice matters, even when you look into Christianity. And, sad to say, even with Islam, they turn around and they constantly, what's cracking? I don't know.
That's Jay Militant. That's my homeboy Jay Militant.
So they constantly sit back there and still have that patriotic system, like the woman is supposed to be submissive, but doesn't submissiveness go on both sides? You know what I'm saying? It's like if you in a relationship, you gotta know where your strengths are. They gotta know where their strengths are. You know where your weaknesses are, so that we can be the whole. In Christianity, they tell you everything man, man, man. In Islam, they do the same thing, man, man, man. You know what I'm saying? And then you talk about that we're not homosexuals, but the way they're promoting religion, does that not sound homosexual? Where's the woman at?
That's that Greco-Roman shit.
Exactly. So that's what I'm pushing, as far as us as brothers and sisters. And we need you to be okay, yeah. My family matters to me just as well as your family matters to me. But if I can make that phone call and say, hey, we can't handle it as women, that's when you come in the play and shut them jokers down.
Right.
Right. All right. Race first.
All right, thank you, sister. So moving along, we got the tangibles. So like we started off every show for the past 4 years. I started off with the tangibles. So this is tangibles 2024 all the way up to 2100. So back in 2019, our good brother Tariq Nasheed came up with the hashtag tangibles 2020. And in it, he was detailing everything that we, meaning the foundational Black Americans, descendants of American child slavery freedmen, we're going to demand from the two-party system. So I'm going to read this like I've been doing for the past 4 years. Nothing's changed except the year, but of course everything else remains the same. So the 2024 presidential elections have already happened, but we just experienced that a few days ago. And foundational Black Americans are going to reject the 50-year-old plus malign neglect policy that has been implemented by the political system. This malign neglect policy mandates that Black Americans should be ignored and only mentioned in vague and non-specific terms, lumping foundational Black Americans into groups with minorities, immigrants, people of color, BIPOC, downtrodden, disenfranchised, underserved, underprivileged. The list goes on and on, marginalized, has only hindered the progress of Black Americans as a group while providing tangible benefits for other groups. In this election cycle, Black Americans are going to insist that our needs are specifically met by politicians who are seeking our vote. Foundational Black Americans want tangible benefits specifically for us. We do not want trickle down, secondary benefits that are provided for every group. Every group has not been systematically marginalized and disenfranchised in every area of society as foundational Black Americans. So we refuse to be lumped in with groups who often assist in the exploitation and disenfranchisement of Black Americans. So politicians must offer tangibles, specifically the foundational Black Americans, or we simply will not vote for them. Be sure to spread this message far and wide on social media using the hashtag tangibles2020. And since it's 2024, it's tangibles 2024. And the next election cycle, which will be the midterms in 2026, will be tangibles 2026. The next presidential election 2028, all the way up to 2100. Black family, continue to demand something tangible for your vote. So we are actually making a difference with this. As you can see, the Democrats lost in a major way, and that was because they continue to practice this malign neglect policy that was implemented under the Nixon administration. Oh, tricky dick. I am not a crook administration. So since then, they've been lumping us into all these groups, and we have not got no benefit from it. So we sent a clear message to the Democratic Party this past Tuesday that will no longer fly. And if you want our vote, you're going to have to do something tangible. Otherwise, you're just going to keep losing election cycles. And we in it for the long haul. We've said from the very beginning, this is going to be a marathon, not a sprint. And the marathon continues, and it's going to continue on until we get what is rightfully ours, which is the reparations, which is an anti-Black hate crime legislation bill passed into law, and the end of qualified immunity in all 50 states. just for starters. So if they want our vote, they're gonna have to do something tangible for us. Otherwise, it's the couch or third party or the Republicans. But anybody but blue. The notion was vote against blue no matter who. Because they're not providing us with nothing tangible. All they have is symbolism, symbolic gestures. They had this East Indian, Indo-Jamaican cosplaying as a Black American, and we rejected that. They tried to tote out old Sambo, who is not of our lineage. He is Kenyan American, not of our lineage. They tried to tote him out, try to shame us Black men into voting for this Black cosplaying woman, and we rejected it. So, Democrats, you only have yourselves to blame.
Well, can we go into like the whole situation all together? Because he's talking about the Republicans and the Democrat, and it also goes to the thing. Hey, you got the Bloods and you got the Crips,
Yep.
right? But because you have to understand that the government turned around, they formulated all this all together.
Yep.
But the thing that is realization, us as brothers and sisters, even going back to Noble Joe Ali, we were always Republican. The Democrats is a distraction. That's what they are. They create the distraction, and they turn around, and you have to understand, living in D.C., that they sleep in the same bed together. And I'm not talking about anything sexual, but their children go to the same school, they go to the same golf course, they do whatever they do. You see what I'm saying? So is there really any difference behind the Republican and the Democrat? It's all of it. This politics is just all together. If we do not do a washing of all of them, is damn bullshit.
I agree, sister. And you remember that movie Trick Baby that came out in the 70s? It was like 1974.
Yeah, I remember that.
And they had that dinner scene where they were all behind the table, Democrats and Republicans, and they were basically talking about how why they do the things that they do, both Democrats and Republicans. And the dude had asked them, well, you give them jobs, you give them this, you give them that. And he said the reason why we do that is so they don't rise up against us. So we bring one out the ghetto, we raise him up, and then his people realize that he sold them out, and then he becomes valuable for us and a detriment for them because his brothers have realized that he sold them out, and for all intents and purposes, he's become one of us. You remember that scene where he said that, and they had the house Negroes serving them food?
Yeah, and that's the same thing that they're doing now. If you look at the election, okay, because this was a big election. Look at the robbery they have done. Look at all the time vested into this election, the money that was spent in the election. Where do you think that money came from?
$1 billion.
Yeah, out of whose pocket? Out of the well-being of the community. It came out of your pockets. It came out of the taxpayers' pockets. So not only have us as brothers and sisters have been played in this game, them Caucasians have been played too. They just laid you down, sliced you up, and whoop, whoop, whoop. I took everything that you got. You see what I'm saying? Because we have to understand, even when it comes to all this stuff, us as brothers and sisters with that DNA, we are not the original slaves. They are.
Yeah, they were called Slavs in Europe. And they enslaved their own people before they enslaved us.
Exactly. So do you see what they have done? And then we turn around and, we get so caught up in the election and all this stuff or whatever. The bottom line goes to this. The whole House, right, and Senate needs to have a cleansing. All them jokers need to go away.
Yep, I agree. We need to clean house. And it looks like that's what happened on the Republican side, because the Republicans are looks like they're going to control both the House and the Senate and the presidency. But again, the Democrats only have themselves to blame. Lady Che, what are your thoughts on the tangibles?
Well, now that we officially stopped them in their tracks, now we just gotta carry on with whatever we're doing and see what they do next. I mean, ultimately, neither side had anything that was going to benefit us. So, luckily you changed something if you voted in your local elections. Hopefully you voted for tangibles there. Not it'll be election season again in 2 years, and we'll just keep doing it. That's pretty much how it is currently. So, vote for tangibles, not identity politics like that was the basic distraction of the whole year. That's all.
And you're absolutely right, sis. So they sat there and they played the game, and we were pawns in the game of everything they was doing, because they already had it placed in their head, even to the point that you got Donald Duck up there talking about I know what it feels like to be black now, right? When he was talking,
when he got them charges, when they did that lawfare against him.
Huh?
When they put all those charges against him.
Yeah, when they put all the charges against him, and FBI ran to his house, and he gonna say, I know what it feels like to be black now. And then that's not the only thing. He was sitting up there talking about, you got to watch out for the immigrants because you have to go to your black job. What is your black job?
Well, the black job is to help. It's the jobs that all the jobs that the illegal immigrants are doing now. It's the jobs that our ancestors used to have to do. Cleaning master's house, cleaning white people's house, wiping their behinds, breastfeeding their babies, doing the construction, the railroads, the bridges, everything. That's why we call it the foundational Black Americans, because without us, there would be no United States of America. We literally built this country from the scratch, and we have not been compensated for it.
From the scratch. And then that goes to another thing when it comes to the reparations, because this motherfucking country does not have enough money to give us our reparations, and you can't sign off on anything, because if I look outside my window right now, in actuality, my ancestors own this whole street. Don't tear down the building now. Right? When they come in your neighborhood, they don't tear down nothing. They just take it over. And look, all buildings, no way, go down to that courthouse and over there. See, we own cities.
Yep.
Cities.
Yep.
Country, land.
Yep.
They don't have enough money to pay us reparations. They want to give you that appeasement.
They want to give us trinkets.
Like trinkets. Just like when what's his name over there in DC? He took that money, 30,000. What is it? Andre White or whatever, the city councilman. He took that money, 30,000. Not really, $30,000. Is that all they gave you? Can you imagine if you open up a briefcase and a brother or sister is not intellectually inclined, let alone spiritually inclined, they liable to sell their souls right now doing an exorcism on my goddamn floor. That's realization.
Yeah. Sad state of affairs. But yeah,
for the love of money, what the OJ say, for the love of money, I will kill my own brother. You think that motherfucker's gonna kill you? Let me put that briefcase down there with $100,000 and put the gun on the table. Truth will always show you what's reality.
Yep. Well, they got all this money to pay Ukraine. They got all this money to pay Israel. they got all this money to pay these illegal immigrants. So they got money to pay us. They just not gonna pay us. So since they're not gonna pay us, they can just get.
They don't have enough money.
Losing every
They
election.
don't have enough money. They don't have enough money. See, they don't have enough money because if they give us that, that means we in charge of World Bank right there in D.C. on that area.
Well, collectively, we already got enough money to be like one of the richest countries in the world. Just alone, we got like $1.8 trillion in spending power, but it's not really spending power because we've given it away.
Get the fuck out of here. Them motherfuckers can make money every day.
They make it out of thin air. We seen that during the pandemic. They made $4 trillion out of thin air.
Oh, look. How many people on this fictitious coronavirus, how many bodies died?
Oh, shit. Hundreds.
No, come on. Count that money. Them motherfucking United States have made money off of everybody that died during coronavirus.
Yep. What was it? $36,000 off of each ventilator. And mind you, that virus didn't pop up until after we demanded something for our vote. We were demanding reparations back then. Then all of a sudden, this illness comes out of nowhere and basically brings the country to a standstill for a couple of years. And I think that was a trial run because I think they got something else planned, in the years to come. So I think that was just a test run to see, can we actually get away with this? I mean, it's biological chemical warfare.
You say you think, you already know. The ancestors already put it on your heart. You already know them jokes is getting prepared. If you look at Black survivalists, if anybody take a chance out there, it's an indigenous brother, and he tells you about stuff. Them jokers is doing stuff in the air right now.
Yep. They sure are, but I gotta move us along, sister. So, what are your final thoughts on the tangibles? Okay, she went on mute. All right, well, moving along. Thank you for that, sister. We got Election Day 2024. Was it important or was it irrelevant? So, Professor Black Truth's gonna give us an update on that. No, it's not. It's not Veterans Day. Okay. Where is it?
I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. I heard on the radio that today is supposed to be something of an important day, though I'm not entirely sure why. Is it perhaps a holiday? Is there a parade coming through? Oh, no, of course not. Obviously, today is Election Day. And in the United States, it's basically a years-long event. Well, let me tell you right off the bat, I'm not going where you might think I am with this morning's briefing. First of all, this is not going to be some rant about whether you choose to vote or not. I'm not here to lambaste you or harangue you about that one, believe it or not. I'm sure that many of you who are listening to the sound of my voice right now, you're either on your way to the polls to vote early, or you'll probably be voting later today. There's plenty of local races that are completely legitimate for you to be casting a vote on. They have nothing to do with the presidency, and that's fine. When it comes to the political realignment that we're attempting to effect, I know that there's a lot of Black people who are at various stages of their own personal political development and maturation. And of course, it's going to be complex as to when you go to vote and who you vote for and for what reason. Let me tell you something. When it comes to voting, a lot of people say you should do what your conscience dictates. That's what the white media puts out there. Got a lot of Negroes who reflect that line. They'll echo it. You should do what your conscience dictates. Do what you think is right. Well, we don't talk about conscience here. Not because morality doesn't matter, but because there's a time and place for morality, And there are also other issues that morality should have no bearing on. When it comes to talking about elections, which is to decide who gets what, we don't talk about conscience. Nobody else does that. None of these other groups are even worried at all whether the law that they're voting for or the lawmaker that they're voting for is going to be anti-Black or not. All they care about is what are they going to get. So the same way that adults don't tend to use the word fair when talking about issues, we tend to use the word just or justice. When it comes to elections, we don't talk about conscience. We talk about intelligence. Rather than tell you to do what your conscience dictates, I urge you to do what your power dictates. In pushing for true Black empowerment, we've made many strides over the years, but the last 4, I think, have been particularly helpful because what we've shown is that the issue of reparations is front and center, and also we've held Kamala Harris's feet to the fire on that one. And what we've proven is that we've got staying power when it comes to telling people what she's done and reminding them over and over again. That's important because this is something that the old dead Black media didn't do, largely because they were on the take, but also because of the fact they didn't know what was in our people's interests. We haven't let people forget what Kamala Harris has done and what she said. And that's the reason why people remember it. We wouldn't allow anyone to forget. Now, she can try to hide behind as many bootlicks and shills and suck-ups as she wants, and she's tried. But when she does that, she's validating that we've got her on the run. So for those of you who are planning to vote, you need to remember elections are not about right and wrong. It's about whether you're going to get something or not. And whatever it is, it has to be about your power. Elections are not some coalition building endeavor. Every other constituency out there understands that. They tell these politicians what they want specifically for themselves, and they never mention us at all. In fact, some of them go so far as to say that we should be shut out. You saw that in Los Angeles with those racist Latino city council members. Yeah. And if the politicians refuse to do what these other constituencies want, if they refuse to make promises to their power, then they let them know you're not going to get any campaign money from us, no donations, and of course, no votes. You see, voting is not about conscience because casting a ballot in and of itself is neither moral nor immoral. It's merely a civic exercise. But depending on whether you know what your interests are and are taking a hard line on those interests, voting can be intelligent or unintelligent. Do you know which is which? Well, you start off by studying yourself and learning what your interests actually are. Most people think that they know, but they really don't. They have some vague, vaporous idea that they can't really articulate. Now,
all right, so let me ask you a question, Jesse. So through this thing,
then you want to see if anyone on the ballot actually not claim that they've done it, but has actually stood on business.
Prediction.
What do you mean?
So when he was saying about the voting, whether it's conscious or unconscious, that is not true. One of the reasons why
no, that's not what he said.
Well, that's what I heard.
No, he said that that's what they tell us when we vote. They tell us
you that when you vote. But the thing is that one of the reasons why us as brothers and sisters vote is because of how many times they turned around and killed our ancestors just alone for the right to vote.
Yeah, well, our ancestors thought that the way to liberation and freedom was through the ballot box. So that's why they browbeat us and tell us, you know, your ancestors died for you to have the right to vote. So you're disgracing your ancestors when you don't go out and vote.
No, but our ancestors did not stop. Like I told you before, Noble Drew Ali turned around and put the first Black Republican in office. Okay? And that goes all the way back into the 20s.
Yeah, the 1920s.
All right, yeah, 1920s. So when they sit over there and they talk about us, I'm talking about these jokers that's right here in office right now, and they turn around and they make a mockery out of our ancestors. They make a mockery out of our liberation or everything else. That has to be dealt with. Now,
I agree, sister. I agree with you on that. That does have to be dealt with. I need to let this continue, but thank you for that insight.
your business. See, a lot of black folks don't actually take a look at people's records or even take a look at where these people have stood on the issues at all. And they actually don't even look at who it is that these people pal around with. That's how you wind up with the fiasco that we had in California when it came to reparations this summer. For those of you who may still be flirting with the idea of voting for one candidate or another today, I'm not here to talk you out of it or into it. I'm here to let you know that these are some thoughts that you ought to take with you into that voting booth. The outcome of today's election in holistic terms is not our top priority. Now you'll ask, but wasn't the point of sitting out the election to send a message to the Democrats? Yes, and we've done that. When they began openly attacking black men in particular with those angry, whiny rants, they were all going in from Magic Johnson to Obama himself. When they did that, they acknowledged what we've been saying. They are very well aware of what we've been doing and the impact that we've been having on the black political discourse. They couldn't pretend that they didn't know about it. And what that means is we did something that finally reached the bastards. That was important, but it's not enough. Understand something. Withholding our vote has always been a means to an end, not an end unto itself. What is the end result? Ultimately, it's going to be a political realignment, which means that all these black voters who have been out here just voting for nothing, there's going to be more and more of us who are actually understanding we need to vote for something, and we need to know what we're going to vote for. It's long been said that politics is warfare, and that's exactly right. But it reminds me of this old rap song, Another Pig.
So, sister, usually how it works is we'll play the clip, and then at the end of the clip, we'll have dialogue. So.
Oh, yeah, dialogue. Okay, yeah, because we're going to talk about holding the vote, because that's not everything that was cracked up to be. It's not so much voting for these two idiots up here. It's the point about the Black Crow laws, and everything else that they trying to employ on you when it comes to the states and the cities.
Yeah. Right. Well, we know that the Black Code laws morphed into the Jim Crow laws, and we are living under new Jim Crow laws currently. That's why there was a book I have read in college called The New Jim Crow by Michelle Alexander. Have you heard of it?
Yes, and we are. And see, and that's the thing right there. Because everybody goes down to the polls and they're saying, oh, we're going to vote for Trump. We're going to vote for Trump. No, did you look at everything else that you were supposed to vote on when you...
Right, that part. Like, they focus so much on the presidential, they completely neglect or ignore what's happening at their state and local level. And that's what's going to affect them on a daily basis, not the president.
Exactly.
Bites the dust back in the day. One of the lyrics was, we need to pick up the gun, but before we pick up the gun, we need to know what we're fighting for. Elections follow the exact same pattern if you're doing it right. Before you go calling yourself picking up that ballot, you need to know what you're voting for. Let's be clear here. There was never going to be a scenario where the Democrats would do an about-face in this election cycle. They have been emboldened for decades now, particularly with the Obama administration. Even when he wasn't offering us anything, Obama came onto the political scene just dropping down from Mars because the Democrats plucked him from obscurity. But when he showed up, first thing he did was to insult the black community and to praise white society. And he continued to insult black people during his first term. Yeah. And what did black voters do in retaliation for this unprecedented disrespect? We turned out in massive numbers for him in 2012 and gave him a second term. We rewarded him for his anti-black behavior instead of punishing him and making him a one-term chump. Right. When we did that, we gave the Democrat establishment all the encouragement and reassurance they needed that they could spit in our faces with impunity, and that's exactly what they've done. Obama left office 8 years ago, but the memory of how we allowed him to insult us to our faces repeatedly, to single us out for abuse, and then reward him for it, well, that's something the Democrats have remembered. And it's in the back of their minds whenever they deal with us. And they're insisting that we take this abuse with a smile. A lot lot of people didn't understand why I and others in the new voices of Black media made it a point to excoriate Obama, to call him a failure and a criminal against Black empowerment, not merely for his refusal to do anything for us, even though we put him in the White House, but also for the fact that this guy went out of his way to show us he was going to produce for anyone and everyone except for us. He was actively trying to set us back, and that's exactly what he did. If you're deciding that you're going to vote, not just this election cycle, but any election cycle at all, I don't know what's in your mind as you decide to walk into that voting booth, but whatever it is, it better not be a lie. Now, if you want to say that reparations may not be on the ballot, but policies that will curtail these racist immigrants and inflict penalties on them is, so I'll take what I can get, okay, I can understand that. But what I would tell you is don't make too much of it. Don't try to convince yourself that you're voting for other things that are not actually on the ballot. Be honest with yourself. That's the point. Now, as far as the Orange Man goes, he's had a number of indictments against him, and they're trying to create a talking point for the election. Even if Trump had defeated all of these suits against him, and given the sheer number and the law of averages, there's no way that was going to happen. Given how many there are, it'll take years for these things to wind their way through the courts. So this would still be an active issue come election time no matter what. But look, the election year jockeying aside, neither of these self-interested narcissists have said a peep about what they're going to do for Black empowerment. They pay lip service and that's it. Hell, Trump's former right-hand man, Steve Bannon, got out of the Hoosgow recently, and I couldn't help but notice in his post-release press conference, he's sitting here name-dropping Black and Latino inmates that he was locked up with. So both sides of the political aisle like to name drop us, but only for the sake of manipulating us. Be honest about that. Trump could have easily hammered Kamala Harris relentlessly about how she put Black people in prison, even ones who were innocent, and how he was letting at least one or two of them out. But you see, both political parties are determined to keep us out of sight, out of mind. So when it comes to their interest, we should do the same. And the only people who are offended or scared of that prospect are the ones who are desperately hoping to get an administration job, either from Kamala Harris or Donald Trump if he gets back in the White House. Shills are going to shill after all. But we shouldn't be one of them. A lot of Negroes in California were under the illusion that their Black state representatives were on their side, were representing them. 15 years ago in my classic video, We're All Detroiters Now, I warned you that Black people are way too eager to be grateful to politicians for merely doing their jobs. And I told you to never thank a politician just for doing their job, because that's what you pay them for. Right. Your paycheck to them, and not to mention all the money they're taking from the government. That's thanks enough. But we've gone way beyond merely giving people too much thanks. We imagine that they're standing up for us even when they never have. A lot of shills, plants, and agents, usually being paid by these corrupt sellouts, they've been carrying water for white power, and they lied to us and told us that all of these corrupt and crumbling misleaders were representing us and doing all this stuff for us. But this summer, when reparations was up for a vote, Black Californians found out just how bad the rot in the wood was. And it stands as a signal event and a lesson to us all. You know, after the end of chattel slavery, we actually had managed to put together a proper political infrastructure for ourselves. It wasn't the most powerful, but at least it worked, and it actually functioned in our interests. Now, we abandoned that so we could go ahead and chase the old white whale of whether or not we were going to get in go with massa again, i.e. integration. And in the process, as Dr. John Henry Clark put it, we integrated ourselves right out of what little power we had managed to amass. It's time for us to rectify that mistake. We will have to reestablish a proper political infrastructure from scratch. That's the bad news. Now here's the good news. We've already begun by cultivating the mentality that the code is the leader. We don't care what some politician or candidate says. If their words are not in line with the code, or they refuse to embrace and promote the code, then they don't get our vote. It must be as simple as that so that everybody understands exactly where we stand on the issues. So that they can't be coming up in front of us and saying, I've got a plan for Black men. Well, what's your plan for Black men supposed to be? Well, I've taken a few of these grab bags from my general party platform and I put black in there and here's some weed and we're going to do a little bit of enforcement for crypto. That's not what we told you to do. What the hell's the code got to do with marijuana and crypto? Keeping things simple also keeps us focused. That's good advice if you're trying to get your power back like we're doing. So I'm going to go ahead and close out this morning's briefing. As for me, you already know what I'm doing. I'm voting for the couch 2024, 2026, or whatever else they got. because Black empowerment is not on the ballot, but the next step must be to make sure that it is. It's not enough merely for us to refrain from voting for a system that hasn't produced for us. Part of putting together a proper political infrastructure means that we're going to get in the game. And I've been repeating that just for the folks who don't listen so well. Nobody has ever said we're going to be staying on the couch. What we've been saying is, as long as Black empowerment isn't there, and as long as we have not had sufficient infrastructure and organization to get it on the ballot, then it makes no sense to be voting. But we're going to remain active. It's time for those changes to take place. Withdrawing from these phony political choices that we're presented with is the first step.
Right.
The next step is creating a choice of our own. And don't expect any of these shills and bootlicks and suckers who have been out here being all enthused about you need to vote for Kamala, or the other ones who are like, that's why I'm voting for Trump. Don't expect for them to be excited about the prospect of you having your issues on the ballot. They're not going to get excited about that. Their job is to get you excited about voting for what's in their interest, not yours. It's way past time that we wised up. And as people get angrier with us as we come into our power and stand on business, that's going to be the surest sign that we're on the right track. All of this whining and griping and finger wagging at Black men, I look at that and say, good. That lets me know we're heading in the right direction. The angrier they get, that means that we're not obeying. We are directly confronting them with the prospect of Black empowerment, and as a result, we are threatening them with the end of white supremacy. And you know what? As far as I'm concerned, that's the only thing worth voting for. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Arlaz, Cornel Sly, Benson Manento, Ty Banks, and Mark Jefferson. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Okay.
Wow, that was powerful in the end, especially how he was talking about Obama.
Yes.
I had a cousin that tattooed that on his arm, talking about the Black president or however, whatever, and Obama didn't have any of our issues at all.
Well, you know what the shields will say when you bring that up? Because they brought it to me. Well, what agenda did you present him with? Because at that time, we were just so focused on just having somebody that we thought looked like us in that position of power in that seat. So we thought we could live vicariously through this tether. Years later, we found out he was a tether, but we were warned. I mean, it was only after, unfortunately, Dr. Cornel West got behind old Sambo that the Black community even stuttered him. They weren't really messing with him in Chicago like that. They didn't really know who he was. He just kind of like popped up out of nowhere.
Well, I'm going to tell you a lot of things, that was a plan anyway. You have to understand that Obama is also a mulatto. And then on top of that, his cousin is damn Dick Cheney. His family goes
related to the Bushes and the Cheneys and all. Yeah.
Yeah, so the thing was when, you turn around and you pronoun whatever, but that's because of that church that they was involved in, because that brother came to Washington.
Yeah, Jeremiah Wright.
But look, after he got elected, he dropped him.
Yeah, he sure did. He dropped him like a bad habit.
Like a bad habit.
And right there, that should have been like, hey, that should have been the telltale sign.
That should have been that thing right there. But the big thing that bothers me so much about brothers and sisters, and they still talking about goddamn Obama, is they had Omar Gaddafi killed.
Right, that
Omar
part.
Gaddafi killed on their watch.
Yeah, while Hillary was the Secretary of State. Yes.
Secretary of State. Now, she approved the murder because you have to understand that he was invited to the United Nations for deliberation it was having. They put him up in the plaza. He said, you know what? I'm not staying in the plaza. I'm going to stay in Central Park. So Central Park, where brothers and sisters don't realize, in New York City, that was also property that we own. We own Central Park.
Yeah, Seneca Village.
That's right. And so he stayed out there, and he put his tent up there. He had his security and everything else up there. And not only did they kill him, they turned around and killed his son as well. And then these motherfuckers go sit in goddamn Colombia. Hillary's sitting up there with her lesbian ass, drinking beers or however, whatever. The Secret Service over there get a prostitute, can't even pay for the prostitute. Obama had help with that, and then he cool again. But this is the thing that really kills me about our brothers and sisters. They sit over there, and not only did they talk about Obama, but they was like Clinton.
Yeah, well, remember Slick Willie with that goddamn saxophone he got on the Arsenio Hall show.
Come on now.
And, they don't even have Arsenio Hall in syndication. So the only way you could watch it now is the old VHS tapes. They don't have it like on no Hulu or no Netflix, none of that. But yeah, Slick Willie was no good either. But apparently, when I was a kid growing up in the shit, all the adults, all the black ones mainly was like, yeah, we're doing good under Clinton. They're good times. Everybody got a job. We could lose a job one day, get a job the next, or sometimes in the same day. That's all I heard growing up during that Clinton era. And then those 3 strikes laws came into effect. And I started seeing a lot of the people I grew up with and they older family members going to jail behind crack and gangs and whatever else.
Well, you're talking about crack. That was formulated by the government. To put it in our neighborhoods, do whatever, like a experimentation. And the only time them jokers ever step up is because it's affecting their children, or how they do with the opioids.
Yeah, like Hunter. Now they treating them like patients. With us, it was lock us up and throw away the key. You're a super predator. You're a menace to society. We have to lock you up.
Well, they out there raping people now. I'm talking about literally in DC. You literally get men are getting raped, women are getting raped. Behind all this stuff that they doing with this politicking. Getting raped. You know what I'm saying? They give you that what they have, the love boat, the dipper, whatever, and then just like the breakdown of the fentanyl, and they give you that, and you don't even know you had it, and you getting raped. They're raping men and women. It's like, we going back into the ages of the Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yeah, Sodom and Gomorrah. Yeah.
War, windows, and everything else, trying to rape you because of whatever they doing, talking about this politicking.
Yeah. It's definitely a game, and they're gambling with people's lives, and apparently raping them too. Lady Che, what are your thoughts on what Professor Blacc just laid out for us in regards to the selection?
I basically mirrored the same thing you just said. I mean, he pretty much let it be known.
Yeah.
And this is prior to the election, so I feel like we did exactly what we were supposed to do. So that's all.
Okay, thank you for that, Lady Che. Moving along, because we definitely pressed for time, Sister that's joining us tonight. But thank you for that insight. The next topic is, why are Black people nationwide receiving racist texts about picking cotton?
Well, they've been doing that for a while. The racist texts ain't just start, but they try and do it because they want to put you in a fear state. And if you in a fear state, what is that? Fight or flight? They're trying to create a race war. Right here in where we are, a race war. And they want you to feed into that, because then you're taking away from everything else that we're supposed to be doing as far as fitting in on this race war. That's what they doing.
Well, I think they've been doing it, Sister.
Yeah, exactly.
And they're just waking up to it.
Right. So the thing is, a couple years ago, when I was living over there in Greenbelt, Maryland, I always go, I drink beer. All right. So I go over there to the store. I'm gonna, grab me a beer. I go outside. There's a older Black man out there crying, an elder. I'm like, what are you out there crying about? He said that the Ethiopians in the store was trying to call him. You know what I'm saying? So you have to understand that mentality is always been in projection, not alone just what they do here in the Americas, but also them motherfucking foreigners that come from other countries. That's what they look at us as.
That part. So that's why we're delineating. That's why we're calling this shit out. There is no coalition. There's no black and brown, black and yellow, black and nothing. It's just black and black. That's all you got. So they're not liking that. So now they're trying to put us in a fear state. Because remember, according to Sleepy Jim Crow biting, they're going to put us back in chains. That's all they kept hollering during the scandemic time. And yes, I lost
that. James, he went over to Ghana and he tried to take his ass over Uganda.
Yeah, with that alphabet agenda. Yeah, he got thrown the door immediately.
Got thrown out. Get out of here with that stuff.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Then they turn around and played on your mind and put Camilla up there, and she didn't know if she wanted to be Black, Indian, or whatever the hell she wanted to be at. You know what I'm saying? But they were pulling because they were trying to figure out, we got it. We're losing. You already lost. That motherfucking Biden, his old gay ass.
Yeah.
Obama was a goddamn homosexual, and then you were shit about or whatever. And I don't even care who sleeps in somebody's bed. I really don't. You know what I'm saying? But I care about the point that what are you doing for our people? And then Ice Cube came out before Trump came out with the Black agenda.
Yeah, with the contract for Black America. What happened to that? He was denigrated and labeled a dumpster supporter. And he offered to meet with both camps. And the Biden-Harris administration told him at that time, we would meet you with you after this election. Trump's team was like, we meet with you right now. And all of a sudden comes the Platinum Plan. You can't even find the Black agenda online anymore.
I got him.
Well,
if you go to search for it now, I
found it. I got it. I got a copy of it. It did come back up again.
But I'm saying, like, for those that's just learning about it or don't remember, if you ain't got that saved now, good luck. But yeah, it was a contract, real good contract too. And he met with Dr. Claude Anderson and several other Black economists to formulate it. It was like, 100 people were involved in it, and they was mainly Black, if not all Black. So it was a heavy document, but yeah, they didn't want to do it. They were trying to fearmonger us then.
And then after that, when he turned around and did his basketball team, and then
you talking about LeVar Ball?
Yeah, coming back talking about
not
something.
to mention all the black inmates he let out early or pardoned. He even pardoned the first Black heavyweight champion of the world, Jack Johnson. And he said you would think that the previous administration would already did this. That's what Shabaka always loves to bring up. I don't know what happened to Shabaka's sister.
You call him and find out where he is?
I have been calling him. He's not answering. I called him and texted him. So I don't know if he used up all his data. He might have used up all his data. Because usually he'll hop on, and if he clicks off, Either the internet is acting up or he's used up all his data. So it could be one of those. I'm gonna try him again though. But Tariq gonna give us an update on this racist text being sent to random black people nationwide.
Subscribe. Darling Radio. Like and subscribe.
All right, let me get some more folks in here. Let's get Crypto Cowboy. Crypto Cowboy in the building. What's up, Crypto? Let's make it happen, brother. Where you at? All right, Crypto Cowboy's having some issues. Let me get some more people in here. Let's get
Look, their eyes
Jonah Jameson. Jonah Jameson. Then we're gonna get Melissa.
Hilarious.
Jonah Jameson. Hop in, Jonah.
It's hilarious because we are not racist.
Right. Exactly that part. That part.
Jonah. Okay. Come on now. We're trying to get a lot of people up here. Jonah, you got 10 seconds. And then after Jonah, we're going to get Melissa. Then we're going to get Bianca. Jonah, you got 5 seconds to unmute your microphone.
Right.
And now you
Yo, can you hear me?
There you go. What's up, Jonah?
Oh, man, I just had a simple question, man. Hey, I want to get the 5-disc set of the Hidden Colors, but I was hoping that you'd upgrade it to Blu-ray, man. Are you going to upgrade it to Blu-ray?
We got them on. We're going to have them on the streaming site. So yeah, we're not going to do those joints on the Blu-ray. Okay, brother, ask me a customer service question. Good Lord. Melissa, what's up, dear?
It's like tape.
I'm sorry. Good night, Tariq. I was just going to answer your question about the liberal governors stopping Trump from deporting these illegal immigrants. So I lived in Arizona back when Obama had got into his first term.
Yeah.
And this is in Tucson, Arizona. I worked for the school district, and they were letting the illegal immigrant, quote unquote, children come in, and some of their families, and ICE started deporting them. So once we got Janet Napolitano in office, which is also a liberal governor, she slowed that down and stopped it. So with having a Republican in office and having some conservative governor, I believe that they're all going to be deported if they follow suit and be in line and get all of them out.
Oh, yeah.
So that's all that I wanted to say about that. Well,
thank you so much, dear. Let's get Bianca Jones. Bianca?
Hello there, Tariq. Man, I know that post that was on there. I was trying to find out how to delete that. There was some crazy ish on there.
Oh, yeah. Got it off.
Yeah. So I know currently they are trying to find a way to get Trump out of there before he gets inaugurated. And they've been on some crazy ish lately.
Yes, indeed. Okay, so you got a daycare going on over there, Bianca. But yeah, they were trying to get. Hey, look, there's a reason why they were trying to off Trump. They kept trying to assassinate the dude. There's a reason why, because they knew Trump was going to come in and put the hammer down. Yeah, that's why they were trying to assassinate him. Yeah. And now that other groups are going to have to feel the pain, they keep trying to tie us into stuff, even with the immigration thing. When they're talking about the deportations, notice the tellers be like, well, you niggas are going to be next. No, we ain't. We ain't going to get no damn deported.
Right.
This is our homeland. We're about to get deported.
The founders of the country. They're
trying to drag us into it. They're always trying to drag us into it. You niggas are going to be next, nigga.
We more American than anybody.
No, that's on you. You're going to have to handle that. Handle your business. They keep trying to drag us in something. They got something now that y'all saw in the news. There's this hoax or something where they were talking about a bunch of black people have been getting text messages talking about they want them to go pick cotton somewhere. A lot of there's been like mass text messages sent to black people saying, yeah, now it's time for you to go pick cotton. And now the media, they're trying to say, oh, that's the Trump effect. Oh, this is the Trump effect. Now some random people are texting black people telling them that they're going to make them pick cotton. I think that's all cap. I think that's some nonsense orchestrated by the Democrats. I think that's something that the Democrats they've orchestrated this so that they can try to get black folks riled up.
Yeah.
Because they understand nothing that Trump is doing in his policies are negatively affecting us. So I think this is a ploy and a play to get us riled up so we can say, oh no, we got to stop it. We black folks got to stop Trump.
The Chrome extension everyone will be using in 2025. I feel like I just found a Google cheat code. This Chrome extension lets you block ads or get paid to watch them. It's called Pi. And once I started using it,
you know it's bullshit.
No, I ain't
pick your plantation. That's what I showed you in the article. They say pick your plantation.
Yeah, I must have pulled it up. I must have show y'all. Give me 1 second. I was just let this get to you, but I'll show you what it looked like.
Buying that. I'm not buying that whatsoever. I think it's something that the Democrats have cooked up. I think it's all cap. Yeah, they're just trying to drag us into the mix. Because see, here's the thing, family. One of the reasons why Trump won, I want y'all to understand this. One of the reasons why Trump won is because the black grassroots didn't denigrate Trump. That's one of the reasons why he won too. The black grassroots, we weren't denigrating Trump. We didn't really go in on Trump because we're focused on the shenanigans the Democrats were doing.
Look, there's one of my ones to blow it up for them.
That's very good. You got that. So, highlight that, and it looks at it and says, you already know it's some bullshit because they're saying you need to pick your plantation. And
you need to report at 8 a.m. sharp. Some crazy shit. The band is here to pick you up.
Exactly. A brown van or whatever's gonna come get you.
Yeah.
And pick your plantation.
Yep.
Well, shit, if I want to pick my motherfucking plantation, I guess I'm going to motherfucking the Philippines or somewhere. Shit, where the brothers and sisters at?
All over the world, we everywhere.
We're everywhere, exactly. Pick your plan. That's some bullshit, and then they want to get you all roused up about that. They want to get you all roused up about that.
Selected to pick cotton at the nearest plantation. Be ready at 7 p.m. November 6, 2026. With the bags packed, our executive slaves. Oh,
Django over here.
Like, what is this? The Django? What the hell? Unchained. What the hell? Let me show y'all this madness.
No, go work at Mr. Candy.
Our executive slaves will come pick you up in a black and white truck. You may not have any weapons or sharp things on you.
Steven will meet you at the front.
When it's time for pickup, you are in Group B.
Right. They're gonna have Steven meet you at the thing to frisk you and apply and put you on your station. Wherever on plantation, on the Candyland.
Origins of racist text messages sent to black people, including children, across the country.
Yeah, the disturbing messages reference slavery and have been reported in more than 20 different states. KTLA's Carlos Herrera live for us in our newsroom with more on these hateful messages. Carlos, talk to us. What's going on this morning?
Very disturbing and concerning, ladies. This is a widespread coordinated attack The text messages were sent anonymously and received by Black college, high school, and middle school students across nearly a dozen states. Locally, students in the Inland Empire, San Fernando Valley, Brentwood, and other LA areas have reported the messages of hate-filled rhetoric reminiscent of the country's painful and bigoted past. Here's a live look of Santa Monica High School, where several students received the offensive texts a day after Election Day. They reported the situation to school administrators immediately, had some talks with their parents, and shared the screenshots with police. Take a look. One of the texts reading, quote, "You have been selected to pick cotton at the nearest plantation. Be ready by 7 p.m. November 6, 2024, with your bags packed. Our executive slaves will come pick you up in a black and white truck. You may not have any weapons or sharp things on you when it's time for pickup. You are in Group B." The students who received the text, their parents, teachers, school staff, and school officials say they're outraged. Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District Superintendent Dr. Antonio Shelton saying he is disheartened, has saying, quote, "Targeting our students with racist messages is unfathomable. Whoever or whatever group started this campaign needs to be prosecuted to the full extent of the law," unquote. He's encouraging victims to come forward and speak to police. Meantime, Santa Monica College saying it's now offering a 24/7 emotional support line and in-person counseling to students after some of them also reported receiving the text messages. Vice President of Student Affairs Michael Twitasi saying in a statement, "As a reminder, there is no room for racism, unlawful discrimination, and harassment at SMC. We unequivocally condemn the vile racist rhetoric in these text messages and stand ready to support any students who have been targeted." Several students at Los Osos High School over in Rancho Cucamonga were also among the victims. Administrator there sending this message rather to students and families: "We are in communication with local law enforcement to monitor these situations and ensure our school remains a safe and positive environment. As a campus and community, we will not tolerate the use of racial slurs and culturally insensitive language." Authorities saying this is a large nationwide trend of a disruptive content being shared. The messages across the country using a similar tone, but the wording was a little different there. Some instructed the recipient to show up at an address at a particular time with their belongings, while others didn't include a location. Nicole is a mother in North Carolina who asked us not to use her last name because of her profession. She says she was disturbed and concerned by the messages her high school daughter showed her Thursday night.
And you hear about things like this, you never want your child to have any experience with it. And, ideally, it wouldn't be an issue as she grows up and becomes an adult. And it's like a slap in the face. And it shows me that it is still an issue that has not changed at all.
Civil rights organization NAACP condemning the message of Donald Trump, who they say historically has embraced and at times encouraged the hate. Again, the investigation is still ongoing, being led by the FBI. It's unclear who actually sent these messages and where they're coming from. Their purpose also is unknown. Very disturbing.
Oh my God. See, I was trying to give the sister the benefit of the doubt, but she sounded like one of them mammy coons, like, "Oh, boys, mom, that brother, they wouldn't let him wear his locks in Texas."
Mm-hmm. So they had nails, but you can't afford a bologna sandwich.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, sister, are you still with us? Yes.
Yeah, I'm still here. I was talking to Truth Bay, and this is the thing. When I turn around.
Oh, shout out to Dr. Truth Bay. How's she doing?
I try to get on the
Well, this is the thing. I was just talking to her a minute ago. I sent her the information about the article, and I told her about my dinner party that I want to have or whatever. But the thing is that when I talk about getting away from the patriotic system and going to matriarch, you know what the first thing she said? No, we can't do that. We're not lesbians. See, again, why does it have to be a lesbian situation or a Me Too movement when I talk about Mommy Watson? See, again, you don't know anything about your culture and your history whatsoever. You know what I'm saying?
We're the only ones that was our whole history was stripped and beat out of us.
Huh?
We're the only ones our whole history was stripped and beat out of us.
It was stripped and beat out of it, but they do that every time. Like, what's wrong with us as women They have a whole woman Lawfare, man. What's wrong with us as women sitting down talking about our issues, talking about what's going on with us? You know, if you go back into our history, so the kings had us as their warriors.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? We was the fighters. And every time you bring that up, but I still invited her to the dinner party. But the thing is, anytime you bring that up, why do we have to get labeled as lesbians? Why?
That public indoctrination system.
Because the energy is too masculine.
Well, maybe that's true, but you have to understand, in life, it takes a man and a woman to have a child.
Right. There's no getting around that.
There's no getting around that. So they can say energy, they can say, it's too masculine or whatever. But I think that our brothers and sisters that think like that, they're still stuck with their oppressors and they're still on the plantation.
Oh yeah, but they don't. They put their sexuality first.
What are you? What are you? When you do this group, what are you gonna? What is the conveying message? Because I know you spoke of it earlier in the show, but if you could repeat that for the listeners that are just joined on, that would be great. So we can see what you're talking about as far as patriarchy and the matriarchy, and
So you have to understand that when birth is being born, you come out of a vagina, not a penis, right? So you have to understand, if you go back into our cultures and everything else, even if you go back to them Greeks and Romans, because even with Henry VIII, Queen Elizabeth had to be hidden because that joker turned around and cut the heads off of the women. And then if you go back, and even when you're talking about the witches and the warlocks, and they had the S printed on their chest because they thought differently.
Yep.
And that's the same thing. And when it shows that when you have our carbonated brothers and sisters sitting over there and acting as us, as queens, as mothers, that we have no say-so. When have we turned around and actually fell behind with someone else? It doesn't even matter. I'm not even talking about the white supremacists or the honorary supremacists. I'm talking about our culture.
Yes.
We have been the breadwinners. We did whatever. Our husband sat there and did whatever. We took care of our children. We did everything we did. We were the educators. If you go back to Kemet, it will show you that we did everything.
That's why they always trying to take Kemet out of Alkebalon. They got a whole study on Egyptology.
You know, and with that, they turn around and say that our men are whores, they are child molesters, predators, and everything else. Right?
Yeah,
and
that's what they're saying.
The thing that bothers me is because brothers do not respect the black woman, they turn around and the sister, now she don't even want to be with a brother no more. She want to be with a white guy.
And that's what they pushing.
European, or somebody else besides herself, because she don't see the beauty inside of herself any longer.
Yep, and that's what they're pushing heavily in these public indoctrination centers.
Right. So as far as my dinner party, it's mothers, and we sitting down there because we just as powerful, and we're not lesbians. We got men. Well, I don't have anybody presently. But the thing is regardless of whatever, some of them are married. We just want everybody to know, hey, we have power too, and we want to change our community as well. But if we have to make a phone call or whatever, just come help us if it gets too much strenuous, and we're going to go through the same goddamn training that the damn men go through. We're going to be locked and loaded, sisters. Yes, we are. Black power, black power.
Black power.
Just like y'all have y'all guns.
Yeah, black power.
All right, Lady Cherry, what are your thoughts on these racist text messages?
Well, you know, the thing that was, first of all, it's not funny, but it's like whoever got these text messages, did they really think anybody was going to show up at this designated location? Secondly, this is like Django. This is like your executive slave is Steven, and you go out to Mr. Candy's plantation, basically, right?
Yeah.
And first of all, you're not sorry. If you sent the text message, that was the wrong thing to do.
Right.
Thirdly, it was just a fear tactic. Like they even said, you're gonna wake up and you're gonna be in chains. That's stupid.
Yeah.
The next thing is like first you gotta cap the catches. We wiggle out too much and we too loud and we too much for just the police. If you think about anybody else trying to get us, like capture us,
Yeah.
fucking
They
terrible.
bombed our whole,
It's
whole city
2024.
block.
That shit don't exist, and it does exist. It exists for school to prison pipeline and all that other shit. You know, those are specific ways into slavery. So that's right there. The other thing is this: why did we hear? We didn't hear people say. We didn't hear the news or anyone say, "Look, just carry on what you've been doing. You need to be more aware because now you're already as a black person in America, foundational Black American, you're already a target.
Right.
You're already at a disadvantage of being picked off by the laws, by white folk, by anybody that hates you in any way, shape, or form, just cause. And the more educated you are, the more you're a target. You know, the more you stand up for yourself, the more you're targeted. Why did anybody say, hey, look, just carry on what you're doing, but you need to be more aware, and that it's these people right now, I feel like the white man has won, and so they feel embodied to go ahead and act in their true character of motherfucking racist terrorism, and they don't see that, you know, first of all, it's gonna turn into like the sister said earlier. They're trying to create a motherfucking a race war. When we are saying already, yes, as we said already, we are at war with them as it is. To go any further, it's like, look, white people, stop. You really don't want it. You really
This is the thing about the race war, right? Race war, after they come up in our houses and take our motherfucking weapons away from us, then they really gonna get strong.
Right.
Well, that's what Kamala and all them was pushing.
My thing is this,
pushing for all of that.
I like, you know, I think that we all like to. We're not gonna let anybody call us ugly names or do any more fucking atrocities. We already have gotten. Some of us have gotten to the point that it's we're all we got, and we have to, you know, look out for each other. And see the police fucking with somebody stopping, hey, you know, try to break that shit up. So we've seen that, and we've seen that that's happening. We need to be. Nowhere was the news saying, hey, look, these you're right now. You're already, you know. It's getting a little precarious out there, Black people. We have opened up a hotline to make sure you're, you know, if you need help, call for help.
Yeah, that's what they do for other groups.
Right? No stance
outside by yourself.
Right? They didn't make no stance. So they leave it to where the play is, if something happens and somebody gets snatched up, and then we, you know, do the worst thing and end them, then we're gonna be going to prison for the rest of our motherfucking life or end up dead because we're protecting ourselves.
Yeah, everybody has right to self-defense, but
setting up a play for anything bad to one of them.
Nobody wants to talk about the voodoo or however, you know, because there's ways that, you know, because you have to understand.
You came to the right place.
Yes,
they use the same tactics, and you know, you have to understand us as being melanated. You know what I'm saying? We evolve. We evolve with nature, and we actually can beat these motherfuckers with our powers.
Right.
Our ancestors, but they holding all that back because you got these motherfucking Christians out here. You got these motherfucking Muslims out here. Whatever. Listen to all this bullshit. just to the point that I just said a minute ago, having a dinner party talking about women liberation. Now we're lesbians. You see what I'm saying?
Well, they probably thought too that it was like some old feminist shit, where a lot of women, like, if you've been paying, like, ever since the Trump they want, you got black women say, "Oh my God,
we about to get to all of that,
right?"
Yeah.
So they're probably thinking about the old feminist shit that you just said, like, because instead of thinking outside the box and looking at it for how you're presenting it, they're looking at it like, she has some old feminist touch your pussy type shit. And you try and stay away from divest from men and just strictly do all that. And we want to divest from men. Like, women don't, we like to say we don't need them, but we need them. You know what I mean? We do.
No, I'm not saying that we,
I'm saying they probably think that way. That's what I'm saying.
Understand? We have to have our own circle, just like the Masons or whatever. They, they have their thing. The Eastern Stars, they have their thing. But the thing is, we come together at the end of the day. But I'm just saying, sometimes women should be comfortable talking to other women. Besides, you don't want a man around when you got to talk about issues. You know what I'm saying? We're supposed to be strengthening our sisters. You know what I'm saying? We're supposed to be strengthening each other. And that ain't got shit to do with being no goddamn lesbian or feminist or anything else. I'm just saying, it's like if you around men want to talk amongst other men. They don't want a woman to listen because they might have issues. It's the same thing with us as women. I know some things I would like to talk to, that's why I call it Queen Mother or whatever. And you do have that. I want to talk to you about, I'm not, what I look like sitting around talking to you about my motherfucking period and what kind of pains I'm going through or whatever. You're not even going to understand anything I'm talking about anyway. It's about growth. It's about life. It's about evolving. But the reason why they put that in there is because of the patriotic system that came from the colonialism that also came from what? Slavery.
Yep.
Right. Programming. Yep. Programming
and conditioning.
Yep.
Going all the way back to slavery.
Yeah, and you're not wrong about that. Because, sisters don't really do a lot of female bonding, and it's probably good for them. They need to, they need to. So you're not wrong about that at all. You know what I mean? At all, because it needs to happen. Especially, that everybody can get, on the right frame of mind. Especially since we're in a dangerous time. We all got to be in the same alignment eventually. So yeah, you're not wrong about that at all.
No, it's nothing wrong with women bonding. You know what I'm saying? And men get together, they go to the damn strip club, right? They go look at the women stripper and they sit around there drinking a little liquor and whatever, talk about whatever, they marriages and everything else. Why us as sisters that we can't sit down there and we have conversations about what's going on? It's about growth. The point is that if you
always want to do what we can do.
You know what, man? We go to a male strip club. Why you get to go and have fun? We don't have fun.
I have gone to strip club. Yes, I have. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is that we gotta have that union within inside of ourselves, so like that sister can be well, so she can take care of her children. You know what I'm saying? Take care of her family and also be a good wife. Because, you can't talk to your husband. Shit, I was married 16 years. You think my husband, yes, he was my best friend, but at certain times, it was certain things that I needed to talk to a woman about that I couldn't talk to him about.
Right, that makes sense.
That makes sense. I mean, that's real, too. That's very real. Very real.
Okay, so it's about another 10 minutes.
Stigma, if we as white people go support Trump, the stigma won't be there. That's why they really went out in droves and supported.
Yeah.
Again, that's part of the grassroots effect. That was a part of the effect that we had.
Mm-hmm.
We had a lot of effects directly and indirectly, family. I'm telling y'all. This election, man, our fingerprints are all on it.
Yeah.
Our fingerprints are all on this election. Let me get Nikki the God in the building. Nikki, what's up, dear?
Peace, Flex, and the whole space. Those racist texts. Now, those texts went out to several Black people, and they claim that in a lot of their articles, they said that the text went out to several. They quoted Black Americans across the country. They said they've got the FBI looking into it. Now, all throughout the election, we were receiving text messages from the Democratic Party.
Yes.
It's kind of odd that all of a sudden they have this list of people who they know are Black people.
Right.
They just happen to know are Black people, and it's untraceable. We can't trace these back to a specific person. And the I'm air quoting, the FBI is supposedly looking into it. I just find that kind of suspicious.
Yeah.
Also, during the election, I found that, well, Wani is the one who pointed this out. She posted about it. She said that they tried about 10 different ways to cheat. So I just wanted to bring that up, that the Democrats, they tried everything to cheat. Through the election and after the election. I'm done.
Thank you, dear. Oh, yeah, and that's the thing. Oh, I saw what they were doing. They were trying to do some little slick stuff, but the problem was so many eyes were on them.
Right.
And people were not going to let it be a repeat. Because let me tell you something. I think the 2020 election, I don't believe Biden got the numbers. I said that then. Y'all go back and listen to the archives. 2020, I said it then. I said that's a finesse. I don't believe Biden got them numbers. Even with the COVID situation or whatever, I just don't believe Biden got those numbers. I thought it was a finesse then, and I saw a lot of janky stuff happening, and it looked like a finesse. The problem is you can only do that finesse once.
Yeah.
It was so many eyes on this election, and people were staying up all night because see what happened with
the new folding revolver by Standard Manufacturing has been officially released today. No documents or procedures are required. Just see this video and you can buy one. This revolver is the size of a cod and can easily fit into.
That's pretty dope.
And that goes again back.
You see that, Sister Naya? That's real nice right there on the screen.
It's like a Nerf gun.
Oh, you talking about the gun?
But I looked into it.
Yeah.
I love writing baby and literature.
And then, like, also, like, I was trying to get in touch with some brothers or whatever because, you know, I'm not
like that's
brothers or whatever, but yeah, we got to get trained too. You got to help us. You know what I'm saying?
The 2020
election, 22, but it gets the job done. Close proximity.
Right. I looked into it thoroughly.
Yeah.
I was like, you know, that's right up my alley right there. Thoroughly looked into it. I was like,
nice and discreet.
Shit, man, I get busy all day. With 12 rounds too, I got a list. Get busy.
So mine ain't that pretty. What is pretty, but not that pretty.
I'm like, 12 rounds and a couple of these old books. Oh man, look at this right now. I thoroughly looked into it. Read reviews and everything. I was like, oh, fuck this.
Got to keep them power tools.
Right.
Actually, it looked like Trump won.
Switch out of it.
And then all of a sudden, everybody went to sleep. And then you woke up the next morning, and then all of these weird numbers for Biden popped up out of nowhere. And I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah, because we were streaming on another platform when this was going on, sister. And we had closed off the program. The dump was up by a mile. They're like, oh, he got this in the bag. Shit, we woke up the next morning. All of a sudden, all these overnight, all these mail-in ballots came in, and we were like,
Well, you have to also, because I worked
at the winner.
You know what I'm saying? And they turn around and, you know, they did whatever, and that's the same thing they did because if you looked at the news, the Fox News or whatever, even with the election, they kept on messing with the numbers and messing with different stuff. And they can't get a clear resolution on anything until after the polls close. And don't forget, when the polls close, because I was a poll worker, when the polls close, you have to turn around and you got to count everything, you got to do whatever. So where you get all these numbers from?
Right. Overnight. Overnight.
Overnight.
Yeah, I thought I knew the fix was in then. And then I had experienced it in my own city, in my own state. And they're still counting votes on the current election that I went through for House District 8.
Yep.
So our numbers actually doubled from what they were the day of the election.
Yeah. So, it's some bullshit. It's some Demi pass, Demi motherfucking crash or however, whatever. Because you have to understand that when it comes back to us as brothers and sisters, we were never Democrat. We was always Republican.
Yeah, we were. Yeah, we started the Republican Party, the radical Republicans.
That's right.
But they don't like to talk about that. But the dump did say he done more for black people than any other president since Abraham Lincoln.
Well, Abraham Lincoln, they have that thing out there talking about he freed the slave. That's a motherfucking lie. I'm gonna tell you.
He did that to preserve the Union.
Our ancestors did. They had their war. Letting them know.
To preserve the Union. And there was 3 Emancipation Proclamations. On paper, you're free, but then we're gonna issue out this 13th Amendment. So we catch you doing anything, you going back to jail immediately.
Right. So all of this stuff is
going back to the plantation immediately.
Or whatever they doing, it is lies. And the thing is that it's time for us as brothers and sisters to play.
To get the hell for those plantations. We got to get the hell off the plantations. So many of our people is devoted to a party that don't give a damn about your black ass.
Right. And so the thing is that with me coming along with having my woman's meeting, because, a woman has a husband, right? They have children. And if you don't have a husband, maybe, you with some brothers and sisters in the Panther Party movement or whatever. But by us healing ourselves, we can also heal our nation, because it starts with the matriarch. It started from you coming out of my womb.
Yeah, you and
the starting of the healing, and that's what I want to do with my sisters. It is not about being a feminist. It's not about are we gay. It's not. I get so sick of that motherfucking bullshit. Like it's like it's like you got a chain on your brain.
Yep, exactly what it is. They took the chains off our wrists and put them on our brains.
Put it on your brain. Sisters have to heal.
Yep.
You are the grounding foundation when you put your feet on. And then you can go. It doesn't even matter. The roughest man that you with. And he look at you in your eyes. And he said, and you tell him, baby, we didn't do that. And he loved you. Look, now we done took over the motherfucking world.
Mm-hmm. And that's what they've been going out their way to keep from happening.
That's right.
I'm going to let this clip continue, and then we're going to move on.
Remember, people thought, okay, well, Trump got it. Oh, it's a wrap, so we might well go to sleep, and we'll hear the victory speech in the morning. And then you woke up November 6th or 5th or whatever it was. You woke up the next morning,
for Trump over
and it was like, yeah, Biden got the Electoral College. I'm like, what?
Yeah,
the hell did that happen?
I was like, what?
So yeah, they pulled a switcheroo overnight when everybody was asleep.
Mm-hmm.
You see, they pulled that switcheroo overnight.
Yep.
And then it took a couple of days.
Later on,
it kind of drug out for a minute. And they kept doing these weird counts, and it was weird. It was real weird. Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
This time, people weren't playing that game. People were glued to the TV.
Everybody was
They were
screaming it.
glued
Everybody was
to the results. People were not going to take their eyes off what was going on. People were watching every county. You were watching everything. Everybody had their eyes on stuff, so the Democrats weren't able to pull a little switcheroo this time. So, it turned out the way it turned out. And your girl Kamala completely got washed all over the country. That was embarrassing for them.
Yeah, it was.
That was embarrassing for the damn Democrats. All right, let me get some more folks in here. Let's get let me see. Black Regal. Get Black Regal in the building. All right, Black Regal, what's happening?
What's going on, man? No, that's absolute facts, man. I watched that whole situation the last time it went down, and yeah, Trump magically started losing about like 3 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
I've been watching elections my whole life, man. We've never seen a candidate losing all the way till 2 o'clock in the morning, flip everything on his head and win at 2 in the morning. Like, it's never happened.
Yeah. Weird.
Pure craziness. But, when you don't got all those mail-in ballots to finesse and write in whatever you want to, you know what I'm saying? And like when everybody locked down, there's nobody to look over your shoulder.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So they kind of had their way with that. Like, think about it. This is the most uncharismatic president we've ever seen in the last 50 years.
Yeah.
But he's received the most votes in U.S. history. Like, come on.
No sense.
Like, you got to really think about that.
Yeah. I knew that was all cap. I'm like, ain't no way. I don't know no Biden supporter. I don't know nobody who's caping for no damn Biden. I never bought that. That was all cap. Let's get Madan.
Biden in.
Madan Yogi.
He was vice president too.
Yeah, they're all
Madan Yogi. Unmute your microphone if you can. And while we're waiting on Madan Yogi, let's get Dominique in the building.
What's going on, brother? How you doing?
I'm good, Dominique. How you doing, sir?
I'm good, man. Just a couple of quick things. I was listening to a playback on YouTube, and you mentioned Junius Groves. That's actually a direct descendant on my dad's side of the family, same last name and everything, and looks just like my dad and my grandfather. And I found that out earlier this year. One of my aunts who did like our family lineage on my dad's side, she put up a picture of him. And she was like, yeah, that's Junius Groves. He's this. And so I'm like, oh, word? And I watched the playback, and you said the same thing. And I'm like, hold on, time out. Ain't no way that just lined up like that. So that's funny that
you is, brother. That's how man. Brother, let me tell the family, for those who don't know, Junius Groves, this brother right here comes from a hell of a bloodline. Junius Groves was a foundational Black American brother.
All right, so going back to the Dollar Tribe or all of that stuff.
I'm not taking any chances.
You know what I'm saying? Whatever. Trump reminds me of
got out of slavery and became the biggest potato grower in the United States. You know what? I think at the time, he was one of the biggest ones in the world because he was
Andrew goddamn Jackson.
Well, I don't know if he's like, if we say a modern Andrew Jackson, well, maybe so, but I'm just saying, like, if you go down to the South, right, and them jokers still in the stores, because I'm gonna tell you, one time we went to North Carolina, and we drove through there in the store, them motherfuckers still call you boy. You looking at you smiling, it's not racist, it's nothing, it's just like, boy, come here, boy, you need some help, boy. That's what Trump reminds me of. He reminds me of an old fucking white man that's so fucking retarded in his tactics.
That's what Trump and Biden remind me of.
Probably so.
because Biden was talking to them. I don't think you remember when he was talking to them NAACP civil rights leaders like they was kids on that Zoom call. Like, you gonna do this and you gonna do that.
You gonna do this. See? And they turn around and make a mockery out of us. That's what I'm saying. We are developers. We evolve.
Right.
We are one with nature. I don't think that our brothers and sisters actually understand when it comes to their carbonation or your melanin, your skin, how, you know what I'm saying, we are not of them. You know,
we are not the same.
Power that we
are different.
It's not different. We are number one. I mean, even if you go back to the Bible, I can read you stuff in the Bible right now.
We don't have time to go over all that tonight, sister.
Over there tonight. I'm just saying that if in order for us to continue growing and feeding, we have to strengthen the power within the black woman. We have to. Don't forget, the baby comes out of your womb. You are a mother.
You are the givers of life. You are not birthers. You are mothers.
You're a mother. So
birth to life.
And then when they sit over there and say that Jesus walked on water, if you gave birth, you didn't walk on water. All of us walked on water.
Yeah.
You are in water inside of your wombs.
Right, inside of your mother's placenta.
That's right. So they keep on playing with us, and then you not see how it's conducive for healing. You got sisters out here that is really, needs some healing.
Yeah.
Right? And they healing and things they need to talk about. They can't talk about that around men.
No, they should talk to that amongst other sisters.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to do. But anyway, like I told you,
for doing that, sister.
Whatever.
They can't talk about it with therapy either.
It was.
They can't even talk about it with the therapist either because therapists can't relate to the black plight.
They can't relate. They don't understand.
They can't relate to the black plight.
And then every time you go to the doctor, they turn around and put you on medication and everything else.
Yep, exactly. And they wonder why black women never really get well because we're always having to force to go to the motherfucking hospital. They intentionally keep us sick, So it's damned if you do, damned if you don't type situation.
Well, let's go back to AIDS. You know what I'm saying? Because at one time, because you already know that every disease out here, the government created.
Got the patent for it, yes.
AIDS and everything else, HIV. So as it went down, they turned around and they said, "Hey, somebody slept with a monkey." I don't know if y'all remember that.
Yeah, that was in the 80s, late 70s, early 80s.
Slept with a monkey. Then they said it went to the gays. Right?
Yeah.
They said but it came from the black gays. But then guess where it went to? It went to the black women.
Yeah.
The black women. And let me tell you something. They lied about them numbers and statistics because it is not the black woman that got goddamn HIV or AIDS. But they turned around and they annihilated you again. And see, I don't understand how the brothers don't see what they are doing to your women, to our women.
I spoke on that earlier today.
We see it.
I spoke on that earlier today. You're onto something right there, and that's another thing that these white folk, these parties, everybody take for granted. They always don't. They think that nobody's listening and nobody's paying attention. You're absolutely right.
You can fool some of the people some of the time, but you can't fool people all the time.
And that's right. And as part of healing, we have to heal the mother. You have to. Look what she has gone through. from day in and day out. Look at the history. And I'm not saying that the black man ain't gone through nothing. But y'all turn around, y'all left us. Y'all left us with this Christianity, with this Muslim stuff, and everything else. You turn around and left us. You left us. Then they already show you how they was using for buck busting and sitting around there on the plantation, and you left us. You left us. You left us with the white girls. You know what I'm saying? Every time you get money or however or whatever, you turn around and you leave it. Say, oh, she's too demanding, or she wants this and that. How do you think that feel? I don't want to be with a white man. I want to be with a black man. What? Anytime you around a black man, he can say, oh, you demanding. Oh, you want this. Oh, whatever. It's called respect. It's like I go to the store. This was a few weeks ago, and the guy says, "Oh, you want everything special for you? Why shouldn't I get it special for me? I'm paying for it with my money.
Right?
Why shouldn't I?" So you try to say, as me as a black woman, I'm not supposed to be treated a certain way? And this is the mentality that's going on with these idiots out here we call our brothers and sisters.
Yeah, unfortunately. Yes.
Yeah, and to be fair, they leave us and everything. It's like, we just don't know how to love each other, and then we as women, we fight to keep them, try to keep them happy and try to do everything that's needed. Sometimes it's just not enough, and at the end of the day, we just end up depleted and neglected, and then expect to go to a different person, and they're not gonna like who we were, how we changed, because that individual who was with changed us, and we thought we were gonna be, changed for that person in a good way. Now we got to change again. It's like it's just repetitive and it's tired, taxing, and then everybody wonders why there's so much resentment.
Well, they're making it that way. You know why? Because they do not go any further from our history but to slavery.
Yep.
So when you go to slavery and you do not go into further when it comes to all the contributions that our ancestors, everything did, you go to slavery. All right, so you sitting over there, you just think about the ego and everything that goes on. You got a black man up there, and you got a woman getting raped or however, whatever, this and that. They're actually brothers don't even realize they get programmed to not want to be with a black woman.
Starts at a very young age too.
At a very young age. They get programmed to that point because that's all they see.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying? That's all that's into that whatever, and they push it. Even when you go to the African American Museum in Washington, D.C., they don't start with nothing that came from our ancestors. They start with slavery.
Yeah, that's where they
start. Have you been to the History Museum that they just opened in Oakland? That's Oakland, right?
No, it's in LA. She's talking about the Hidden History Museum that opened in LA about a year ago.
Oh, okay.
She opened up.
Right. Oh, you opened a museum?
Yeah, he did.
The brother on the screen.
Yeah. There you go, sis. We gotta we gotta have all that, because in order for the alignment to come back in place, it's gonna take us as sisters, strong sisters, to put it back in place, because we can turn around and talk to our men and talk to the men or whatever that actually, love us and actually, care about us. And then, because even when you go to our ancestors, you have Oya, you have Shingo. They had their own army. And then on top of that, that's how we're gonna have to come together as women. My sister-in-law, and this is crazy, she in Detroit, right? And my sister-in-law called me, and she's on this site, and it's all black women that are married to white men. So I asked her, why are you on that site? Wait a minute, hold up. Why you on that site? And she was like, because their men treat them or whatever. You know why the Caucasian want to be with you in the first place? Because you have the mitochondria cell. See, everybody don't have the mitochondria cell. The mitochondria cell comes out of the black woman.
That's right.
That's the mightiest cell that you could ever have. And the white man know to be with you so he can have babies with you because of that mitochondria cell. And he also know that if he die, he's still going to continue to live because you'd had a baby bond.
Mm-hmm.
And you got that cell. So I said, well, why are you listening to that site? And he talking about, how they put down brothers and stuff like that. I said, come on, sis, why? She said, well, I think I should think out the box. Why? And the reason why, look what they doing to our black men. They feminizing them.
Yep.
Yeah.
They locking them up. The strong brothers they got in that jail is them brothers that you didn't have to go through no Black Panther party. Them motherfuckers will stick up for you from the get-go.
Right.
And they knew it.
Yep, they have to eliminate the warrior class.
Exactly. That's why they got them in jail.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then they left you with the afterthoughts here.
Mm-hmm.
And then they turn around and tell you, you know what, brother? It's okay for you to go smoke some weed or whatever. Now you can't think at all anyway.
Yep, that's the whole. Yep, that's what they legalized.
When the government actually gave you anything.
They legalized all these drugs and still ain't free the people that they locked up behind them.
Exactly. We had that front. They locked our man up.
Yep.
They locked them up. And then the ones they got out here don't want to be with no black woman. They want to be with Becky.
Mm-hmm.
You know, some cracker bitch. For real?
Mm-hmm.
And say, I'm too demanding. Them brothers you got locked up in jail didn't say I'm too demanding.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why it's imperative to, group together as women so we can heal. That healing process, as well as healing your wounds, is also healing our families. Because family began with you. Right. He only just gave you, I'm not knocking anything by the man, because the man gives you the sperm in order to have a boy.
Right, we plant the seed.
Yeah, to plant the seed. But we are the ones that actually, go through everything else. You know what I mean? So we gotta heal. And in order to heal the community, our sisters gotta heal.
Right.
So now you understand why it's so imperative for me to have my sister circle and take over the motherfucking world and have my brothers on call. Look, they down here talking about we can't do this. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, let me finish this and then we'll move to the next topic.
That told me, and she was like, yeah, Junior's gross. She was like, he had a lot of kids with you. He was the man, in Kentucky, and like my dad's side of the family is everybody's from Kentucky. There's nobody that's not from anywhere else. And it's like that was crazy to me, because she was like, yeah, our family history is rich. We come from successful people back in the 1800s, and when she said that, I was like, oh yeah, that told me everything I needed to know. Just a second quick point with the reaction to the election, man, it's crazy, because aside from just ignore the numbers, I'm seeing death threats of like black men and like black women who weren't on the Democrat side, and it's to the point, it's like, man, like, y'all really crashing out this bad? Like, golly.
Yeah, and Dominique, what I think, I'm thinking it's a lot of tethers. I'm thinking it's some of these feminists, some of these people who were going to get some kickbacks from these little feminist organizations, because that little feminist money is about to dry up. Those little man-hating organizations where they throw a couple of crumbs to the mayonnaise, that's going to dry up. So that's why they're mad.
Woman doing her shit.
Exactly.
Feel that natural flow.
That's her fight with her man, like Salahar Ali said. Yep. That ain't got nothing to do with y'all sisters.
And that's exactly right. Feminism ain't got nothing to do with us. Burning the bras ain't got shit to do with us. That's them, your inorganics doing whatever they do because their men treated them like that. But you know what I'm saying? The black man ain't never treated the sister like that ever. They just started doing this shit because they get more and more colonialized.
Yeah. But that's not part of African or indigenous people's culture.
Exactly. Not whatsoever. You know what I'm saying? And they turn around. They even have the ads. You can't even watch TV anymore. Just every time you turn around, they show on or whatever, whatever it goes. So the bottom line is that, first thing you gotta love who you see in the mirror.
Right.
And you gotta love your hair. What's wrong with your hair?
Right.
Why you gotta put that horse hair in there?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And then they show you how they take them the hair and they donate it and they turn around and got all them bugs and all that stuff in it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you don't know what kind of hair they putting in them bags.
Yeah, you don't know what hair they put in bag and that's going into your hair. Why you gotta perm your hair? Why you gotta do straight? Everything our ancestors did. I'm talking about the straightening comb, that's a different thing. Or a blow dry, but you turn around putting these chemicals in your head and putting that horse head in there. You know what I'm saying? How does that sound legit?
It doesn't. And it harms sisters in a major way, especially them perms.
Perms, all that stuff. We're natural.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing wrong with your coils. I got my coils. Nothing wrong with your fro. I got my fro.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You can wash it, do everything else you want to do. You know what I'm saying? And you with a brother that doesn't like that, you don't need to be with him.
Right.
Yep. You don't need to be with him.
I agree.
I agree too.
Okay, so moving along, we got the
Wait a
Democrat.
minute, I ain't hear the sister. She didn't say that. You said something. What about you talking about? Tell the sister.
I agree. I let Jesse grow his hair. I wanted him to grow his hair. I wanted him to grow his hair out because he got that good 4C hair.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm mixed, but I love my hair. I love that my hair got a nice tight curl and to it. It got kitchens. I love my hair.
She got
my hair is
That's right. I love my hair too.
I got like
my hair too.
My hair's got a gray or silver coming in different areas, and I think it's like tinsel. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I love my shit. I love the way I look. I love everything about me. I can't really change anything anyway. I just have to embrace what I embrace. And
Twins in the building.
Fight, you know what I mean?
Shout out to Twins.
I love when women
Peace,
get to
Twin.
wear when natural black women can rock their hair any way they want to. They could put it in braids. They could do whatever the fuck they want. They can wear it out. They wear it natural.
Right,
they can put a little heater through it, a little heat to it. They gotta put all that shit in there because we gotta protect it. Like right now, I got my shit in I got it in a protective style because it's wintertime and like everybody else, my hair breaks off and falls off. It does weird shit in the winter. So I gotta protect it. You gotta protect it with.
That's part of nature evolves, but I'm great too. That's what I use.
Gamefly is the best.
And
I use henna. I put henna in my hair. I don't put any fake chemicals or none of that stuff in my hair. I use henna.
I got a little pink oil in it, and that's about that. You know what I mean? Just a little pink oil. I wash my shit like maybe once a month. I keep my hair tied up and out the way unless I'm going out in public or I'm doing a show. You know, I let my hair out because I shaved it off. It took 3 years to go back.
Yep.
And
I took all my hair. Because I got so mad about after I did the research on, and mind you, my stylists were always black. My grandmother used to do my hair, straighten and curl, with a pressing comb. And then when I started doing perms, I was like, look at this shit. What the hell? What am I putting in my hair? I didn't even know that stuff was going through my cranium. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah, it's bad for you all the way around.
All the way around.
One time, and that was that. One time my hair fell out through the relaxer because I wasn't, I was just like, I thought it was burning a little bit. I wasn't even paying attention. Shit just fell out. I was like, all right, so
that happened to me too.
Yeah. When I shaved it off, it took a minute to grow back, and I thought it would grow back, like when I was like a little girl, when it was really tight. The curls were really tight. But then it grew back the way it grew back, and I'm older now. I'm like 44, so I love the way my hair is. I just love me, And when you love you, you appreciate your hair any way you can, and you don't I encourage black women, just black people, period. Grow your shit out, whether you lock it up or you don't, or however. There's so many ideas and styles for black people. They do what the hair will do. The hair moves naturally, so it goes with the energy. So let the hair do what your hair does.
That's right.
That's because it's in tune with the universe.
Yeah, it's in tune, so it moves with the universe. So I don't feel like let your shit out. I've been telling Jesse,
yeah, she does.
That's also one of the things that, because I know some of our sisters, they still want to put the horse hair in there. And I'm willing to wherever you stand at. But I'm going to show you how, that we can't do that type of thing. And you know what I'm saying? We got to love ourselves. And the healing process has to begin with us, how do we unify? That goes back to the question. How do we unify? We have to unify by healing. You know what I'm saying? Because I know everything is going so fast. And we got to pick up the game, right? And then when you try to tell brothers and sisters about picking up the game, it's like they try to joke me about my ancestor altar and everything else. But the thing is, you got to pick up that game in order, you got to heal. Because there's nothing I can tell you. There's nothing I can actually do for you if you cannot see the love and everything that you have within inside of yourself.
Right. But we're so worked and oppressed. We don't have time to heal. We haven't had time to heal. We've just been going through it. So yeah. So appreciate you putting this women's together.
To make time.
I got to move us to the next topic, sisters. So the next topic is the Democrats are still shocked so many black men voted for Donald Trump over VP Kamala Harris. Why are you shocked? You did this to yourselves.
Cannot understand why more black men voted for Trump in this election. They just thought that they just had the handle on black men, that black men are going to do exactly what they're told. Black men are going to just follow the women, like what Tiffany Cross had told us a few years ago. But the USA Today had put up an article talking about this. So let's go ahead and look at it. It says Trump gains among black men, leaving many asking what went wrong. Oh man. So let's go ahead and look at it. Say Maurice Meyer, it said didn't bother showing up to the polls. So this brother decided to sit it out. You see, the Pittsburgh native who holds down a day job as a dishwasher in an Italian restaurant in Market Square pursues entrepreneurial endeavors such as his TikTok channel, as they were nearly 10,000 followers. They said nothing in the presidential election affect his day-to-day life, he said. The 44-year-old black man leaned toward voting for Vice President Kamala Harris based on concerns conveyed by his mother, but he felt the Democratic nominee had never tried to earn his vote. He said, I didn't vote at all. I just didn't see the need. So this brother decided to sit it out. And I told y'all there were black people that sat it out. They say for many black men, it's a Republican Donald Trump's decisive victory over Harris on Tuesday landed like a gut punch. They roughly, 72 million Americans voted to return the former president to power despite a record that included questioning Harris's racial heritage, 2 impeachments, a conviction of 34 felonies, and the violence of January 6th. Of course, you know, this person wrote this, have their biases. They said Trump defeated Harris by holding his base and expanding his margins among black and Latino voters, a confounding statistic for many black men who are trying to figure out what went wrong and how they can keep it from happening again, which clearly is not the black men that voted for Trump. And say to win, many said candidates need to talk and say from the start about policies, which is true. Many people have said that policies, and positions, they're important to black voters, especially men. Glad they say that, especially men, because black men have been overlooked so much. Okay. He said they must persuade and mobilize black communities around those issues, said Khalil Thompson, a political strategist and veteran of Barack Obama's president's campaign. He said, I believe that wasn't a strategy that was adhered to from either side, not just from Democrats, from either side. Okay. Now they said that. Now let me get to this. Black voters have long been the Democrat Party's most loyal voting bloc, often catapulting Democrats to victory. That includes black men who have been the second highest bloc of progressive voters for decades behind black women. Say while Trump didn't win a majority of black votes or Latinos, he did make inroads. He won support from about 13% of black voters nationally and 45% of Latino voters. They say in 2020, Trump won just 8%, let's say, of black voters and 32% of Latinos. But let me say something about this before I keep going, ladies and gentlemen.
This 2024 Google update lets you earn money by watching ads. I feel like I just found a Google cheat code.
And that goes
if you break it down state by state, is much higher, right? Because in my state of Texas, 31% of black men voted for Trump. 31%. In Pennsylvania, black men, 26% for Trump, right? So that's what they're not doing. They're not breaking. See, the Democrats, what they're trying to do in their media is hold that narrative. Well, black men didn't really vote for Trump. Don't lie to yourself. You're not gonna be able to fix your party by lying to yourself. Y'all lied here, lied there, lie. You cannot do nothing without the truth. Okay, knowing the truth shall set you free. Right. Once again, it's not the truth, but knowing the truth. And you Democrats don't want to know the truth. The fact is, if you demonize men, black men definitely in particular, you call us misogynist, you call us we don't want to see a woman this and just talking crap on black men. Black men have been the only men in society that have allowed women to lead our households. Yep. Other groups of men would dare let no woman lead no household. Yep. So black men don't have no problem with women leading in our community. We don't. Okay? But the disrespect was too much in this campaign. Yep. And none of y'all are writing articles about the disrespect of black men. That's right. You can't disrespect black men and expect them to show up. No. I'm not showing up for you. Right. At all. I didn't vote for her.
Nope, I didn't either.
I'm telling you why I didn't vote for her. The economy. I didn't vote for her because of geopolitical issues, these wars. I didn't vote for her because she talked about the unintended gains tax she wants to put on people, right? Her wanting to raise taxes on businesses and everybody else. No. Because the only way that I can pay the people that work with us on our platform is saving money, and especially on taxes. You understand? And if I can't save money on taxes, then it's hurt. Listen, everybody who's entrepreneurs have been hurting this year.
Yep.
And even if you're not an entrepreneur, if you had a job, you're hurting. Why would I go vote for 4 more years of that?
Right.
Why? They'll be stupid. So hell no, I didn't vote for her. Nope. I voted for my pocketbook. It's just that simple. Let's say for months, Trump and his allies pinned part of their strategy of peeling men of color away from the Democratic coalition. The campaign really chipped at the black vote, for instance, with the messages of discontent about the economy, illegal immigration, and cultural war issues. And Trump's team dispatched high-profile surrogates at fast food restaurants, churches, and barbershops in predominantly African-American communities, carrying similar messages. They say white people being racist is not a big issue for me. Former Detroit Mayor Kwame Kilpatrick, whose printed sentence for corruption charges was commuted by Trump. He said, my life doesn't change because somebody white says something racist. It's true. It's true. Like, they can be racist all they want, as long as you don't come to my face with it. You disrespect me or put your hands on me. I don't care what race is. You can keep that in your rural area. I'm cool. Now, let's continue. Say, experts warned months ago how growing pessimism among a segment of black voters, chiefly younger working class men living in urban centers, could bear fruit for the former president. It said a 2022 Pew Research Center poll, let's say, for instance, found 64% of black Americans said the increased focus on issues of race and racial inequality has not led to improvement of the lives of black people. Another 51% of black Americans said they believed racism would worsen over their lifetimes. Let's say, according to a 2023 Washington Post survey, it says strategy paid off. It says 3 in 10 black men under the age of 45 went for Trump, according to AP Vocast figures. It say almost double what he received 4 years ago. And let me say this. Well, this person when they talked about the focus on racism, but they never did nothing about it. So they'll get black people going, this racism and discrimination and anti-black and all, they'll get you all hyped about it. Then when the Democrats get in office, nothing changes. It's still the status quo.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? So they play with your emotions, they get your hopes up and all kind of things, and then they go right back to the status quo.
That's right.
And the Democrats played that game for too long.
Yep.
This election, they didn't do it, but they did say nothing for black people at all, or especially black men. And they knew that, and so their strategy was black men are discontent, black men are not feeling the party. Their strategy was shame, insults, and guilt. That's what it was. Shame, insults, and guilt.
Yep.
And that didn't work.
It didn't
with black men.
It sure didn't.
Black men say you can't shame me enough because I'm looking at my bank account right now on my phone. You can't force me to go vote for no Democrat. When I can go look at the history of my bank account and my statements. And when Trump was in office, I had way more money sitting in my bank account. When Trump was in office, I was taking more vacations. I was taking my family on more vacations when Trump was in office.
Go ahead,
Ain't nothing you could tell me. No shame, anything that you could tell me right now that's gonna change my mind.
Right.
And I'm proud of black men because black men decided that they were not gonna let you Democrats disrespect them no longer.
Right.
They wouldn't go sit up here and go vote for stupidity.
Right.
They don't put nothing in their bank accounts.
Twerking.
Talking about immigration, abortion, LGBT. They don't put a dime
none of that
in any of our bank accounts.
Was going to get our booty.
How did you even think about to run on that?
Right.
I'm trying to understand. The economy is what it is, and that's what you're going to run on? Joy and vibes? That joy don't put nothing in my bank account.
Right.
And black men understand it. Listen, black men have women that they have to take care of, children that they have to take care of. Sometimes we have to take care of our in-laws, our mothers, our fathers, our grandmas. Like, we need money to do that. What if grandma needs some medicine and she's short on cash? We need to step in as men and go help our grandma out. How are we gonna do that on joy and vibes? That's what made y'all lose the election. Black men are tired of playing the game with you Democrats being broke.
That's right.
If going over there with Trump and them is gonna put some money in their pocket, well, it is what it is.
Out of it too.
Oh, they got some racists that follow him. Man, that's black men. We know how to deal with racists.
Yeah.
And most of these quote unquote racists, they're not brave. Trust me, they're not.
Right.
We know them. They're not brave. The only time they get brave, unless it's one of us and 10 of them.
Yep.
Or unless they got like something on them, like a gun or something. Yeah. That's the only time they get brave.
Yeah.
But mano, they're not brave. They bark, but they ain't gonna bite. Yeah. Trust me.
Right.
And that's exactly right. The other part of the
trust me on that. Yeah. Democrats, you just played yourself.
Yeah.
Now you have to figure out a way to say, hey, you know what? We need to get on this with black men on. Black men want to get their paper.
Put somebody in.
And now you have to compete with the Republicans now about how you're going to put more money in the back pocket of black men. Let's continue. Women with Black Men hosted an online forum with dozens of black male canvassers, strategists, and community activists on Wednesday, where many expressed dismay at Trump's return to power, but also expressed sharp criticism toward Democrats. Ambrose Lane, president of Million Man Vote, said the U.S. economy has been robust under Biden. The cost of things and people buy every day remain high to the point where the Harris campaign spoke about stopping the price gouging. He says, so Biden very well could have stopped price gouging during his term before he even passed the reins over to Kamala, but he didn't do that. And so I think that those economic issues played a significant role. He said some blame the convergence of racism and sexism nationwide as a handicap against Harris. Not had nothing to do with it. As a part of that was brought to the forefront by Obama, who was chastised in October when he suggested some black men aren't feeling the idea of having a woman as a president. Preliminary exit polls show roughly 78% of black men pulled a lever for Harris. They say more than any other group of male voters in the country. So if they really had a problem with it, that many wouldn't have voted for her, right?
Right.
They say many in the Win with Black Men discussion called out how millions of eligible black male voters in the battleground states sat out this November.
Yeah.
I told y'all, a lot of people sat it out, and they're admitting that they sat it out. Let's say others saw an agenda to motivate those non-voters ahead of the next election, and say it was even suggested to the group that they should lobby the returning Trump administration on certain policy goals, which was a non-starter for some. They say blacks, they say who voted on the red side, voted against their own interests. No, we didn't. No, we didn't. They say Trump has no interest to help black men. They say Mr. Addy, he's not done a thing for black men in his entire 78 years of living. I don't look at another man to do for me. I look at myself and my God. Why would I be looking at Trump to do something for me? You're a whole grown doggone man. Why are you looking at a man to do something for you? The only thing Trump could do for me is make it easier for me to do for myself.
That's right.
That's the only thing he really can do. It says, as far as the gender friction of the black community, many Wednesday's online meeting praised black women for their role in the election. Holiday President Sisters Lead Sisters Vote, which, among other things, conducts research on black women returning for local and national offices. Said black men engage differently than us politically. It said that doesn't mean that they are misaligned from us. Is that Thompson, the Win with Black Men leader, said that he doesn't fault Harris, who entered the race late and didn't have enough time to engage the black voters in the way they needed to be approached. He said there was excitement around her candidacy. He said, but she did have, but did she have the opportunity to really start a conversation with black men as a candidate? She didn't want to do interviews for almost 40 days.
Yeah.
He said a misstep, he said, was a heavy focus on new media and engagement with social media influence to deliver a message. He said that may have been a unique approach, but not the one I would have taken. Thompson said he would have knocked on more doors and had more direct conversation with voters. Texting is great because the device is in everybody's hand. He said, but it's not as effective as direct conversation. Looking ahead of the group plans to host a series of regional conversations focused on policy, including with conservative leading black men who have voted for Trump. Okay. So this is the thing. No, she was actually on the right path with doing that, because if you go look at Joe Rogan's interview, Trump got 40 some odd million views on the Joe Rogan interview. He wanted to interview her, but she said, I can only be an hour. She messed off an opportunity to go talk to Joe Rogan, and who has a big podcast. You know what I'm saying? And Joe Rogan invited me to go on the podcast and wanted to holler at me for 3 hours. Oh, I'm going, because he got a big platform and I can springboard off of that platform. I mean, you're a dummy not to go on Joe Rogan's platform. It's just that silly. So that's just that simple, right? So no, she didn't do wrong by doing that. She just went too late. And the problem is she started off a bunch of softballs, but she did do the right thing on that, but she just did it too late in the game. She should have did that immediately. If she was smart, she would engage black men first, because black women's already supporting her. She should have went to the black men first and say, hey, what do I need? What does black men need? I got to give it to you. And she didn't talk to black men. You give us some plan, and it's the same recycled plan, just putting black men in it. And then talking about minorities and all kinds of things, so he couldn't take you seriously. Right. You know what I'm saying? And then whatever Trump says, right, wrong, or indifferent, he stands on it.
Yeah.
He don't flip his opinion.
Flip his opinion.
So Democrats, it's a new day. Black men are not
on the plan
playing games with y'all.
Right.
Yeah.
If y'all don't get y'all act together, then there's gonna be a President J.D. Vance
Kamala
in 4 years.
Do anything
Especially if Trump do good,
Man,
and the economy looking great. You better believe black men go vote for J.D. Vance when he run for president. Bottom line. So it's
Kamala said she wasn't gonna do nothing for us specifically. No. So I didn't expect her to do nothing. Yeah, I didn't expect nothing from her.
What I didn't hear what the sister that's on here. What'd you say, sis?
Oh, it's not sister, it's me, the brother.
Oh no, I'm talking about the sister that's on the screen. What she had something that she wanted to say.
She's on the screen. Lady Che went to the bathroom.
Yeah. Oh, she went to the restroom. So he is absolutely right, to the point that how, you know what I'm saying, how you gonna ask a sister, you know what I'm saying, that's not even married to a black man, to turn around and see what issues that you have to have.
Right. She ain't even a sister. She a Brahmin East Indian.
Well, she is a sister, because you have to understand, when you go back to the history or everything else, you have to understand that, you know, this world is
those Brahmins do not like black people.
It's not about the darkness of it, but it's
because they have a caste system. It is about the darkness of it. They have
they do. You know what I'm saying? So they still are our ancestors, even in India. Like when everything
I agree with you to a certain extent. There's Kushites and Nubians in India.
Yeah, in India. And even when they deal with the Ganesha, that comes also from our ancestors. They just do it wrong.
Yeah, and they have a lot of anti-black hatred with their
caste. They do. And they turn around and they separate, still utilizing the Willie Lynch letter and everything else, or however they do with the light and the darker or whatever.
Yeah, because if you look at Gandhi was racist as hell.
Part of our ancestors.
I don't know. I think it's different tribes, if that's the case.
Maybe it might be, but the bottom line is melanation.
Yeah, well, just because somebody's melanated don't necessarily make them a brother or sister. Because melanated people that go against their own. Like the sister Laura Hurston Norton. Zora Neale Hurston said, all skin folk is not kinfolk.
That's right. All skin folk is not kinfolk. But the thing is that, you know what I'm saying, at the end of the day, one thing they have to admit, this world was created by what? One black man and one black woman. And that goes to Harvard or whatever. So all of us came out of it.
Yeah.
That's right. That's our man, Aminette. And it goes on from there.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so.
All right, so what are your thoughts on these Democrats being so shocked that so many black men voted for Trump over.
Well, I think that it's kind of like having the balance to the point that I think that some of them voted for Trump because, and I do agree with the brother out of Texas. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Uncle Phil.
But I think that it also has something to do with the reflection of themselves. Like, we need a healing process that needs to go on in the black community, in with our black men, our black women, and then on top of that, eventually we'll get to the point that we stop calling ourselves black. But that's a whole nother story. But the thing is that I think we just need a healing. I think that not only do the brothers need a healing, the sisters need one too.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And once we heal, we communicate with each other and actually, look in that mirror. And I think that will also create the unity that we need for our families and for us to go forward. Because 2025 is going to be a motherfucker. And I'm going to say, it's going to be a motherfucker. Because our ancestors are here.
Mm-hmm.
Mothership ain't here, but them other ships coming in.
Well,
they
also,
about that a long
2025 is when the sun or the soul is at its maximum.
And they talked about that Funkadelic talked about a long time ago, and they already did the timeline. But 2025, I just, suggest, what do you say? Light as a feather?
Yeah. You're talking about my eye.
Yeah. So we have to go back into my eye, and we have to go every which way with there, because I'm telling you, our ancestors are coming. I'm not talking about we have ancestors that, because we are alive, we are nature, we are
our ancestors, though.
Our ancestors, but they coming through here.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna read something out of my aunt right here. It says, "Do not join a crowd that you meet when it has gathered to fight without a plan, preparation, or purpose. Away from rebels without a cause. When wars are fought, they should be just wars. When plans are made, they should be well made. When people are selected, they should be good people. When rewards are given, they should have been earned." Right. And we have to think about that. And even as you go through my eye and everything that we're supposed to be doing, this is really, all this stuff is fictitious. None of this stuff is really real. Right?
It's a simulation.
It's a simulation of what we are actually really supposed to be doing.
Mm-hmm.
And we haven't gotten to the point of the spirituality on how we're supposed to operate.
Yeah, we're on three fronts.
Yeah.
Spiritually, and physically. We are at war. Right?
We're at war, but the war begins with the physical war.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yep.
That's their war.
Yep.
But the war that we have to win is the spiritual war.
Yep, that part.
You know what I'm saying? Because once we shut them jokers down, when it comes to knowing who we are and grab that throne, how you think them jokers try to take all our history and everything out of the school system and everything else?
Mm-hmm.
Because they don't want you to know who you are.
Right.
They don't want you. You know what they want you to keep you remember? Oh, you came here. They want you to remember tragedy.
Yep.
On a slave ship.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah. Right. Even though we were already here before there was anybody by the name of Columbus.
Here.
Right. And we were reclassified as Black, Negro, and color. Yes. I'm gonna get you in touch with the Moors that I deal with, sister. But I gotta move on to the next topic, which is the post-mortem of the selection. So there's been a lot of weeping and gnashing since the Democrats lost. And Professor Black Truth is gonna give us the update on that.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. There's an old adage from the Washington Post that says the daily paper is the first draft of history, and it makes sense that the white media would originate a phrase like that because it reminds me of another old saying from Napoleon, that history is a lie agreed upon. Now, you put those two ideas together and what do you get? The daily paper is the first draft of a lie agreed upon. And when we look at the aftermath of the 2024 election and the furious attempts to ignore the black elephant in the room, we see this principle in full effect. There's all kinds of people from across the white political and media sphere who have decided that they're going to make it their mission to rewrite what we saw just happen right in front of us. Now, the reason Kamala Harris lost this election is because the black vote stayed home. The Democrats need the black vote to turn out in full, in mass, full numbers if they're to win, especially in those crucial battleground states, because the battleground states almost all are red states, or at least light purple states, that just so happen to have large black cities in them. And that being the case, you got to get the black vote to turn out if you want to have a chance to win. Well, they're not about to admit that black voters are the ones who need to be catered to, and that if you go ahead and make sure that black voters are taken care of, you can win some elections. This is not about winning elections. This is about maintaining the white supremacist racial order in America. That's what this is actually about. So what they've decided is they're going to be pushing these phony counter narratives. They're saying that, well, it was Latino voters, particularly Latino men, who apparently went for Trump in states where they don't even matter, states that may have Latino numbers, but these are states that are blood red to begin with. They only made them a little bit redder. But that's what the white media is pushing. Why? Because white supremacy is not based on anti-Latino racism. It's specifically based on anti-black racism. So it's completely and thoroughly safe to have people who in large part are immigrants from countries that practice heavy anti-black racism and then say, well, you know what? We should be looking at these guys. What is it that they need? That's what the Democrats have been doing. That's what their entire immigration strategy has been about. So as far as they're concerned, this is a perfect way to have their cake and eat it too. But the reality happens to be the Latino voters who may have broken for Trump, I'm talking about the Latino male voters in this case, they're in states that were already red to begin with. So all they did was they simply bolstered Republican numbers there. You don't win a national election by trying to turn a red state blue. It don't work that way. You win national elections by taking red states that have large blue enclaves and appealing to them. The Latinos are not that vote. Black voters, however, in Philadelphia are. They're the ones who can turn a red state blue at least for a night. Georgia's another example. Atlanta is the city that can turn Georgia blue at least for a single night. And that being the case, it doesn't matter what Andrew Yang says about Asian voters, and it doesn't matter what Alexandria Cortez says about Latino voters. They're not the ones who make the difference in that state. It's the black voters in Atlanta who do. But everybody's terrified of admitting to that because everybody wants to be able to say that black people aren't really the ones who are important, even though we're the ones who make things happen. And even after we do, they turn around and say, well, we're going to take care of everybody else anyway. So that's what we're doing. We're educating people through pain. Now, that's the first thing that needs to be remembered. We're not going to be allowing these lies about, oh, it was other groups who turned the election. Latino voters did not matter in the states that they were in because they were already red. And as for Arab voters, we can go ahead and talk about the raging genocide that's taking place in Gaza, but the reality happens to be half of those folk from the uncommitted movement, they decided to break for Kamala anyway and start endorsing her. And as for the Arabs who didn't vote for her, they don't have sufficient numbers to matter, not even in Michigan. It's a matter of Detroit and Flint having stayed home, completely and thoroughly demoralized and disinterested in a politician who wasn't offering them anything. So no, we're not going to let anybody come along and try to rewrite the history books and say, well, you know, it may seem like black voters in Michigan made the difference. It may seem like black voters in Pennsylvania made the difference, but it was actually other groups. In fact, in many cases, they've been so brazen about it, they don't even mention black at all. They're terrified to do so because they know exactly where that conversation leads. And they've already had long experience at trying to head these conversations off at the pass, stop them before they even begin. So that's one pack of lies in the post-election period now that needs to be debunked and knocked down. Michelle Obama talked about don't be afraid to have an uncomfortable conversation. Well, here's an uncomfortable conversation she doesn't want to have. Who lost the election? Well, the ski-wee contingent lost. The Boule bootlicks lost. The Tethers lost. At least the ones on the left lost. Candace Owens and those Tethers on the right are probably wagging their tails right now. Among the biggest losers, however, is the old media, especially the old dead black media. The Charlemagne the Frauds, and the Angela Ryes with lettuce and tomatoes on the side, and the DJ Penis Envies, and the Joke Reeds, and the other bootlicks are now proven as irrelevant as we've always said that they are. They don't have any influence. They got out there pushing all the lies, selling the soap. This is about abortion. This is about abortion. They said it nonstop. Jonathan putting on his cape heart was on the news, practically crying in tears. All these Negroes who the white media employs, whose purpose is supposed to be to lead you and me around by the nose. The white media puts them in front of a camera, or it puts them behind a microphone in a radio station somewhere. But as I've always told you, the white media can give you a platform, but what they can't give you is legitimacy.
That's right.
Only the black grassroots can give you that. Right. And when it comes to these black bootlicks that the white media puts on, yeah, they'll get up there and they'll go ahead and sing the song loud as they can. But the thing is, you didn't care. You tuned them out. You didn't listen. Right. So all of these Negroes that the white media's propped up, they've shown that it was just a waste of time and money. Mm-hmm. These are the safe Negroes who white media employs in order to deceive and hoodwink you and me. Yep. Otherwise, why is it that these guys were not the ones who were pointing out that Kamala Harris was falling behind and who she was falling behind with? They should be saying what we're saying, but they're not. It's because they're all part of the exact same white media apparatus. They want to be plugged into that same machine because that's what feeds them. What's happened during this election cycle has revealed what amounts to a paradigm shift in political discourse. The mainstream media still has their outlets. They've still got the advantage of what legacy media can give them. But what they don't have at this point is a monopoly anymore. Their monopoly has now been broken. It hasn't been destroyed, but it no longer has the complete and thorough absolute stranglehold that it used to. The people online, folks like the new black media, we are now starting to drive the events. They're terrified by it, they hate it, but what we're also showing is we can have an impact. Isn't that something? Podcasters have more influence. You want to know why? It's because when people like you listen to people like me, you understand that I'm coming from the same place you are.
Right.
Call us whatever you want, citizen journalist, whatever. But the reason that you put your faith in people like myself is because we don't live in some ivory tower somewhere like Magic Johnson and D.L. Hughley. Right. These clowns who will tell you that you need to just grin and bear it while the Democrats give away everything to everybody except for you, and that you need to sacrifice for everybody else. We don't tell you that crap. You'll never see us on the cheese and croissant circuit or at the cocktail parties in the Hollywood Hills somewhere or doing $1,000 a plate brunches somewhere for fundraising. We don't do that kind of stuff. And the reason why is we come from the black street. That's the reason why. We come from the black grassroots. That's the reason why I've been out here for 15 plus years. It would be very easy for people like myself to sell out, but the truth of the matter is I still got to be able to look in the mirror in the morning and like what I see, and I can't look in the mirror and see a sellout. I can't live with that. Now, the D.L. Hughleys can do it, the Roly-Poly Martins can do it, the Joke Reeds can do it, and the rest of these fakers, frauds, phonies, and fools, sellouts, suckers, and simps, they can go ahead and do that. But you and I can't. We should never do that. So that's the reason why you listen to people like me. You listen to people like me precisely because you know that I'm not sitting here trying to represent the interests of some political party or their big money, deep pocket donors in the background somewhere. I'm representing yours. I'm trying to speak up for you. That's why the message hasn't changed in 15 plus years, and it's not going to change. Right. I'm here for the long haul, and so are the rest of the new voices of black media. Yeah. We come from your ranks, and you recognize that. You also recognize that the Charlemagne, the Frauds, and others, they sold out a long time ago. These are the people, they're just trying to get themselves a book deal. They're trying to climb the ladder of white media fame. They're trying to find a comfortable place under white supremacy so they can never get out here and actually speak the truth. Do you truly believe that if any of the new voices of black media had had an opportunity to interview Kamala Harris, that it would have been a bunch of softball questions about, tell me about your faith and tell me about you growing up and the rest of this crap? No. These idiots, they actually are out here trying to find ways to fool you into thinking that this is what an interview is supposed to be. No. If you cannot stand in front of the people that you want the support of and answer tough questions, then you don't deserve to represent them. You don't deserve to be their leader. You haven't earned it. Kamala tried to stick to shea butter Twitter. She tried to stick to bootlick media, and look where it got her. Yeah, you got a lot of idiots, some potheads, some intersectionalists, and other assorted losers who may listen to these clowns, but they're not the ones who are going to get off their couch to actually do anything. The people who would actually get up and vote happen to be the black grassroots, but we didn't have anything to vote for, so a lot of us voted for the couch this time around. Charlemagne the Fraud doesn't appeal to people who actually move. He appeals to the people who want to sit in front of the radio, yuck it up, listen to his stupid little asinine shuck and jive routine while they're smoking a joint. And these are the same people who then after that ain't going to produce nothing. So that being the case, having these little safe spaces for these bootlicks and shills, that may be what Kamala wanted, but it wasn't what she needed. But then again, what was she offering? Nothing. So she had to hide. And that's what it amounts to. If you're dealing with these little intersectionalists and the rest of these sellouts, you're not actually talking to the Black community. You're attempting to try to bypass the Black community. And if there's one thing you ought to know by now, the road to the White House runs straight through the Black community. There is no way to bypass it. There's no road around that. And increasingly, as more and more Black people listen to the new voices of Black media, it's going to become obvious you're going to have to deal with us at some point. See, Kamala Harris, she made a huge mistake with that. She just ceded so much of the entire field to her opponent. Donald Trump certainly recognized the ability of these white media podcasters to have a positive impact on his election. That's what happened when he was catering to Alex Jones and more recently to Joe Rogan. He understood that principle. Kamala Harris, on the other hand, didn't. Donald Trump, love him or hate him, and I certainly don't like him, but he actually went and talked to the National Association of Black Journalists. I don't know why. But what it proved is this man would go in front of any audience and actually talk to them. Kamala Harris can't say that. She hides from audiences. And as a result, she tried to talk to people who she thought were already in the tank for her, and she wound up preaching to the choir. And what happened was the choir barely showed up. Trump did not win this election so much as Kamala Harris and the Democrats threw it away. What the Democrats have done is a perfect case study in how to totally demoralize your own constituency. Years and years of broken promises on the few occasions they actually bothered to make any promises, and then prioritizing everyone but their base, and then the coup de grace, insulting their base, publicly scolding and excoriating their own base for daring to demand that they be listened to and obeyed. Trump never did those things. I guess that's why he's on his way back to the White House, and Kamala Harris is on her way out. She spent election night at Howard University, reportedly, with the rest of the irrelevant Black Boule Greek frat sellouts. And then, after the networks began to report that she had lost the election, she didn't even have the decency or character to address those throngs of poor lost souls who called themselves Howard's student body. Instead, she slithered off like a snake and no doubt spent the night crying herself to sleep. And I have to say, have yourself a good cry, Kamala. You deserve it.
Right.
All she was offering was marijuana and crypto. Is that the kind of thing that works in California? You offer to get people high and to keep them distracted chasing crypto coins, and that's supposed to make them vote for you? Must be a California thing. Talk about failure to read the room. Our issues are not marijuana and crypto. Our issues are reparations. She gave a flat no to that one, so we remembered it. And the Black media made sure you remembered it. But there's been other sellouts out here who've been mirroring the exact same contempt that Kamala Harris has. Whoopi Goldberg's a prime example of how archaic and pointless these mouthpieces are. She went on TV and she told millennials and Gen Zers that the reason they can't buy a house isn't because Kamala and company sold out to America's largest landlords like Blackstone. Whoopi said, no, the problem is you young people, you just don't want to work. Oh, you want to work 4 hours a week, you're not going to be able to afford a home on that, as if that's what's actually happening. I mean, the heifer actually had the nerve to say that. She dragged out that old conservative saw about, you young people just don't want to work. Why, back in my day, back in Whoopi Goldberg's day, the dollar hadn't been completely devalued. Right. And houses cost only a fifth or less of what they cost today. That's what it was when she was coming up. The young and middle-aged, for that matter, today, they're not lazy at all. Nobody works harder than the poor.
That's right.
This was what Whoopi Goldberg was saying. This millionaire Whoopi, when was the last time that she worried about housing prices? Way back in the late 70s, very early 80s? And how much did houses cost then? Probably far less than they do today, and there was a hell of a lot more inventory available. That's because the government hadn't sold out to big consortiums like Blackstone and BlackRock, or allowed corporations like Airbnb to help people put together schemes to artificially decrease the number of houses on the market. We didn't have NIMBYism and other sorts of social degradation in the minds of certain homeowners who want to make it where nobody can build anything because they figured they're protecting the price of their asset. I can't allow you to build any more houses because that would bring down the value of my home. So the less homes there are, the more valuable my house is. These are the forces that the millennials, the Gen Zers, and many of Gen X are having to contend with. Whoopi Goldberg didn't know that before she ran her mouth and didn't care. Now, this is a left-wing mouthpiece we're talking about here. These are the people who, allegedly, to hear them tell it, they're on the side of the young, the disenfranchised, and yet, when it came down to it, she wound up talking about the under 50 crowd the same way the racist right-wing morons do.
Yep.
Well, hell, with an attitude like that, who needs Republicans?
Right.
This collective attitude by the clueless left is why this all came as such a surprise that they lost. This is what happens when you practice cocooning yourself off with a whole bunch of other clueless people and you sit around in a circle telling yourselves how smart and how right you are. There's only a very small number of people who actually benefited from the Biden-Harris economy. As for the rest of the working class, they were completely left out. These are the people that they should have been listening to. Instead, as with everything else, they decided, no, we're going to surround ourselves with people who are going to say what we already want to hear. And they didn't have to hear anything they didn't want to hear, including a majority of their would-be voters telling them, we're not going to vote for you. They didn't hear that part either. This is supposed to be the Democratic Party here, the ones who falsely claim to care about young people because they were going to eliminate student loan debt, right? By the way, how's that working out? Celebrities like Whoopi Goldberg are the reason Kamala lost. She likes to sit there and wall herself off in the homes of people like George Clooney and others. They sit around drinking fine wine, laughing to themselves about how clever they think they are and how they know better than everyone else. They're not out of touch because they were never in touch to begin with.
Right.
Well, Whoopi has a TV show, but in the era of online media, she no longer has influence, not that she ever did.
Right.
She certainly has no influence with the young, which is why she has no problem insulting them. Well, as she learned this week, those same young people didn't turn out to vote for Kamala. Yep. I guess they were just too lazy to, huh? Or perhaps they were too tired from all the work that they've had to do just to keep their own heads above water. What Whoopi Goldberg did was to say the quiet part out loud. She said publicly what it is that people like Kamala Harris and her ilk say privately behind closed doors. And as a result, we see that people like her don't know or care about how society's changed. They're not just clueless, but contemptible about the very people who are demanding changes that are needed. And this goes for your so-called alternative leftist media, too. They're also trying to paint their own reality. They've got as much contempt for black people as anybody on the white right. I've seen a number of them, white of course, who have put aside any pretensions that they respected black voters. In the immediate aftermath of this election, a lot of them felt comfortable, or rather uncomfortable enough, probably in all sorts of disarray, that they just couldn't help but let the mask slip. Many of them have openly said that they were glad that Obama was lecturing black men and that they felt this helped to keep Kamala's numbers from going lower than they otherwise would have been.
For all the yelling at black men, they turned out exactly as they normally do for Democrats. So thanks to Obama and the Harris campaign for doing that. It was Latino voters and young voters, Bernie's coalition. That was a big part of the difference.
Now, did you hear what this heifer said? Barack Obama got out there excoriating black men, scolding black men, and she said, thank you for that. Thanking Barack Obama for insulting the black community and making sure to do it in front of the world. Thanking Barack Obama for finger wagging at the black community, yet another litany of him insulting and condescending to us, and she said, thank you for that. She was grateful for that. She's thanking him for that, giving him a pat on the back. Yeah, Barack, thank you for that. That's exactly what needed to happen. The damned insult. This is your white leftist liberals here.
Yep.
Now, that's what she was saying about Barack Obama insulting and denigrating black men in this election. But here's my question. Do you truly believe that her attitude is different about what Barack Obama was doing back in 2007 when he came on the political scene and started his finger wagging at the black community?
Nope.
And insulting black men and black women when he was president his first term and then his second term and then when he left office? Do you think that she felt differently about that? Or do you think she had the same attitude of, well, the black voters in general need to have someone wag their finger at them? So while we were outraged at the magic mulatto insulting us and calling himself excoriating and scolding us, the white liberals were only too glad to see it. No matter what they said before, because a lot of them weren't saying this stuff boldly before the election, but once the election was over, hell, they felt like they could go ahead and say what they really thought because it didn't matter at this point. And this is what they really think. The election is over now, and their Trojan cow lost. So now they feel emboldened to say what they really think. Don't offer black people anything, just insult them, scold them, call them names. That's all you got to do. That's a good thing. Barack Obama did good. That was very helpful. Don't dare be respectful towards black people, and definitely don't listen to them. Just insult them and tell them then go vote for you. You got to slap black people around. That's what you got to do. This is your so-called alternative media leftists saying this. They're openly endorsing that abusing the Black community is what they see as the right political posture to take towards us. Well, then I'd like to know, why doesn't this white woman endorse that same strategy with white women like herself? After all, 52% of white women voted for Trump this year, and the same way that they did in 2020 and 2016. White women keep going for Trump. This after a white woman, E. Jean Carroll, successfully sued him for rape, and yet 52% of white women voted for Trump regardless. Didn't matter how many of them grab him by the you-know-what videos got replayed over and over again. That didn't bother white women at all. White women just like her. Notice how your white liberals don't excoriate white women. Not the politicians, and definitely not your white talking heads. Why aren't people like this white woman saying that someone needs to send Hillary Clinton to wag her finger at white women, to scold white women, and tell them maybe they aren't feeling having an Asian woman as president? Yeah, that should work, huh? You're mad about the price of gasoline and groceries, and you think that that's more important than having an Asian woman as president? Don't make it where the country falls victim to your rage, as Michelle Obama said. Why don't they go ahead and lecture white women like that? They wouldn't dare. Right. Because this is not about winning an election for them. It's about maintaining the racial pecking order in America, and they're not about to demand that they, as white people, be insulted, harassed, humiliated, or talked down to. They'll demand that they be listened to and obeyed. That's what they demand. If you were truly serious about trying to make sure that there was some sort of electoral change, why not tell the group of people who have the least reason to vote for Trump, tell them that they shouldn't be voting for him at all? Why not go up to white women and wag your finger at them and lecture them? They wouldn't dare do that. It's these white liberals, and you notice that it's the white female liberals who are usually the most strident and blatant about it. They never support either party going to white women and calling them out about anything. These white talking heads, even the ones you see online, they never do that. They don't make it a point that, oh, we got to talk about the problem with white women. White women voters are the problem. They never do that, not even once. Doesn't matter if all these white women are going for Trump or not. They never do that. And the ones who are on the right, they don't do it either, because they understand that they don't want to have to actually cross that line or tiptoe across it. Are we going to start calling white people out on a regular basis? No. They know exactly what side their bread's buttered on. They don't want any bricks taken away from that particular wall. So you're not going to call them out about anything. And if anyone actually did come up to this white woman and say, well, you know what? White women did break for Trump. This is the third time in a row they've done it. Why won't white women stop supporting the rapist? Why doesn't somebody wag their finger at these white female voters? Why doesn't somebody scold them and tell them off? Why doesn't somebody get them told, let them know that they need to get back in line? If you did that, this white woman, the one on your screen, I bet you she would say what all of them say. Well, a message like that would be kind of a turnoff. You can't really expect that to resonate for white women. Well, any constituency wouldn't be too receptive to that. That's what she would say if anyone tried to specifically scold white women. They would never endorse it or praise it. This is what I was telling you in yesterday's briefing, that these white liberals would never change their anti-black attitudes simply because they lost an election. Here they are, having lost to a twice impeached, multiple-time convicted criminal, a sexually rapacious insurrectionist, and they're saying that insulting black male voters was the right thing to do. This is the way that they're talking after an unprecedented, historically humiliating loss. Now, can you imagine how much more strident and obnoxious they would be if Kamala Harris had won? Because this is how they're talking in the face of a defeat when they're at their lowest. If Kamala Harris had won, you better believe they would all be saying, well, you know what? This is what works, and we're going to do this all the time. But this is what they're saying anyway after defeat. So what does that tell you? What that means is scolding black people, abusing black people, verbally harassing and trying to denigrate and humiliate black people, that's more important to them than winning an election. That's what they're saying. To them, that's the entire point. It's not a means to an end. Attacking black people, insulting black people, running us into the ground, that's an end unto itself. They would be doing that regardless, win or lose. And a woman like this, she'll be sitting here trying to tell you that she's different than the white corporate media. She's different than those talking heads on white cable. Does she sound any different? No. Is she expressing an opinion that's different where black people are concerned, or is she sounding exactly just like the rest of them? I keep trying to tell you, family, you have no friends. So in the days coming out of this historic election, let's stay on our guard and on our square. Let's make sure we don't let anybody try to rewrite the history books about the reality of what actually happened here. The black vote stayed home and handed the Democrats this historic loss.
That's right.
When you disrespect the black vote, you will pay. If you dare to come up to us empty-handed, you're going to leave empty-handed. We're not going to put a ballot in your hand. We're going to give you air. That's exactly what we're going to give you.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to be the new normal. And all these people out here who've been thinking to themselves that they've been flying under the radar because they pretend to say a few conciliatory things about black people were not fooled.
Right.
They know the real reason that this election went the way it did, just like we do.
Mm-hmm.
And it scares the hell out of them. But you know what? We're not going to stop pushing for what it is that we're owed. White supremacy has been around for far too long. And it's been people like this who have been keeping it propped up.
Yep.
And it's our mission, our duty, our glory to knock it down. And if they decide that they're going to be standing by white supremacy no matter what, well, what can I say? They'll be getting knocked down right alongside it. And you know what? The New Voices of Black Media wrote the final chapter of Kamala Harris's story, and we have no problem writing the final chapter of these other mouthpieces' story too. Good day, and be one.
Thank you, Professor Black Truth. Sister, what are your thoughts on what Professor Black Truth just laid out for us with the?
Well, so my thoughts on what he was saying is that I actually agree on everything that he said, because you have to understand, when was the Democratic Party actually formulated? We have to look at the dates and everything with that.
During Reconstruction, during antebellum slavery.
Yeah, okay. So we already made a decision, right?
Yep.
As brothers and sisters, that we were not going to be involved in the Democratic Party. We was actually going to be Republican.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Did we already make that decision?
Yeah, in the 1800s.
In the 1800s, right? And then through the Reconstruction era and everything else, right? They turned around. This is the thing that nobody wants to see. Even the KKK, that's a ploy from the government.
And the KKK was created by the Democrats. The KKK was created by Nathan Forrest, who was a Southern Democrat.
Democrat. Okay. And then on top of that, they utilized that. Yep. And they capitalized on that, because even after the chattel slavery, we turned around and did the Reconstruction era, had our own. Yep. Oklahoma, Tulsa, Oklahoma was not the only Black Wall Street.
No, there were Black Wall Streets all over this country.
All over the country.
That they bombed and flooded and destroyed.
Right? And then they talk about bombs being dropped. There was a bomb dropped not only in Tulsa, Oklahoma, but there was a bomb dropped in Philadelphia.
Yep.
And also in Florida.
Yep. In 1985, Move got bombed from the air.
Yep. By the air.
And Rosewood was destroyed.
Rosewood was destroyed. That was in Florida.
Yes, ma'am.
So the thing is that, here we go. Let's go. Don't believe the hype.
Yep. Oh, Flavor Flav.
The hype.
Yep. So the hype is it was the white women, the white men, and the Latinos that gave the election to Trump, but really it was Black participation that gave him, or lack of participation, that put his orange Cheeto self back in the White House.
Well, it was also a lack of participation, but I'm gonna tell you something. I don't know if brothers and sisters like me or however they're gonna do, but in actuality, Trump was really not that bad.
Right.
I'm not saying that he didn't say things or whatever, but he was trying to tell you something. Just like, all right, when the coronavirus hit, right? Trump had that doctor up there and she was a black woman, right? And I remember what he said. He said, "Oh, take this or how whatever." And they gonna say, "How you gonna get all that stuff?" Whatever. But then he said he's talking about the bleach. Now, technically, if you do take bleach in your system, but nobody, he didn't tell anybody to actually do it.
Yeah.
You gotta understand, Trump is like, he's like an old motherfucker, and he's trying to tell you stuff, but they actually had that woman he was talking about had the remedy, but then he couldn't get. He tried to give it, then they slammed him for that, and then they came out with that shit to go get at the pharmaceutical, and you got naproxen. Naproxen is also something they use in the military, in the government, right? That burns you or whatever. But he actually gave you the original remedy. One of the original remedies that he gave you
was washing your funky, stinky ass. They said, wash your hands, wash yourself. That's the way to avoid transmission. And wear these ridiculous masks. Oh, we lost the sister. All right. Hopefully she comes back. I don't know what happened, but we just lost her. Lady Che, you just came back. Just played Professor Black Truth the day after the election. And he dropped a lot of knowledge on the importance of the black turnout or not of it. We didn't participate. A lot of us sat on the couch. So you missed this, so I don't know what your thoughts are on it. Oh, well, okay, so what are your thoughts on it?
Oh, speak to the pipe chat.
Oh, is that sister?
My thoughts on what's the day after the sitting out.
Oh, there she is.
What?
Yeah. Oh, welcome back, sister. We had lost you.
Oh yeah, I don't know. When I was talking about Trump, the whole computer shut down.
Oh yeah, that'll do it.
My computer actually shut down. No, I'm serious.
Wow. Wow, that's it.
When I was trying to tell you guys about the black doctor, the female doctor he got with from Nigeria.
Yeah.
So it just shut down. And so anyway.
Yeah, we didn't want that information getting out. All right, well, I'm going to move us to the next topic, and that is, because this video I played was actually premature, but I'm glad I got it out the way. The next topic is how Trump won. Basically, how did Trump beat Kamala? Again, from Professor.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. Yesterday was election day, but in political terms, it turned out to be more like Judgment Day. Yeah, it's deja vu all over again. I had said that this election was shaping up to be a repeat of 2016, and that's how it turned out. And while Kamala Harris didn't make all the same mistakes that Hillary Clinton made, she managed to make a number of mistakes that amounted to the same thing. Now, the takeaway from all of this is, if the Democrats had fought for and stuck up for black voters the same way that they do for the Israelis and illegal aliens from south of the border, then they wouldn't have lost the presidency and both houses of Congress in a single night. You see, that's the Democrats' entire MO. They stick up for illegal aliens and foreign countries, but not for black Americans. That's deliberate. They want to make it excruciatingly clear that they are far more concerned about people who aren't even citizens than they are about black Americans right here at home. That's how determined Democrats are to ignore us. They will gladly commit political suicide if they think it's going to mean ignoring black voters. So we return the favor. Now, on a side note, truth be told, I went to bed about my normal time last night because my hopes and dreams didn't hinge on the outcome of this election. We in the black grassroots, we have an agenda of our own, and we're going to keep pursuing that regardless of the outcome. But For the result to be what it was is significant in that it makes a direct connection between Black voter anger and the Democrats' defeat. And to have immediate consequences for ignoring us is important. The white media will never admit this because they're determined to never do anything that validates our power. But it's important that we know this. Okay, let me say this right off the bat. The orange man's victory changes nothing for us on reparations. It may be good on immigration if he takes a hard line on that one, but if his first term is any indication, he'll be more talk than action on that one. Remember, Republicans cater to the corporations who rely on illegal immigrants as cheap labor, and the banking interests who also rely on them for those remittance fees. If Trump truly wanted to stop illegal immigration dead, he would punish the businesses who employ these illegals, the landlords who give them places to live, and he would push legislation to stop banks from letting them send money home. But since everybody makes so much money off of it, I doubt that's going to happen, especially since these are donors to Trump. So while I think that there could potentially be some peripheral policy changes regarding Black folks that might be beneficial, the truth of the matter is any of the big stuff is not going to be happening under Trump any more than it would have under Kamala Harris. But at the very least, if we cannot all be equally comfortable, we're all going to be equally uncomfortable.
That's right.
That's the takeaway from this election. The most important thing I want you to remember and that I want you to let people know is the Black vote did this. Let it be known. The Black vote did this and no one else. They want to blame us. You're doggone right. You can go ahead and blame the Black vote. If there's anger about this, then I want you to stoke it. I want you to throw it in their faces and tell them, yeah, we did this to you. People run around like Nina Turner, terrified. They're going to be blaming Black men for this. Good. I've been saying that ever since she said those words. Good. I hope they blame us. I want them to. When they sit there and go, Black men, you didn't turn out, you did this to us. Them brothers, you take credit for that. You tell them you're damn right. We are to blame. We did this to you. You insulted us. You disrespected us. You ignored our interests. You tried to pretend like we didn't exist. You prioritized everybody over us. So this is the clapback.
Period.
We chose to stay home. You can call us all the names you want. Call us anything you want. But the one name you also better call us is the swing vote. And the same thing goes for Black women, too. Sisters, you better be sure to tell those scumbags when they say, well, them Black men, they're to blame for this. When Shea Butter Twitter comes crawling out of their refrigerators and starts saying, oh, these Black men, they to blame. You tell them, hey, the brothers didn't do it alone. We had to help. This was a group effort, family. Black men and Black women stood together on business. This was the Black vote replicating exactly what we did in 2016. We showed that we can tip the scales in the Democrats' favor or against them. They've ignored us for years and years, and we showed that we could punish them by ignoring them for a single night. A lot of these folks who are out there desperately hoping and crossing their fingers, twisting their fingers into knots is more like it, desperately hoping that they could conjure magic with phony headlines about Kamala Harris being up 10 points in this state. She's up 5 points in Iowa, et cetera, et cetera. They were trying all their tricks and it didn't work. So what's happened here is an enormous political humiliation for all of them. This is going to be remembered as the greatest single political comeback in American history. Nothing even comes close. I wish it hadn't happened for the orange man because he's not representing our interests, but the truth of the matter is it wouldn't have happened at all if Democrats had treated Black voters like a crucial constituency instead of defying us, insulting us, and ignoring us. Right. Now they're reaping the results. They chose to prioritize AIPAC, and AIPAC went ahead and supported the Republicans. They did it to themselves. Donald Trump won all of the battleground states. We'll get to the particulars in a moment, but this is the failure of the Biden-Harris administration. They've lost the presidency in both houses of Congress in a single night. Trump and his MAGA lunatics are going to come into office controlling the executive and legislative branches, and because white fragility is the core of the white identity in America, they'll be doing all kinds of performative extremist crap just to prove that they're quote-unquote in charge. But you know what? For Black folks, it's only going to amount to a somewhat louder, much more obnoxious version of the same benign neglect we've been subjected to for the last 4 years. Those of you who are saying, but Trump, he going to let the cops kill Black folks. What the hell do you think Kamala and Biden have been doing? The numbers of Black people killed by the thugs in blue has actually been higher for the last 4 years than it was under Donald Trump. And what the hell is Kamala and Biden been doing about that? Flooding the police with more money, rewarding them for it. That's what. At least under Trump, when Black people get killed, Black folks are actually going to say, you know what? Whoever's in that White House needs to be held accountable. People actually get off their butts about it. They can't roll over in bed or turn on the TV or change the channel or hit the snooze button or what have you. They can't do that. With Trump in there, they might feel like they actually have to get off their butts and do something. And that is something that we have needed. And a lot of them are scared of that. because they're lazy. They don't want to have to actually fight for anything, not even for themselves. So that being the case, now they're being faced with the proposition. Either you're going to fight or you'll be killed where you stand. I think they'll do like they did in 2020. A lot of folks who have been sitting back doing nothing, suddenly they're going to get galvanized. But speaking of lack of galvanization, I, for one, simply cannot believe that the Democrats' strategy of insulting black voters didn't work. I mean, the finger wagging and the insults and the lecturing, all of this in the home stretch to the election. I simply can't believe that bringing out bootlicking celebrities who do not live near us and have nothing in common with us when it comes to our economics, Negroes who think that they've escaped blackness like Magic Johnson, or bringing out a washed-up, pathetic, has-been former president to sit there and call him, I'm talking to the brothers. Well, you ain't even one of the brothers, so don't worry about it. Right. Or bringing out his wrinkled up hag of a wife to condescend to those voters. I simply can't believe that that didn't get black voters to do an about face and vote for nothing. I mean, gee, if that kind of thing doesn't work, nothing will, right? See, Republicans don't do things like that. No matter how wrong and irrational the GOP base is, and their base is back crap crazy, the Republicans don't finger wag at their people. They don't lecture them. They don't talk down to them or disrespect them. They do the opposite. They stick by their lunatic fringe base no matter what. That's why their base sticks by them. Democrats, on the other hand, they make it their mission to attack the people who they claim to represent simply because those people demand the things they need. So both parties work together to maintain a racist status quo. Republicans fight for what the dominant society wants, and the Democrats openly refuse to do anything about it. And that brings us to Kamala Harris. Oh, yeah, they went ahead and tried to switch horses in midstream, and they wound up losing, just not by as much. Kamala Harris thought that she could BS her way through the election. She's still no better than the local Oakland-level attorney that she was 35 years ago. She was never any higher caliber than a county courthouse-level mind. She was in way over her head. This is what happens when she doesn't have the California political machine behind her, when she doesn't have her boyfriend, low-down Willie Brown, to go ahead and say, Trump, don't crowd Kamala, Trump, don't crowd Kamala. She wasn't able to do any of that. They didn't have the California political machine to put its thumb on the scales. She had to come out here into the rest of the country and face black voters who were actually the majority in these cities, or in many cases, at least tip voters at the state level. And this is who she had to contend with. And what she found was the shucking and jiving that she did, the talking in circles, that don't fly. Nope. The Democrats are finding out the hard way. They're in a very different political environment now. People are demanding that they get yeses to their questions, not talking around their questions. And if you attempt it, they'll turn their backs on you. Mm-hmm. This is what happens when you raise the political IQ of a group. Kamala Harris did everything she could to limit her interview to friendly outlets, and even her Fox News interview was cut short. Her Democrat handlers knew that she was a problem, that she sucks at interviews, she has no answers, so their plan was to try to hide her away, limit her exposure, and pray to God that she could fly under the radar. You had all these people sitting here going, well, the election, it's going to be close. Turned out it wasn't that close at all, was it? Trump positioned himself once again as the vehicle for voter grievance. Angry white people who the system has always produced for can whine about what little they hallucinate about not getting. But disaffected Democrats who are tired of having to fight against the very Democrats they put into office, they could use Trump as their way to punish Democrats and their supporters. This was the Democrats' race to lose. But they've shown that they're totally suicidally devoted to defying their base. Democracy was not on the ballot, no matter what the white media may tell you. Getting black voters to accept nothing, that's what was on the ballot. Well, we turned it down. I don't know about you, but for the last few months, we were told that Kamala's victory was supposed to be guaranteed. Then, as we've gotten closer to Election Day, a new narrative began to emerge. It's going to be neck and neck, and we won't be able to call the winner for days after the election because it will take that long to tally all the votes. That's what they've been saying, isn't it? That Kamala and Trump have been so close in the polls that it would be impossible to know the winner in one night. Well, as with so much else the white media said, they were dead wrong. Exactly. And by the way, Alan Lichtman, you know, the guy with his so-called keys to the presidency that the white media has been making so much hullabaloo about. Yeah. This guy's been saying that Kamala's going to win. And the white media has just been hyping this guy as being a fortune teller. And his presidential prediction system is foolproof, remember? Well, it turned out that he was the fool. Speaking of wrong, there was talk about Kamala being ahead of Trump in an Iowa poll. The woman who's responsible for that poll, her credibility also went down the toilet because she was saying that Kamala was going to win by 3 points. Instead, Trump won the state by 6. If there's anyone who's proven that he can defy political gravity, it's the orange man. All of those people with their wishful thinking and their superstitions and their make-believe about election results, their old wives' tales about this election and what it would hinge on, dead wrong, all of them. And these are supposed to be the experts. The one thing that none of them dared to admit is that this election would hinge on Black voter turnout, which is the same thing it always hinges on. If you can galvanize enough Black people in large enough numbers in those swing states, the Democrats win. Trying to be the party of the coast doesn't work. But if they actually come into the interior states, they actually have to deal with Black voters head on. They've determined that they're not going to do that. So they chose to lose. That's what they chose to do. They have simply proved what we've known all along. For the white left, they're not running against the Republicans. They're running against anything that they think would empower Black people. The lesson to be learned here is when you make insulting the Black community the foundation of your presidential campaign, you will lose badly. Kamala Harris has to live with the fact that she lost the election to a guy who tried to overthrow the government 4 years ago. She's going to have to live with that. And so will Joe Biden, and so will Barack Obama, and so will Michelle Obama, and the rest of those fakers, frauds, phonies, and fools. They got to live with this. Yeah, this is the send-off for Barack Obama that he should have gotten. A second humiliating defeat at the hands of the orange man. That's the lesson to be learned here. You spit in the Black community's face, and what will happen is they'll stay home. Abortion will not be a substitute for having an actual Black agenda. Offering Black people weed and crypto ain't gonna cut it. Rahm Emanuel and his Biden Republicans failed to materialize. There will be no end run around the Black vote is what this election proves. And you're not going to insult or humiliate us to the polls either. Ask Donald Trump how that went for him in 2020. He antagonized Black voters for 4 straight years. And in 2020, Black voters in the midst of a pandemic turned out and threw him out. That's why he learned to keep his mouth shut this time around. When Steve Bannon got out of prison this week, the first thing Bannon did was start doing a pretend solidarity with Black prisoners. Bannon's a good old boy from Virginia. And it was all a pathetic act, but it goes to show that even he recognized that this election would hinge on whether Black voters turned out in large numbers. So rather than antagonize Black voters, it was best to keep their mouths shut. And considering the fact that Donald Trump is desperately hoping to keep himself out of prison, that's the reason why he decided he wasn't going to be running his mouth about the Black community like he did when he was president. Now back to Kamala. She did everything she could to avoid facing Black voters, holding political rallies where she had nothing but celebrities out there. That was the reason people were showing up. People were showing up to see the stars. They weren't showing up to see Kamala Harris. In fact, as soon as she took the stage, people started booing at her. That's because they didn't care about her. She didn't have anything to offer. People came to see Jennifer Lopez. They came to see Beyonce. They came to see Meg Thee Stallion. They weren't there to see Kamala Harris. But that's what she thought. She was hoping that would be a substitute. Well, they're not here to see me. At least they'll be here to see something, right? It doesn't work. That simply doesn't work. Setting up rallies and staged political theater at Black barbershops is no substitute for the lack of Black support that you got. And making sure whoever is at these meetings isn't going to ask any tough questions about anything that Black people care about, that's a surefire way to show Black people they can just stay home. See, Kamala thought that she was brilliantly dodging Black concerns and manufacturing good optics for herself. I got these Black people in front of me, and they're going to sit here and tell me how great I am, and I'm going to tell them, you know what? I feel your pain. Whatever is good for the Black community is good for America. Instead, what we heard was a whole bunch of gibberish, a whole bunch of word salad. She reinforced and re-emphasized that she wasn't offering us anything. That's all we heard. She was sitting there talking a whole lot of nothing, and those bootlicking Negroes who sat there with their shucking and jiving what they're exposed to.
Nice. Greetings, Dr. Truth Bay. Thank you for joining Frontline Black News tonight, or this morning. You got like, it sounds like a fax machine or something in the background. Greetings, Dr. Truth Bay. Can you hear us?
Greetings, Dr. Truth Bay. Are you there? Is she there? She's in there.
She's here, but she had like some background. She has to unmute her mic.
Okay.
Dr. Truth Bay?
Yes, greetings, Black Power. Can you hear me?
Yes, Black Power.
Black Power.
Thank you for joining our Frontline Black News. We're going over this election. I was playing Professor Black Truth. He's giving us an update on why the orange man, Trump, won this election.
Hey, Dr. Truth, I tried to get on your the other day when you guys were on talking about Prop 6. and I had to leave. But I tried to get on so we could talk about it. And it's good to see you back.
Yes. So I'm gonna let this clip continue. Thank you for joining us.
Next time you see Charlemagne the Fraud, do be sure to remind him of that. Because he's one of the fakers, frauds, phonies, and fools that I'm constantly talking about. He tries to pretend like he's down with the black community. But when it came time for him to talk to Kamala Harris, he stuck to the same script as the rest of these shills do, for all the good it did Kamala. And by the way, the breakfast schlubs, they've proven that the road to the White House doesn't lead through their little studio either. That little Chitlin circuit outhouse that they got. And the same thing goes for these do-nothing, know-nothing outlets like the so-called Shade Room. Yeah, bootlick media is proving they don't have any influence. So the strategy of surrounding oneself with a bunch of suck-ups and bootlicks and sellouts, that won't work. But I do hope that the same shills, Democrat plants, and operatives who finally crawled out of their holes to stump for Kamala the last few months, I do hope that they dredge up the courage to call themselves confronting us about this election. How come y'all let Trump win? We'd love to tell them all about it. After Kamala was handed the nomination in July, because she didn't actually earn it, she didn't win any primaries, didn't even have a convention vote. After the nomination was handed to her by the DNC bigwigs, I had so many of these shills and plants who were attacking my video about the rise and fall of Kamala Harris and saying, this video didn't age very well. Unfortunately for them, like everything else about the black media, it aged like fine wine, and I'm having a good time forcing them to drink it. As the black media, one of the things that we pride ourselves on is telling people what's going to happen before it occurs, making sure that black people are forewarned. Shills and bootlicks can't do that. They're not about telling you what's going to happen. They're about telling you what their white paymasters want to happen. Democrats want to win, but they want to do it without offering black voters anything. So they try to scare us to the polls, terrify us to the polls, shame us to the polls, anything except actually incentivize us to go to the polls. That's the one thing they're determined not to do. Black voters demanded results from Biden and Harris, and the only thing Kamala was offering us was vibes. Okay, so that's what we gave her. You take these vibes to the polls, Kamala. You don't need votes. You need vibes, Kamala. So you take them vibes to the polls, and she sees how far those vibes got her. All the people who were confidently predicting that Trump would lose, the usual phony headlines saying that the orange man was nervous. A lot of these bootlicks like Van Jones and Simone Sanders are humiliated today. But I think that nobody's more humiliated right now than Barack Obama. Last night's election was a complete and thorough repudiation of him. They were all saying that after this, Donald Trump would be gone forever. But instead, now it's Barack and Michelle who are gone. This is the second time in a row that the biracial bootlick has proven that he's not a political kingmaker. He certainly cannot swing the black vote. He told black people we have to protect his legacy, and instead we destroyed it. Because a two-bit bootlick like him deserves to leave the political stage under a cloud of humiliation and shame, and that's exactly how we're sending him out the door. Kamala's entire political strategy was to run on abortion and to run away from any tough questions. She tried sticking to her pathetic fellow sellouts like Charlemagne the Fraud and the Shade Room and others. You want to reach black voters, you can't do it through bootlicks and bussy media. You have to go through the black media. But Kamala was desperately hoping against hope that these asinine puppets for the DNC, for the white media rather, would enable her to reach some of the black people who the black media has been influencing and talking to, and that's you. That's what this is about. It was them carpet bombing you with propaganda in the hopes that you would go for it. And family, this is the reason why I tell you not to make it a habit to be listening to bootlick media on a regular basis. But Kamala's attempts to do an end run around the black media failed because the Shade Room speaks for the LGBT movement and intersectionalists. And as for Charlemagne the Fraud, he doesn't speak for anyone at all. Kamala made it a point to tell black people she wasn't going to do anything that benefited us. So we showed her that we wouldn't do anything that benefited her. And I gotta say something about Roly-Poly Martin. You know that no post-mortem about this election would be complete without bringing him in for some abuse. Roly-Poly famously said that the Democrats needed to forget about all of those younger black voters and focus on the old ones. Yeah, because these are the people, the only people who actually would give him a pat on the back. So that's kind of his base. Never mind the fact that the black boomers are dying out. Well, Democrats followed Roly-Poly's advice to a T, and the young black voters stayed home. And what did Roly do? He's been out here dry begging for a consulting gig on every outlet foolish enough to have him on. He went from saying that younger black voters were irrelevant to now saying that only he could help the Democrats do messaging that would reach those very younger black voters that he called irrelevant and said should be ignored. And he wonders why Democrats don't hire him to consult on campaigns for him. This is the incompetent operative class at work. The white media was covering this event like a sports event, like it was the Super Bowl. And it just goes to show how the professional wrestling spectacle of modern politics lends itself to being just another arena for empty media hype. Les Moonves, the disgraced former head of CBS, said it best: Trump may not be good for democracy, but he's great for ratings. The white media are an example of a group who's made it where no matter who loses, they win. When Trump won in 2016, you had Democrats like Rachel Maddow and others who were positioning themselves as some sort of half-brained resistance to him. Her ratings soared as a result. Even though a lot of these people who were calling Trump out for 4 years, they had previously been bumping elbows with him on his show, The Apprentice, which was on NBC, by the way. Keith Olbermann made a cottage industry out of going on profane, foul-mouthed rants against Trump, even though previously he had been friends with Trump. This is what happens when you become a prisoner of your own power, quote unquote. When you cocoon yourself off from reality, you surround yourself with a bunch of yes-men, bootlicks, and suck-ups, and you decide that you're going to furnish your entire existence with nothing but a bunch of feel-good propaganda telling you what you want to hear. You think that you can keep reality out, but reality always has the last word. White media reports early on were that there was enormous turnout for early voting, unprecedented turnout, which the white media always claims. They always say that voter turnout for early voting is unprecedented. They always do that. It's all hype and hyperbole. But the reality is that early voter turnout was higher in 2020. 4 years ago, 100 million Americans had voted early. This year, the early voter number was 80 million. That's 20 million voters less than it was 4 years ago. That's the real bellwether of how things were going to go. But the white media didn't talk about that. And they're not going to be talking about it now. It's worth noting because higher voter turnout benefits Democrats. The more people who turn out to vote, the higher the chance Democrats will win, while lower voter turnout favors Republicans. But understand something. When the white media talks about higher voter turnout, they're not talking about illegals, or they're not talking about the LGBT vote. They're talking about the black vote. Higher voter turnout means if they can galvanize a critical mass of black people to turn out, if they can get black people enthused about going to the polls. But as usual, they do everything they can to avoid saying black. They know exactly what the truth is, but they also know that the truth terrifies them. The reality is black voter turnout was down. This means that the black voter turnout is less than it was 4 years ago. That's what decided the election. 4 years ago, I told you that trying to use Trump to scare black people wouldn't work 4 years later. That's why I said in 2020, go back in the archives of this channel, go back and listen to my post-2020 election Post-Mortem, where I explained what happened, and I explained that what happened was black folks got scared to the polls. The Democrats successfully terrified black people into voting, but I also said that that trick would only work one time. In 2016, Democrats saw...
All right, so Dr. True Gay.
Yes. Can
yeah.
you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Ooh, Nelly. Is that Mr. Paris himself?
Yes, ma'am. Just staying firm in the flesh.
Wow. I am at awe. I love your stuff. Unadulterated black news.
Yes, ma'am. But this
So
is
talk to
who's speaking right now is Professor Black Truth. This is the brother I've been listening to for at least 10 years now. And everything he said has been on point since. He's been around for about 15 years now. He's one of the original voices of the new black media, not to be confused with the old black media, which is like the Tom Joyners, the for all intents and purposes, the Travis Smileys, the Rock Newmans. He is one of the first to do this commentary, and he remains faceless. So he gets to live in anonymity. You never get to see his face, but his message still is very truthful and resonates after all.
Yeah, I like to meet him. I like to interview him. Very, very profound news that he does. I listen to his show all the time.
Oh yes. So what are your quick thoughts on why Kamala lost?
Because it was divine order. Had she had won, it would have been the continuation of the Democratic demons. Why do you think they tried to assassinate him not once, not twice, but 3 times. I don't know anybody in history that survived 3 assassination attempts while running for office.
Right.
So,
right. I don't either.
yeah, so right now is for us to have an alternative, recalling the politicians in our area, recalling them if they do not have the Black agenda in the forefront come January. So this is what we need to do to mobilize the people nationwide, because every state is different.
Yes.
But the same process can apply. So there's something called the Vyers movement. We're gonna have Mr. Will Price come on the show on Monday to discuss the steps of this petition. And I'll put it in the chat, vyersmovement.com. And what it is that you get 1,500 signatures in your local area, depending on where you live. If you live in a city, unincorporated county.
Are these paper petitions or they're online?
They're online. It's online, but you can create paper petitions if you want to do field work, if you want to do canvassing.
Okay.
But the purpose is for us to garnish 1,500 signatures in every area, specifically high rate Black families,
yes,
where they live. And on it, when you'll see the petition, you'll see what it entails, and it gives you options on what you want your local politician to have a town hall in. So we're going to solicit your local jurisdiction and ask them to set up a town hall, particularly for issues such as reparations and restitution.
Yes.
And if they do not abide by the request of we the people, then they're going to face a recall.
Okay.
And that's the steps that we have to do. We have never exercised that right ever since the inception of this country. And so this will be a historic move to have us as a group of people that are still without repair, have an answer to exercise our power, because the Republican Party right now, they are willing to push the agenda for Black people if we as Black people get our shit together and present it to them, rather than saying, oh, they this, they that. But yet we've been sitting in a Democratic plantation, allowing them to railroad us, and then wonder why we ain't got shit.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to make sense of this movement now.
All right. So one of the questions that I think one of the sisters wanted to ask you is your reflections on Prop 6.
Yeah, no, I was trying to get on. I was in the chat. The other day when y'all were on, you had the brother on there, and he was giving a full dialogue. And actually, I actually read up on it and everything. I was trying to get on the program so I could dialogue a little bit, because that was really important, considering that we're in Colorado, So that's what I was doing. Then it was like I guess I just left because I had another program I had to be on. So yeah, I was trying.
Yeah, so we're gonna get an update concerning Prop 6. It's not gonna pass. It's been close. They're still tallying up the votes. So probably give it another week or so, because the mail-in ballots are still being counted as we speak.
Okay.
But overall, it doesn't look good because it's been under 50%. No. So I'm sorry, over 50% that said no. So in the end, it might just literally be 51%, and it doesn't pass. So what that means is that we have to start the process over again unless we start recalling these politicians. That's part of what the Vyers movement is about. Okay. So it's spelled VHIERS movement.com.
Can you put it in a private chat?
Okay, well, I don't know, private chat, but I'll chat. It says chat with everyone in the studio.
Yeah.
All right, so he will be Professor Will Price will be discussing this at length on Black Power Radio. And tomorrow we're going to get a follow-up. We're going to be speaking with Sam Brown's wife, Tasha Davers.
Oh, what?
The
Sam
Olympic
Brown that's running in Nevada, or a different Sam Brown?
Sam Brown, the one that authored Proposition 6, the gentleman that authored.
Oh, you're talking about the legislator out of California.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
that was very good. I was like,
this is beautiful. I love it.
It was so interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, I stayed for like almost like an hour and a half in there listening to the brother talk. And it led me on to, it was like a gateway to different things. You know, they had to go with the California reparations thing. And it led me to a lot of heavy reading, which I enjoyed. I enjoyed all the reading I got. So it was like a gateway to another gateway. I really like, but it was all very interesting. And when the brother was speaking, it was very, very serious because it's kind of like very important. We should do that everywhere, you know, especially in states like that have prisons. I think that is very important. I enjoyed the dialogue for real.
Yeah, so that's precisely why we want to, if it doesn't pass in the end, we have to push it and not have another 4 years of redoing it, because it's not like a bill.
It's a
measure. Actually, and the cool part about it is that on the actual election ballot, because I voted in person on November 5th.
And this is to any California voter. Any California voter can vote on this?
Yes, this is a California proposition.
Okay, because we got people tapping in from California. Our brother Jay Militant is in the chat. He's from California, so he can.
All right, let's hear what Jay Militant got to say. Yes.
Well, did he vote?
I don't know if he voted in the presidential. He might have voted in the state and the local.
Well, the presidential vote ballot was along with the state, so they were all together. So unless he skipped that line, I'm saying that did he vote in general?
I don't know. He might still be in the chat.
You can ask him by putting them on there, or what is the brother asking, Paris?
Nothing. He's left the chat like he's been gone for like an hour.
He might have fell asleep, but he was watching earlier.
Yeah.
We do have people that tap in from California too.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if anyone is in California, if they exercise their right to vote, on the actual ballot, it doesn't say proposition, it says measure. And that's actually confusing. That's actually confusing because we've been canvassing for propositions. So people don't know Proposition 6 may have been Measure 6 unless they actually read the whole entire thing. And so those are the things that we want to take in consideration for next election, that if we're pushing a very important proposition or measure for Black folks, that it has to match what it's going to say on the actual election ballot.
Right.
So instead of pushing,
I don't mean to cut you off, Dr. Truth Babe, but I just want to give because I went down to the polls and actually voted, and then they turn around and send me a ballot in here. It's not actually being clear on the ballot, or when you go down there to use or whatever, what brothers and sisters have to do. So the thing is that I think that brothers and sisters have to do for your brothers and sisters is actually tell them, and it goes back into the format, just like the general was saying that you listen to, it has to go with truth, because brothers and sisters gonna understand that, and they have to write it in a way that brothers and sisters understand. I know they like to put that Latin or however else they want to do their formalities, but he has to put it into a situation, and that's something else we have to do. Like you said, the next election, that they're gonna make everything actually readable, understandable, and
right. Right.
Yeah. Well,
so there it
we
is.
have
Make sure y'all check it out, especially if you're in California. There's the website on the screen.
Man,
I
there's a lot.
showed y'all what the
leads you to a
petition
lot.
looks like. I showed you what the website looks like. So definitely get involved, especially if you're in California. Like I said, you can sign up. There's a whole section to sign up to get more information on it. This is what it entails. Dear Congress, as an eligible voter in your congressional district, I demand the following from you. If you want my support between now and the next election, which would be in 2026, or wish to avoid being recalled in the future. 1, immediately stop wars, support of wars in the Middle East, Ukraine, and with China, including funding, armament, and direct involvement. 2, collaborate with BRICS nations and participate in the new economy, works toward balancing global trade, preventing economic collapse, and fostering international cooperation. Number 3, empower Medicare, Medicaid to ensure value discounts and negotiated prices on all medications. This generally generates enough savings to address cost of living and inflation while improving lives without raising taxes, increasing the debt/deficit, or requiring new legislation. Our plan will overcome the influence of money in politics. So if you cannot match or surpass the positive impact of our solutions, you must adopt our solution or something better or face recall. Finally, at the upcoming town hall meeting, you must sign a loyalty pact reaffirming your commitment to serving us, your constituents. Should you fail to meet our expectations or destroy our trust, I consent to initiating immediate recall proceedings by signing this petition. Rest assured, we will diligently collect 1,500 signatures within your voting district and moving forward, hold you accountable. Once achieved, you will hear from us, your constituents, about the upcoming town hall meeting date. We need not depend on the election night to get results. So there you have it. And you can click to sign a petition.
Wow,
very simple.
I like it.
Yeah. Yeah, so we want to mobilize all of our people. There's 48 million of us nationwide to utilize this method and create a pact. One of the things that P. Diddy did before he was a sexual monster was that he actually stated that we needed a Black political party. Now, instead of investing in baby oil, he should have invested in outreach and engagement to peddle this particular message, because that's exactly what we need today.
Right.
Is our own party. And the only way we can do that is exercising this process that you just read of signing a petition, and that petition gives us a tally of who actually is a registered voter, Black registered voter, that's going to recall their local politician.
Right.
And that just period, especially if any Democrats that are left that are left remaining, they're going to be removed just by default, because we're not taking any chances. And what we need to do is to educate ourselves politically on presenting our case to the Republican Party, not vilify them, but present the case. We have to practice writing plans, writing your business proposals.
Yes.
You say, this is who I am. Because remember, before Kamala got the can, she promised Black men a whole entire plan. Remember?
Yeah. But really all she did was go with the Democratic platform and put Black and other. That's all she added. So
Yes, and
trying to appease us, but it didn't work because it wasn't specifically for us, and we seen right through it. Because you've been the vice president for 3-4 years now. If you wasn't gonna do any of this, you would have already done it. You and Biden.
That's right, and that's what I'm grateful to see a lot of to see our black men actually not drink the Kool-Aid collectively. So that's something to be very proud of, because now we're not falling for the okie doke anymore, and this is a different season. So we got to continue on that platform and hold our ground, but we got to be organized and start building our political foundation and create a whole new system. That's what's going to happen.
I agree. I wholeheartedly agree, and this is why me and Letitia here in the state of Colorado, we are part of our own party called the Unity Party, and that's how I was able to get on the ballot out here. And they're still counting votes, y'all, but I'm about to hit 1,000. I'm about to crack 1,000. So it was a good show. First time.
That's right. Yes. Go ahead, brother Justin.
Well, congratulations on that, and whatever the result will be, to still be in a position of leadership and continue to create the pact. Now that you have an actual petition with the verbiage, so people can easily just sign and hold themselves accountable, the next step is to tally up the signatures.
Yes.
And start creating your town hall, like as of now. So it's a very important step that everybody in their voting district know who their state senators are, know who their state assembly is. If they live in the city, they have to know their mayor. It's good to know your governor, but we're not going to really recall the governor. I'm gonna tell you why that doesn't need to happen yet. Because the governor, when you want to recall a governor, every state has a different procedure on how to recall. For example, because California is a liberal state, you don't have to go through the courts to actually do that. But in the more states like Kentucky or Virginia, I forgot what they call those states again. It's just been a long day, family. But in those states, you have to go through the
states you're talking about. They are the states she's talking about is more states that's focused on the blue, and they give you the map of all that. But you're all right. Go ahead, Trupe.
No. There's a specific name that you call, like the state of Virginia is
the Commonwealth.
Commonwealth. There you go. Thank you. Yeah. So the Commonwealth states like Kentucky and Virginia, what they do. The Commonwealth states like Kentucky and Virginia, you have to go through the court system in order to recall, because in those states they never really exercise a recall process on that level. We tried to do it in California to Gavin Newsom twice. The first time it was over 5.1 million signatures and he still wasn't recalled. So it was a waste of time and effort. So we want to start off with the state assembly and the Senate, because they are the ones that are direct representative of the people.
Right.
Literally. And so when they fail to push a proposition, especially to protect Black interests, they definitely have to go. And that's what the CLBC, the California Legislative Black Caucus, when they denied the 3 reparations bill in August, 1401, 1330,
about that.
33,
That's
and 1050.
Yes. Please talk about that, because that should have sent a red flag across this nation to every Black person not to support the Democrats. After they allowed that travesty to occur.
Yeah.
See, Jack told them they was gonna pay for it. That they girl Kamala was gonna pay for it at the ballot box, and they was right. And all the ones that stood against it, they need to be recalled. They need to be voted out of office.
And I said, Newsom was enemy to Black people as soon as he said no. And they, they didn't want to listen to that. I was like, If that's as anything that goes against, the black interest is that's enemy to the state shit. That's treason. Like you got people even on our own race standing in the way of black progression. The reparations work is fucking important. It wasn't a waste of time. Like everybody acts like it's not important. It just didn't happen. The last couple of months, people are just talking about it like it never happened, and it clearly fucking happened. It clearly is important. I've read it. I downloaded it. I've read every single page. It is so intense, and I don't understand why that wasn't a topic of contention. Like we shouldn't even been looking at it. The ones that said no, and the kid in this last
And
little
they
round,
wouldn't even look at introduce it.
Right.
They wouldn't even introduce it to the floor.
But that's the same thing that I'm saying, brothers and sisters. I think the whole Senate and the House of Representatives needs to be cleansed out.
The Black Caucus.
Yeah, but not just
all of them need to be cleansed.
Not just at the federal level, sister, but at the local and state level as well.
It's local and state
level as well. They're not doing the job. They're not capable of standing up against racial white supremacy. They're not capable of defense. When it comes to bills and stuff, we're noticing that in our own state. The black faces we have already elected, they are scared to push that line, and that is a very sad state of affairs. Very sad.
I'm gonna let Professor Black Truth finish up, and then we're gonna move to the next topic. Thank you, Dr. Spade, for sharing valuable information about this petition.
I want to know how it went in Haiti.
Oh yeah, what's the update on Haiti while I'm pulling this video back up?
Yes. I don't know if it's me, but I can, barely hear you guys. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So the next step right now, again, is to utilize this platform, thevirusmovement.com, in order to recall the CLBC first and foremost, because of what they did. And then everyone will follow suit. We can, simultaneously recall anybody. The first step is actually notifying the state legislators, the state treasurer, the comptroller, all of the state agencies, who you're recalling, why you're recalling them, and the reasons why you're recalling them. That has to be published. So there's certain steps that have to be taken before the actual recall happens, and that's where the mobilizing and organizing is very important for us to do and be consistent in. So come January, because we have about less than 60 days to prepare ourselves. So whoever takes seat in January, they should already have a request of a town hall from the people of that voting district. They should already have so organizing groups in that area need to be the lead in organizing this effort in their area. Once we mobilize on a statewide level, then we can mobilize on a federal level, because the federal agencies will see that the Black people in these states are not taking their shit any longer.
That's right.
So we want them to not sleep at night, which I'm sure they don't anyway, but now they're going to have a good reason to sleep with one eye open and know that their seats are not guaranteed anymore.
That's right.
And if we are successful, when we are successful in this step, then we are officially form a political action committee.
Yes.
So without other efforts. Our real purpose is to focus on the youth.
Yes.
Gotta mobilize our young gangbangers on the corner. Be like, listen there, you gotta be gangbanging on a political level now. So there's we cannot afford our people to continue to say, oh, I'm not into politics, or I don't know this. You not knowing is gonna have your ass left behind. We're not going to, we have zero tolerance in debating with our folks why things are not going to happen if they're not in these spaces. If we have the time and the economics to invest in sports, like the Super Bowl, I can't even tell you how much energy was put in the Dodgers. The Dodgers, you had people paying $9,000 for them damn tickets, bro.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it. And you couldn't even invest a fraction of that in our youth in the area? No. We're not broke. We have money when we want to go to a jazz concert, or if we want to go see Beyonce, or invest in a sports team. So we need to change that energy to focus on political matters, building economic development, and urban planning. And that's the name of the game. So I encourage everyone to please focus mentally in a different fashion. Eat right, fast, pray. You really got to be serious in this mission. And that is how we're going to be successful, because this is a spiritual battle. It's not physical with flesh and blood. It's for principalities. And once we put the clean glass, which is what we're doing now, next to the dirty glass, which is the corrupt system that we're born in, the dirty glass, no one's not going to pick up the dirty glass to drink if the clean glass is already there, presented, ready for consumption.
Right.
And that's what we're mobilizing to. So join us on Black Power Radio to this evening or Sunday.
Yeah.
Sunday and Monday. And yes, where we have Tasha Devers will be talking about our Blacks across the pond. So we'll be revisiting the case of Sasha Johnson, Panther that was shot in the head a couple of years ago. She's still alive, but we need to do an update with her. Yes.
Okay.
So she's not going to be forgotten. And actually, Tasha Devers grew up in Lambeth. She was born in Lambeth, England, which is 2 hours away from where Sasha was shot. So we want to highlight our Blacks across the U.S. Internationally. And then on Monday, we'll go in depth of the virus movement, give the people the tools and instructions on how to mobilize their community. And that's just how we're going to build moving forward.
Information on where to find y'all at in the chat, please?
Yeah, so StreamYard link. I'll put that in the chat. But you can share the flyer. I don't know if I can share a flyer. Can I?
Yeah. Do we go to Blog Talk?
Yeah, I just stopped sharing my
No,
screen.
it's StreamYard. It's a StreamYard link. So just like you're on here now. So we're no longer on Blog Talk. We're actually with Busy One Radio. So if you download the app, Busy One Entertainment or Busy One Radio, you'll be able to hear us live. 5 p.m. East Pacific and 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central.
I have the college show, huh?
Yeah, they're not dealing with Blog Talk no more.
So
on that bull crap.
Yeah, we transferred to StreamYard the last couple of months.
Okay.
So with that being said, Black family, I had a long day, but I appreciate chiming in.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. You're always welcome.
Real quick, what happened to Haiti? What happened with Haiti?
Yeah, what's a quick update on Haiti before you go?
Yeah, so Haiti right now, we're actually putting together an investigative team. We're building an army. We have an underground army of about 400 youth that are mobilizing for the corrupted government there. So if you know about the Haitian government, we have 9 presidential councils. So if you imagine, instead of having 1 or 2 corrupted officials, you have 9. And each of them are fighting each other, paying off each other and getting paid by the billionaire Jews who actually has half of Washington, D.C. in their pocket. But the fact that Trump is now president, a lot of that is going to be exposed. A lot of them are going to jail. Like Bill Gates already has been indicted by Finland. So a lot of these, New World Order billionaires, they're going to get their just desserts. That's why I tell you now. At this point, we just found out there was a couple of white kids. I don't like to call them white, but Europeans that actually went to Haiti, and they're working with some of the gang leaders. I'm talking about the gangs that are really terrorizing some of the people. They actually are using drones to oversee the police force there, getting all the intel information, and one of them was caught on video. Somebody was recording them. One of the gang leaders actually was recording them using the drone over one of the police headquarters, and we're gonna find out who that was, because all we saw was his right hands speaking English, and a lot of the people say, "Oh, it's the gang. They're out of control. They're out of this." No. These are young black kids, just like the U.S.
Yeah.
They are filled. They are armed. They are given guns at will, financed by these oligarchs. People like Gilbert Biggio, who is the billionaire that only that has bought Washington D.C., even including the Clintons, the Clinton
I was
Foundation.
just about to bring the Clintons and the Clinton Foundation up. Yep.
Yeah, they are going to be charged. So Hillary Clinton, the greatest gift would be to see these Clinton Foundation under the jail, not even in jail, under that shit.
Well, remember Trump was talking about Hillary for president, so that might become a reality.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Trust me, these things are already on travel. And then a lot of Haitian lawyers put already a lawsuit against the Red Cross that took $465 million after the earthquake. So currently, a lot of litigation is being formed as we speak. One of the things that we are requesting the Trump administration is to retract a lot of the negative stereotypes that was said. So there are certain things that he has to apologize for. But overall, to drain the swamp is exactly what we're looking to have them do.
Yeah.
And we don't have to worry about the old system.
Right.
We just got to focus on building a new system, presenting it to the Republican Party. The Republican Party, we take that shit back.
Yep.
We are the actual Republicans that were under the Democratic Party. So again, we cannot continue to listen to a lot of our people say, "Oh, the Republicans are this and that," when they themselves are not mobilized politically. And that's what I want us to really focus on. You have to use discernment. You use your own intelligence. And if you know that we have not tried something before, we cannot keep knocking it down for fear or lack of organizing skills. We have to hold each other accountable. We, as descendants of chattel slaves, we are all we have. We have to be patient with each other. We have to love each other. And those who are knowledgeable in certain areas have to be respected. We cannot be feared for internal assassination like they did Martin Luther King and Malcolm X.
Yep.
We have to learn from our past so we don't duplicate it in the future.
That's right.
And with that being said, yes, I yield the mic and Black power to you.
Black power.
Thank you.
All right, family. I'll see you there. Peace and blessings to y'all.
Some Black power.
Black power.
All right.
Thank you for joining us, Dr. Truth Bay. That's Dr. Truth Bay. Very heavy. Make sure y'all check out this petition It's a must that we get these politicians that's not doing what's in our best interest out of office. And put people in that will. And send a direct message to them that enough is enough of this. So I'm gonna let Professor Black Truth continue with his moment of truth on the post-mortem. What more? Okay.
Saw what happened when black voters were angry. In 2020, black voters showed what happens when they're scared. This time around, black voters were angry again. And this was the result. It was 2016 all over again. But Kamala Harris, trying to find new and inventive ways to deny reality, actually getting out there with Liz Cheney, Hillary, Meg Thee Stallion, Beyonce, Jennifer Lopez, Magic Johnson. She was hoping that star power would make up for her complete lack of charisma or ideas, but it didn't. And she was sitting here embracing AIPAC to the hilt. Now, if she had given that same support to black voters, then she would have won easily. The leftists worldwide who are shrieking in agony right now, they're not going to blame the Democrats for ignoring the base. None of them will blame the leadership for spitting in black voters' faces. None of them will connect those dots or tell Democrats, you got to start respecting and obeying the black vote or you'll be in the political wilderness forever. They're not going to do that because these white left mouthpieces are also in league with oppressing black people. So they'll join in the lie of blaming everything and everyone except for black people and ignore the pig simple, obvious reason that Democrats lost this election. These mouthpieces know the rules of racism. They know what team they're on. It's team white supremacy. Now, before we go any farther, we should go ahead and take a bow. We put some pain on the bastards. We crushed Kamala's presidential dreams. Maybe I should make a follow-up video called The Rise and Fall of Kamala again. All of her sleeping around with Willie Brown, all of her weaponizing every political office she ever held to go after black people, all the lies she told when she denied it, claiming she was a black woman, all the fools who did everything they could to support her, all of it for nothing. Now, this doesn't mean that these anti-black forces are going to do an about-face. Please don't think they're going to discover religion any more than they did in 2016. This second devastating loss to the Orange Man isn't going to prompt them to come to us and make a deal of any sort or to start talking like they got some sense. They weren't doing it before the election. They're not going to do it now. Let's be realistic about that. So I'm going to take the suspense out of this one for you. They're not about to change their talking points. They're scared now. This wasn't supposed to happen. They had to acknowledge the effect that we've had on the electorate. And that was something that angered them because it meant that a critical mass of black people have now unplugged from this treadmill that they've had us on. That angered them. We're supposed to only obey. They're supposed to have the ability to conjure magic. They're supposed to be able to print their phony headlines and we just believe them. That's how the white media works. They were supposed to be proving to themselves and everyone that they have the ability to conjure magic. They can create reality out of whole cloth merely with their headlines. They say it and that makes it real. Or they say something and it makes it false. And speaking of false, let's kill that stupid talking point that black voters in particular and black men in specific are running to the Republicans. No, we're not running to the Republicans. We're simply walking away, as we should. When you go to a restaurant and sit down at the table and the waiter decides to ignore you, you don't just sit there giving compliments to the chef and recommending that your friends and family go there anyway. You do the opposite. You leave and you tell everyone you know to avoid the place. Kamala's entire political strategy was based on running on abortion. That's what she had as the big headlines and the banners at all of her rallies that very few people wanted to go to. Well, reproductive freedom. Ain't anybody worried about that. When they made the decision that they were going to die on the hill of abortion and die on the hill of ignoring us, they had to go all in trying to get white female voters. That's who Kamala was trying to appeal to. That was their desperate Hail Mary. They wanted young white women in particular and white women in the suburbs who were supposed to be their stopgap to replace all the black voters they knew that they weren't going to get. Now, I told you for years now that strategy wouldn't work because those white women are the same ones who willingly overlooked Trump's grab him by the you-know-what remarks and his rampant predating on white women, and they still voted for him anyway. And don't kid yourself with those white media reports about those white suburban women supposedly being so gung-ho for Kamala. That's what I told you for years. Hillary was a white blonde woman, and those white female voters didn't go all in for her either. So you actually think that they wanted to see an Asian woman become the first female president of the U.S.? Those white suburban women, they already had to sit through seeing a black man become the first non-white man in the White House for 8 years. They put their race before their gender because those white female voters that the Democrats were desperately hoping to reach, they don't owe their position in the world to their gender. They owe it entirely to their race, and they know it. It's not abortion that gave them their position in the world. It was white supremacy, and they know it. So they can vote to legalize abortion, and then on the exact same ballot turn right around and vote for the very Republicans who outlawed it in the first place. Yep. Double standards is what passes for morality for the dominant society. The Democrats' hopes all hinged on pushing abortion constantly in the hope that that would get white women to turn out in huge numbers, and that it would also lift their down ballot candidates. But instead, catering to everyone except for black voters has cost Democrats the White House and the Senate, and Republicans have got the House of Representatives. They're going to keep that. So it was a clean sweep for the GOP. You know, times like this, I'm looking around wondering, where's nigga Jim Clyburn, America's favorite sharecropper, at? He was whining 4 years ago because young black voters demanded the thugs in blue be punished for their crimes. He was out there just bubbling and stumbling instead. Stop sloganizing. Stop sloganizing kills. He blamed the young black voters for his handpicked punk Jamie Harrison losing his election. Well, what happened in the end? Those young black voters that Jim Clyburn was attacking, they handed Democrats control of the Senate. And they put Raphael Warnock in office. They handed the Democrats a clean sweep of the House, the Senate, and the presidency. These were the people that he was attacking. He was attacking them while they were handing the Democrats complete controls. What does that tell you about Jim Clyburn? This time around, though, those young black voters stayed home. So nigga Jim doesn't have to worry about anyone causing the Democrats trouble with the police unions that they want the support of. Right. After all, the Democrats put all their eggs in an abortion basket. But it turned out the basket had nothing but holes in it. So how's it working out for you, Jim Clyburn? Thanks to senile geezers like Clyburn who ignored reality and insulted the base, Republicans have easily retaken the White House and the Senate. And it didn't take days for that to be determined either. All that crap. It was going to be days before we know the winner of the election. Nope. Turned out we figured out the same night as usual. So the current Democrat leadership has lost to the guy who tried to overthrow the government 4 years ago. You have to be some kind of stupid to pull that off. Democrats listen to the Jim Clyburns and the rest of the idiots and the congressional black talkers who are cocooned in their little all-white enclave up north. They're sitting there sipping their mint juleps and telling themselves how brilliant they are because they give patronage jobs to their unworthy brats, and they're sitting here sucking off the teat of the white supremacist beast. These guys tell themselves they're so brilliant. How brilliant do they look now? Obama attacked black voters for demanding the police be punished. He was the one who started the trend of using woke as a pejorative. He started that. He did more than anyone to push that talking point and to popularize it. And in the end, that scumbag wound up demanding that those same young black voters that he was insulting as being woke, he was demanding that they turn out for him. And it turned out that the woke vote stayed home. Yep. But then again, Kamala Harris has also attacked young voters too in the past as being stupid. Look it up. You can find videos about that easily about her doing that. Far from being the nail biter that the white media have been telling us it would be for so many months, instead the outcome was never truly in doubt. The orange man took the lead and never let go. The battleground states were no battle at all. Trump took Georgia again. He took Pennsylvania again. He took... Okay, let's be more specific, shall we? After all, in America, there's really no blue states, only blue cities. Right. So how did Trump win Georgia this time? After all, he lost it 4 years ago, right? It's because Atlanta stayed home this time, just like they did in 2016. It's not that Democrats won Georgia 4 years ago. They won Atlanta 4 years ago. Atlanta turned out 4 years ago. You know, I'd love to know where Andrew Yang is at right now. 4 years ago, he was claiming that it was Asian voters who handed Democrats the victory in Georgia 4 years ago. He was saying that claptrap. Well, here was a golden opportunity to show the so-called clout of the Asian vote. All those headlines talking about the rising power of Asian voters. Here was a golden opportunity for them to demonstrate it. Asians turned out in numbers, but of course, there's not enough of them to turn an election, no matter how many of them turn out. That's just math, folks. Right. So it turns out it wasn't the Asian vote that handed Democrats the victory after all. It was the black vote as usual. And when they say Pennsylvania went for Trump, that means Philadelphia stayed home. The black city of Philadelphia stayed home. That's why James Carville, the Cajun Skeletor, famously observed that Pennsylvania is Philadelphia in the east, Pittsburgh in the west, and Alabama in between. If you're going to make Pennsylvania be a blue state, at least for the night, you're going to need black voters to pull off that hat trick. Wisconsin also went for Trump, which means the black voters in Milwaukee stayed home. Wisconsin is a purple state, but it can become blue for a night if black voters turn out in large enough numbers. And Michigan also went for Trump. Now, I'll give Michael Moore some leeway on this one. It was obvious that his phony optimism and pretending this time is going to be different. No, he was the guy who back in 2016 was doom and gloom and telling Democrats, hey, I got news for you. Trump is gaining in Michigan. I know that state. He's going to win. This time around, he was trying to talk up the Democrats' chances of winning. And that's because this time around, Black voters had handed Democrats the governor's mansion in Michigan and both houses of their state legislature. So I guess as far as Michael Moore was concerned, he would roll the dice, flip a coin, and it was fair to middling chances the Black vote would turn out this time again, even though in his heart he knew that wasn't going to happen. But in the end, reality has the last word. Michigan went for Trump, or rather the Black voters in Detroit and Flint stayed home. And can you blame them? Democrats did absolutely nothing to protect these Black cities in Michigan from Rick Snyder's racist takeover of their cities, which was nothing more than a white supremacist scheme to circumvent the 15th Amendment. And then Democrats did absolutely nothing to stop a genocide in Flint with the water poisoning, which did more than anything to turn Black Michiganders against the Democrats. Obama came to town because this atrocity happened on his watch. And when he showed up, did he come with the DOJ in tow?
No.
Did he bring any of his bigwigs and heavy hitters and say, we're going to start putting people in prison for this?
No.
There's going to be prosecutions for this. And there's going to be billions of dollars coming into these cities to revitalize them and to fix their freaking infrastructure. Did he do that? Did he announce any sort of legislative full court press? Or did he just come to town, pretend like he was drinking some Flint water and then immediately leave and never speak about them again? He left the Black residents of Michigan to die. So the next year, they stayed home. And even after Black voters gave Democrats control of Michigan's governor's office and the state legislature 4 years ago for the first time since forever, Democrats still prioritized abortion and illegal aliens and everything except Black residents. That's what happened in Michigan. You had that governor, Gretchen Whitmer, pretending like Black folks don't exist. She thought she was going to give some occasional lip service. And even then, she didn't want to do it very much. This woman has a problem with Black people. So what happened was the Black voters proved they got a problem with her. Understand that. It's not just Obama. Ignoring the Black vote is a core pillar of the Democratic Party.
Remind me of something. That's the one that the MAGA called themselves threatening. What was that back in? What was that back in like 2022 or something? They had threatened to take over the Michigan Assembly, the courthouse or something. They kept her from going in or something. They was threatening to kidnap her. That's the same one.
Party platform. All the talk about how this was going to be a nail biter, that all turned out to be bunk. You could tell after the first 2 hours how this election was going to go. The first election returns started coming in around 6 p.m., as they always do. Trump took the early lead, and you could see that the GOP states were all on the same page, and they made it a point to get their voter totals in as early as possible. By 8 o'clock p.m., Trump was already up to 177 electoral college votes, while Kamala was still stuck in the double digits. All night long, the Twitter shills, Democrat plants, and other suck-ups have been watching as their pathetic dreams of begging for a job in a Kamala White House slipped away. It just goes to show how much of a failure the Biden-Harris years have been. And as for political strategy, Trump went on Twitter and Joe Rogan, and that did far more good for him than the pathetic bootlicks that Kamala Harris chose to run to. The road to the White House doesn't run through the breakfast schlubs or the shade room. You have to be some kind of stupid to lose to the guy who staged a coup 4 years ago, got himself impeached twice, has a ton of lawsuits and prosecutions against him, has already been convicted a number of times. How do you lose to that guy? Because you run away from your base. And by the way, Trump will be spending the next 4 years shutting all that down. What they needed was for this guy to actually be buried under those lawsuits, and somehow he dug himself out of his own grave. Got to give the devil his due, I suppose. The takeaway from this will be that the orange man officially got his mojo back. He has a mandate. That's what you call it when you win the White House and both houses of Congress. And unlike the Democrats, Trump is going to be working on making sure he produces for the people who put him in office, unlike the Democrats. And his claims of a stolen election 4 years ago will now be seen as validated, even though the same election officials who said that he lost in 2020, and in most cases also said that he won in 2016, these people are still in the same jobs they had before. But that's not going to matter. Ignore your base. Don't be surprised when they ignore you. As always, the white media wanted to convince everyone that there was some sort of horse race going on. But as the early returns came in, they predictably began changing their tune and reporting that the country was hungry for change. I noticed AP headlines about that. As the early returns were coming in, the white media was always, the country's hungry for change. Yeah, that's not good news for the incumbent. which is what Kamala Harris is. So what that showed was, yeah, they knew what the results were going to be. They already knew that all their headlines about Trump is in trouble, Kamala's is surging. No, they knew what the truth was all along. They used their headlines as a way to manipulate the masses in order to manufacture the outcomes that they want. When Michael Bloomberg ran for president, the white media infamously reported that black voters were supporting him and that black voters were not bothered by his stop and frisk policies. And what did the white media base that propaganda on? It was because Bloomberg had paid some bootlicking Negro politicians like former mayor of Houston, Sylvester Turner, to stand on stage with him and say he's a good guy. The white media figured black people were a bunch of simpletons who would simply believe that stop and frisk didn't matter, not even to black voters, and that the only ones who were bothered by it were just those online agitators in the new black media. No other black people cared. Well, a little while later, Bloomberg made the mistake of going to a black church in Alabama, Brown Chapel AME Church, where he wasn't able to vet the audience or front load the pews with buck dancing suck-ups. And when he showed up there, half the congregation stood up and turned their backs on him. That created exactly the opposite of the optics that he needed. A few days later, after that humiliation, Bloomberg dropped out of the race, and the same white media outlets like USA Today, who lied and said stop and frisk didn't bother black voters, they now had to do an about-face and admit Bloomberg had been taken down by black voters, and it was stop and frisk that did it. This is the reality. They know exactly what the facts are, but as far as they're concerned, they have the power to conjure magic. They have the ability to invent reality out of whole cloth with their headlines as they see it. And we've seen them attempt the exact same ploy this time around. The white media tried to lie and claim that after Obama was finger wagging at black men, that suddenly black men were moving for Kamala Harris. The lie, the inference being that Obama lectured and verbally abused black men and insulted us and called us names, and black men moved to vote for Kamala as a result. They actually had a headline saying that, the damned lie, to push the idea that insulting and disrespecting black voters, black men in particular, because we've been the ones leading the charge on this, that this would be an effective strategy to get black voters to stop making objections. You got to browbeat them more. You got to finger wag at them, lecture them, insult them, wag your finger at them. The white media was openly pushing the line that blatant abuse of the black community, that's how you get these dumb niggers to vote your way. Oh, and on a side note, the white media outlet that was lying and saying that black men were trending towards Kamala after being verbally abused is NPR, government radio, which means they might as well be an auxiliary of the White House Communications Office. And the poll that NPR was using as the basis for that headline lie, it was organized and paid for by the NAACP. I already told you about the other NAACP polls. So you have these fossils from a bygone era paying for polls that are basically crafted to say what the NAACP wants them to say. Well, that out-of-touch group of dinosaurs is going extinct. All those gray beards and old heads who only care about making sure they get their Social Security checks and Medicare. This is who the white media chose to signal boost and repeat what they said. So were they right or wrong? See, they know they're lying. What they don't know is whether you'll buy it. But if you follow the black media, you won't. The white media has a monopoly because white power gave it to them. So they know that whenever they report on anything, they signal boost it because they control the most eyes and ears. So they can't talk about us because that would be to spread our message to more people, which means they would become more popular. So they try to ignore us in the futile hope that this will make us go away, or at the very least, it'll slow our progress. They've been wrong on both counts. All their headlines have said that Kamala is a political rock star. She's unstoppable. She's raising record amounts of campaign cash. I told you what a fraud that headline was. It was just a copy and paste of all the headlines that they ran about Hillary in 2016. Oh, she's getting all these billionaire dollars. Same thing they said about Hillary in 2016. Hillary Clinton has record-breaking early voter turnout. And now they've achieved the exact same results as Hillary. All the insults, all the disrespect, all the finger wagging, everything from Obama calling black men sexist to Biden lecturing black voters that we need to go to try to work with other groups who come from countries that practice anti-black racism. They were bold with the disrespect.
Oh, yeah,
they felt that after we handed them the Trump defeat in 2020, that we had been mentally broken. That's what they thought happened. They knew that we didn't want to vote for Biden, but we did it anyway. even though he wasn't offering us a doggone thing. As they saw it, we voted for Obama twice in a row after he routinely publicly insulted us. And the 2016 election, as they saw, well, that was just a momentary blip now. Black voters just needed to blow off some steam, as Dr. King put it. But the blatant open racism of the Trump administration made it where black voters were absolutely frustrated and put out with that guy. They wanted to give him the middle finger. So as the Democrats saw it, well, in 2020, that was the political reset button being hit. And now black voters were back on the treadmill to nowhere, and things would go back to what they were before. They just had to wait us out. That's how the Democrats saw. All we had to do was just wait those niggers out. And now things go back to the same old, same old. In 4 years, I only saw one redeeming act from the Biden administration when they filed lawsuits against those banks for redlining. That's it. Now, these banks have been doing it for decades. They didn't stop back in the 60s. Why didn't Jimmy Carter go after them? Or Bill Clinton? Or Obama? Why didn't the Democrats craft or push any legislation to make it easier to punish those banks or do anything to hold them accountable? That was the one substantive thing that they did. Go after redlining banks, not because it changed the status quo, as much as it gave us numerous proven examples. They had to admit to what they did. These were proven examples that the racial deprivation we've talked about in, during, and before the civil rights movement is still around today. Nothing's changed. This will be important for our reparations claim. We just have to make sure we point out that these other groups are not included. So the orange man is on his way back to the White House to steal whatever utensils he didn't rip off last time. But I'm going to hazard a guess. The American democracy, which is a contradiction in terms, by the way, will still be here in 4 years. The predicted fascism that these white leftist entities have been promising us and telling us is going to happen is not going to materialize. Not because Trump's a good guy. He isn't. But because, as we've been telling you, the so-called Project 2025 and other stratagems is the same old GOP crap we've seen them peddling for decades. It's reprehensible, yes, but it's nothing we haven't seen or heard before. But there will be one good thing to come out of all this. With an unrepentant racist back in the White House, people who've been sitting on their behinds, they're not going to be able to go back to TV reruns. And they're actually going to be prompted to demand things like they were doing in 2020. The police have been murdering black people in greater numbers now than they did during the Trump years. That alone disqualifies the Democrats from office. But people haven't been in revolt this time because the ouster of the orange man lulled people into a false sense of security. It's the same reason why this country was on the verge of a revolution back in 2008, but pretending to confront America's cardinal sin with putting Barack Obama in office was their way of hitting the reset button. And all of those corporate crooks who wrecked the international economy, he let them go. That was the point they actually wanted to reach. That's what it was about. Defusing the revolutionary energy. People hit the collective snooze button 4 years ago and went back to bed, but they got the wake-up call from hell, haven't they? And the thugs in blue have been allowed to murder whomever they wish. So Republicans have retaken the presidency and the Senate. Uncle Clarence Thomas can now safely retire and live on Harlan Crow's front porch like the dog he is. I can promise you right now, one of the things that's going to happen is some of those old decrepit right-wingers on the Supreme Court, they're going to go ahead and announce their retirement because unlike the Democrats like Ruth Bader Ginsburg, she wanted to make sure that she retired when a woman was president. We saw how that worked out. But Trump will now have the ability, since he controls the Senate and they're the ones who confirm Supreme Court nominees, he'll be able to go ahead and rubber stamp whoever he wants on there. And this being the case, they'll be able to put a bunch of young radical ideologues on the Supreme Court. And that being the case, even as they lose one state legislature after the next, they'll still have the ability to influence policy for decades for now because they'll have people with lifetime appointments on the bench. We know what the Federalist Society's playbook is, but the Democrats have not been acting like they knew it. As far as they were concerned, it wasn't the Supreme Court they were concerned about. It was making sure they wouldn't have to do anything for black people. Well, they stuck to their guns on that one and shot themselves in the foot repeatedly. Now, what does all this mean for the black grassroots? What it means is we're going to have to start getting people of our own into the game. A lot of you have been thinking about running for office. Now would be a good time to start laying the groundwork for that. It takes on average about 2 years to set up a successful political campaign. So that being the case, the goal is not and has never been to simply sit on the couch. That was a slogan that we used simply to say what we would do this election cycle. The goal has always been to decouple our vote from a particular party and instead use it and focus it in directions that are going to benefit primarily and exclusively us. That's what the goal has actually been. You can't do that by being a loyal Democrat or a loyal Republican. That's the point for the people in the cheap seats who don't listen so well. This is going to call for political maturity on our part, and maturity means focus. Yeah. A long time ago, I used to say that Black unity isn't something that happens when a Black person is murdered by some white supremacist. Unity is something that's supposed to happen every single day. Right. Unity is supposed to be the norm, not some event that only happens under certain circumstances. It's very easy to band together when you got the Derek Chauvins and the other racists running around killing Black people in the streets, but that's not enough. It has to happen on a day-to-day basis. So we're supposed to be using our vote for our exclusive benefit. Do not expect anybody in the white left or any of their shills or surrogates to applaud that. See, every other group, they talk about how they do things to benefit themselves, and people say, oh, the rising power of the Latino vote, the rising power of the LGBT vote, the rising power of the Asian vote. Black people sit here and say, we're going to do things in our interest. This is divisive. Yeah, there's a new radicalism. Yeah, very divisive, some of these people. That's what they say to us. So as Black folks, we're going to have to tune out that noise as we've been doing and stay on our square. Elections are about what we're going to get. If there's nothing on the ballot for us, then there's no reason for us to vote for whoever's there. But we have to go beyond that. We got to start being proactive and putting things on the ballot. That's where this goes next. That's the next step. And speaking of next steps, as for today, do not let anyone take credit for what happened other than us. Kamala Harris's defeat was our doing. Yep. I started banging the drum against her 7 years ago with my now classic video, The Deadly Deception of Kamala Harris, which I will be reposting a better version of in the coming days. But we did this. The Black vote did this. Nobody else. It wasn't Muslim voters. There's not enough of them to make a difference in an election. Not in Michigan, not anywhere else. Right. See, Muslim voters actually turned out for Harris. Those people who were talking that uncommitted stuff, those people started announcing that they were going to be supporting Harris in the weeks leading up to the election. The only ones who didn't abandon their principles was us. Right. So take a bow, Black family. We showed the road to the White House doesn't run through the abortion clinic. Right. It doesn't run through any illegal alien encampment on the border. Right. It doesn't run through AIPAC. And it damn sure doesn't run through any bootlick media or any gang of shills, plants, and suck-ups, be it the breakfast schlubs, or be it some idiots at a barber shop, or be it the shade room or anybody else. Right. It runs through the Black community. We made a strategic decision. And that decision was that we would show just how much we could punish them, because we are already in a bad boat to begin with, mainly because it's a boat that they put us in. We showed that we're not going to be scared. We don't make decisions based on fear. We make it based on our interest. Right. You ignore the Black vote, you prioritize everybody over us, you disrespect us, and you will pay. That's the lesson to take away from the elections of 2016 and 2024. Right. All the white media lies was just them trying to paint their own reality, a desperate attempt to try to continue to conjure magic, to try to once again invent reality out of whole cloth. They didn't realize that their bag of tricks was empty, and their ability to conjure magic won't work. They're not going to be pulling any rabbits out of a hat this time. Now, don't expect them to admit this. They're never going to admit that they're irrelevant, and they're also too terrified to admit to our relevance. But when you saw them sitting there attacking us, that was all the admission you needed. They're not going to admit to your power, but you better make sure that you do. Right. You tell everyone the Black vote did this, and only the Black vote. They want to be mad good, because the only way that they're going to be able to get happy again is to make sure that we get what we are owed. Not merely on reparations, but on everything. Even if slavery had never happened, we would still be owed a share of the nation's bounty precisely because we're citizens. Everybody else gets it. We got illegal aliens getting taken care of, and they're not even citizens. So what does that tell you? What that tells you is that there is a program at work by both political parties to marginalize Black people for the sake of strangling us out of existence. And what we're showing is, you put us into a corner, we're going to fight our way out of it. That's right. This is the new normal. So let it be known. The Black vote is finally, at long last, not just waking up, but standing up. And all of these bootlicks and sock puppet Negroes that white power has set up over these decades, everybody from Negro Jim Clyburn to the breakfast schlubs, and all of their new would-be bootlick puppets like the Shade Room and others, all of these fools who have been sitting here, yes, queen, all the rest of that crap, these guys have proven to everybody now that they are irrelevant. You can deal with them if you want, but they don't move the needle. Who moves the needle is the Black grassroots. That's right. And anybody who doesn't like it, tough. There's a new generation rising. And that being the case, this generation is not interested in having friends. We got something far better than friends. We got family. And that family has been neglected for far too long. So we're taking care of home, you know, like everybody else does. What we're not going to be doing is trying to be winning any friends or trying to get a pat on the head from the white media. Joe Biden 4 years ago said that he had Black America's back. Instead, he let the cops shoot us in the back and didn't do a damn thing about it.
Yep.
So we're learning who our friends are and who they're not. And we're also learning that politics is not about making friends, it's about making power. So that's what we're doing. This is and must be the new normal. When you have a strident, resurgent Black empowerment movement, one that puts us at the center of things, one that says nothing moves unless it benefits us, that's what it must be. Because for 500 years, we've allowed this cesspool of nothing moves unless it hurts Black people. So we're overturning all of that. And don't expect people to be happy about that. They're going to be angry. You got to get comfortable with the fact that people are not going to like Black empowerment because everybody's been eating off of it. You've had all these white supremacists eating off of it, all of these white adjacent groups eating off of it, all of these people who are classified as non-white, and yet they're eating off of white supremacy. They're eating off of anti-Black racism. Well, it's time that we call their little Whitby feast to an end. Make sure you let everybody know the Black vote did this. We're the reason for this and nobody else. Some Muslims come along and want to claim that it was about Gaza. No, it was not. Somebody else wants to come along and claim that, well, it was about this or that. We didn't get our transgender bathrooms. Don't let anybody peddle that lie either. The white media tried to barricade themselves behind a wall of their own phony headlines. This is what happens when you deny reality.
Yep.
What we have done is exactly the kind of noisy and big move that we needed, but it didn't happen by accident. It happened because we've been focused and relentless. We made it a point to step on toes. The Black media would not let you forget what your interests are and who's been working against them. This must continue. We have to reassert a strident and hard-nosed approach to our power, one that is far more aggressive than everyone else. You want to change the political discourse? You have to change the things you say within it. So the battle cry going forward must remain the same. No reparations, no tangible policies, no vote. No kidding. Good day, and be one.
Yeah. And, you know, I agree with like I said, even though they do not have a vote, you can write your name in there, but we still have to go down there and see what laws they're trying to pass that is locally and also within the state.
Right. That's right. Yep. Focus more on what's going on at the local state level. And like you said, we got to run our own politicians. So as you can see on your screen, I ran for office, and they're still counting votes. So like I said, we about to hit 1,000 plus. So.
Jesse, when you get in office, you gonna give me a job.
Yes.
Look, I'll just do the mail or whatever, you know.
Yes. You would have to move to Colorado, though.
Okay, I have a driver's license. That's good. Yeah.
Okay. Lady Che, what are your thoughts on what the professor just laid out for us in regards to this election and the reasons why Kamala lost to the dump?
I pretty much agree with everything he said. I mean, it was just a big waste of time for them. So, this was bound to happen. It's just a matter of when. And we chose this season to make it happen.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, I'm not really fucked up with the end results. Ultimately, we knew we were going to be looking out for ourselves. So like, this let them delegate or debate or cry amongst themselves. I mean, that's what they're doing anyway.
Yeah.
They didn't give a damn about what we thought.
Mm-hmm.
So why should we be emotional about what they think?
Right.
Yeah, we did that. That was the message. That was what we were gonna do. We weren't gonna vote Democrat.
Mm-hmm.
That those days were long fucking over. We kept saying it and saying it and saying it. They just kept ignoring it, not believing it, and then bam, here we are. Do they believe it now? It's probably still in shock value right now for them. Probably still in shock. You know, they can't sleep at night yet. They're probably wondering where they went wrong. I mean, no matter how much you tell them, they're still not going to get it. So, you know, America's slow like that sometimes.
Well, I think the only ones that's actually in shock is the pawns that they turn around and utilize. I think the big wigs that is not in shock because they already knew what they was going to do in the first place. See,
that's why they're selected, not so elected.
I was shilling. I kept saying, what was the benefit? What was the benefit? They never advanced and they're clearly not advancing now after this loss. You know, they got to take this L.
I think that like I said again, they turned around and they used us. They used us. They used the emotions. They used they made every excuse to do whatever for you not to be. So like I said, the only ones that's in shock is the ones that are living in fear.
Yeah, the shills.
The shield.
And we, you know, we're gonna rub it in, and that wound is gonna be heavy with salt and pettiness, because you know they like to shame us, and in reality, they gotta eat this L. They gotta eat it, and you know, we're gonna sit back and just enjoy the show, because at this point, we know what work we gotta do.
Right.
While they're busy doing this, we'll be busy doing that. You know.
Because Camilla and her troglodyte husband knew exactly what they were doing.
Yep.
Anytime that you have them twerking on TV, it was making a mockery out of us as brothers and sisters, saying that the only thing that we focus on is listening to some music and dancing. Right? But if you go back into our history, you understand that even with those movements, but it was only done through certain rituals.
That's right.
No, he turned around and clowned us.
Yep.
Did she clown us?
Yep.
Hey, they got in there.
They paid for it at the burial box.
I did on Market Street. Her did that. First of all, she ain't got no rhythm.
No, none.
That's how you know. That's how you know.
They clowned us.
And they got clowned.
They made it just like Indians, and not of a actual, you know, people, and they treated us like they've been treating us like we were like this. They've been
like we were
doing
plantation property.
Like we have no, they were easily entertained, and that we couldn't take them seriously. Or we weren't engaged. Or we weren't civically engaged. Or we weren't following what's happening, and they got shown. They got shown because we were paying attention. And listening and really giving them that work for a whole year.
But look, that's not the only black organization that's out here still treating us like we damn property or motherfucking plantation. Because other brothers and sisters do the same thing.
Yeah, and a lot of them are Democratic shields.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
I mean, both parties are plantations. The Republicans are plantation. The Democrats are a plantation. They got shields on bof sides.
I'm talking about organization that's ran by people that's supposed to be all black.
Yeah,
you did not hear what the brother said.
Yeah,
they sit up there and they say
that they are
organizations of what?
Yeah, you talking about some blue light organizations. You talking about the Urban League, the
UNIA.
Yeah.
Individuals and the NBPP and clown or whatever. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Some of them jokers is doing plantation shit.
Yeah, and then look at the Congressional Black Caucus too.
And Black Caucus, NAACP. NAACP always been a motherfucking plantation.
Yep.
They're so close to the proximity of white people. They don't mean no good for the everyday black person.
No, they don't.
They don't mean any good.
They ain't advanced us one iota.
They haven't advanced us, and they're not going to the way they came at us this season with all the shilling and the force of
that shit was horrendous.
You have to believe that this sister, this melanated woman, is a sister, and that this melanated woman is a black sister, and if we go vote, we got to vote for her just on that. We got to vote. If not, then we don't want to give a woman, a chance. We're against black women. We need to vote for her because she's black. I mean, and she's not. You know what I mean? And we kept saying, look, man, Biden took a nap. He's out for the counts right now. So we are not accepting this shit. This lady is not gonna do anything specifically for black people. I don't know what she tries to say.
She told us
back. Let's go back to
so I'm not gonna sit here and say I'm gonna do something that's only gonna benefit black people. No, because
When Trump first got elected, Maxine Waters was talking that smack.
Yep.
And she was sitting up there and say, "Hey, I can go down there. We can use the Constitution or whatever to get this joker impeached." And then, as brothers and sisters went down there, guess what? She backed out again.
Yep. They started caping for the illegals.
That's
and
right.
Migrant families. Talking about
Maxine
separating families and all of that shit. You locking kids in cages.
Right. And look, you can't at this point. You cannot do for another when your people are still suffering and denied neglect.
That's right.
You can't. It's not right. You're fucking wrong for co-signing it. You know?
And they give them motherfuckers money, tax-free dollars. Tax-free dollars. They can get gas stations and shit.
These other races, these other buffer classes, they think about their people first. We heard it in front of our face when we had Cornel West here. After he had left, this lady said, "I'm worried about my people." Well, people have to be what, like religious or Hispanic or some shit. And they're trying to give us the business. I'm like, damn, I'm talking to Jessica. Did you hear that? She said, "You gotta think about her people." Right? As we kept saying, we're putting our people first.
Right.
And it's a fucking crime,
but when we do it, it's racist.
It's a fucking crime. Like, we done committed the
It's divisive.
worst motherfucking atrocity ever. But saying,
and I'm just gonna go to a simple thing of how they do Malcolm X. See, they tell you about Malcolm X, but they don't tell you that Malcolm X family, he was a little, and they was part of the UNIA. They don't tell you how they blew up his father's house, killed him, and then on top of that, murdered his mother.
Yep, in Lincoln, Nebraska. Yep.
But they were, they were trying to. There was times where you ran into black people trying to compare or do some colors and shit and bring up Farrakhan. And my answer was like this. And Malcolm X, my answer was this: they lead black people. She does not lead black people to nothing.
Right.
She don't do for black people. They do for black people. Their interest is in black people. You understand?
Well, their
Kamala don't lead black people at all.
Is the boule. The boule.
Fuck that, the boule.
They are honorary supremacists. That's the honorary supremacists. That's the white supremacists. That's the honorary supremacists.
The 10th Negroes.
Them motherfuckers right there might as well call themselves white because they're doing the masses bidding. And they're never going to turn back because that's where the
like
bread
them
and butter
Jack and Jill Negroes.
Yeah, them motherfuckers are about the bag, but how can you shill and not get paid?
Right.
Well, my thing is, how should she be vice president and sit up there and could not stop the killing of that brother that had killing? They knew he was innocent.
Yeah, you talking about Marcellus?
That's right, Marcellus.
Yeah.
They killed him.
They killed
him. They killed him and they allowed that cracker to live.
Yep. I mean, and not of that, but how can you be against reparations? You come from Howard.
Exactly.
You went to school at Howard. You know, and you
Somebody heard what I said? They ate him. They ate him. They cut him up with their ritual.
Oh, Nat Turner,
and ate him.
Yeah, Nat Turner, they ate him,
They ate him.
He launched one of the first slave rebellions in American and U.S. history. So did. And he had help from John Brown. That's the only cracker I want around me, John Brown. If you ain't on that type of time, then I don't want you around me.
I'm cool on it. Segregation was the worst shit. like integration. Integration was the worst shit. Excuse me, my fault. Integration was the worst shit. You're not coming to my black mecca. Right. Sorry, but fuck you. I've had nothing but horrible experiences, and they just keep getting worse and worse as I get older. So I'd just rather not and just stick with what I know and what knows me and this, that. You hear me?
Right.
As black first and we're at war.
That's
they
right.
Can eat a dick.
But the thing is also we have to understand that we have also turned around and allow the oppressor to be the mean dollar grain. Yeah, because even with everything that we doing, they have turned around and worshiped the dollar bill. They have. You know what I'm saying? Worship the dollar bill. So I'm willing to sell you.
Like the OJ said.
That's right. And you look, I can bend you over. I can bend you over. I can get you to fellatio on me for a mean dollar green.
Yeah.
Some people got to have it.
Woo! Some people
really need it, y'all. Give it to me now.
The mean dollar green.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
All
saying?
right.
That's something else we gotta look at as well, brothers and sisters.
Mm-hmm.
We have to look at that as well. Because somebody, it goes with your character. And that's something that Dr. Baruti talks about all the time, about you being that warrior. Because if somebody can turn around and show you that cash, right? $30,000 or however, whatever, and you willing to sell your soul for it? Or are you willing, because brothers and sisters have done that too, to kill somebody else in your family just them dollars?
Or when your family member gets killed by the race soldiers, you quick to try to get a damn check.
Try to get a check, let alone say, I forgive.
Yeah, I forgive.
I forgive.
Or like
I'm doing what God says. Get the fuck out of here.
That shit was ridiculous.
Yeah. Or hug the killer.
That
like
was
both.
Hug the killer.
Oh my God, man. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe
it.
I was like, what kind of world are we living in?
Right.
Where you're gonna hug fucking the enemies, fucking the killer of your brother? Like,
right.
What the fuck is wrong with you? If you're gonna do that, why don't you stab her in the chest or something? Like in the movie, like you hug her, just, you know, but why the fuck do you like? I forget. Oh my God, I was like, tomato. God, if I walked out the room, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I just couldn't fathom it. I was like, oh, mouth dropped, heart fell in my chest. I was like, oh Lord, clutch my pearls. This ain't happening. Lord have mercy, this ain't happening. It was happening.
But Tatiana Jefferson's dad was like, the hell with that. I want justice for my
like,
dad.
burn this bitch
down. Go with that same attorney. What is his name? Crump.
Oh my God! Yeah.
Oh yeah. Let's talk about that motherfucker.
That motherfucker.
Oh yeah.
That motherfucker. Yeah. Let's talk about that motherfucker.
Like last week.
Yeah, he was trying to preach to us too. He was on that same Obama shit.
Yeah. With old D.L. Hughley as the lead. Man, ain't nobody give a fuck what Trump said. He don't stay there through the case. He dips. He's a fucking ambulance. He's there for the camera.
He kept telling us to go vote. He wouldn't tell us what to vote for. He just said, you just need to go out and vote. No.
Heather looking at us don't even know what he want to vote for.
Right.
Hey, look, Crump was sitting up there just like that incident that happened in motherfucking DC, and they already knew that this motherfucking popo was around there robbing the motherfucking drug dealers.
Yep.
I'm not saying selling drugs, you're not really doing that in your community or with the oppression, but this motherfuckers was robbing the drug dealers, had them motherfucker whatever. They had him all up there. He done ran over a brother or whatever. Let me tell you what Crump said. Crump told his mother, oh, calm down, relax. You ain't get no money like that. Really?
Oh
Let me
my
tell
God.
you, if somebody ran down my son,
I want to run down everybody's son.
I'm going to that motherfucking house.
That's right.
Yeah, that would get busy. I was like, I don't understand. I was like, what? This is just, I'm like, Lord have mercy, baby, blood Jesus, man, what the fuck is going on? Because this is fucking crazy to me. And the fact that they can even have the audacity to try to act like they're going to do something for these people, while they stand there and their hand on their shoulder. It's all right, man. It's all right. Mother crying and shit. Next thing you know, they get the little, they have to find out, they get the little settlement or whatever. They settle quickly just to get paid. It's like you didn't give a damn about your relatives.
And they don't even tell you the truth about everything. It's like that brother that got killed by them Omegas in the Greek or whatever. Whatever. Come to find out that girl was dating that police officer. She was dating him.
Yep.
And she turned around, left him, and started dating the other guy.
Yep.
Right?
That's why they killed him. Yep.
Beat him, bullied him, and everything else.
Yep.
Just right down the street from his own mama house.
Yep.
He was on the way
He was
home.
blocks away from his mama house.
He could have been crying shit you hear him. And then
they clocked him.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
And then at that his funeral, Kamala gonna get up there talking about, I'm gonna make George, I'm gonna make Joe Biden sign the George Floyd Policing Act and make Congress
All right,
pass
let's talk
the law.
about George Floyd altogether. You know that was the setup too. Because the police officer that killed him, that same woman George Floyd was with, she was dating him.
Yep.
And they worked in the same club.
Yep, they sure did as bouncers.
Yep, as bouncers.
Yep. Yep. So he should have been charged with
stalking,
first degree murder.
harassment. Yep. All kind of shit. I mean,
that bastard's still trying to get out of jail after he got stabbed up on Black Friday.
And the shit I look at is like, y'all are people.
He got
why
poked
the fuck
up.
would you do anything like that? And it's just like Ice Cube said, show it out for the white man.
Yep. Black
I mean?
police showing out for the white.
Exactly. That shit is sad. Sad state of affairs right there.
Yeah, it is.
Well, it's not sad, it's reality.
Yeah.
And this is the thing that's evident, and this is the thing that our ancestors want to show us. None of this stuff is happening by mistake.
No.
This is preparation for us to be more mindful of what's going to happen next.
Right. So moving along, because this is probably going to be the last topic because we've been on here for 5 hours.
Damn, it went there. It was 5 hours. I didn't even realize. Shucks, this is good. We doing good.
Yeah. And I got to get up early for the food bank because I deliver food to the seniors in my district for the past 8 years.
Wow, great! I love it.
So the next topic is Black voters cites anti-male messaging from the Democrats as to why VP Kamala Harris lost. So Uncle Phil's going to give us an update on that.
Cast, ladies and gentlemen, more and more people are speaking about the loss of Vice President Kamala Harris with this election. And, you know, we know the Democrats went on a misandrous campaign, speaking very ill about men and definitely black men in particular. And it was even black men that voted at an extreme high rate for President Trump, even though black men did vote at a higher rate, but not like Latino men. But black men were demonized and saying it's the brothers and always constantly saying all these different things, the disrespect. But I want you to hear from this one brother. He shares his opinion on why a lot of men just was not going to vote for Vice President Kamala Harris.
See why women are confused on why Kamala lost, and mainly people on the left on why they lost. So I'll quickly tell you why you lost. All that rhetoric you're doing about men right now, that is why you lost. All that saying men are afraid of women because they don't want to vote for Kamala Harris, all that bashing black men from Obama, Krusty, and Warhawks who should be in prison, all that is why men drove out to the polls and dominated the polls and showed you guys that we're not having that. Real men did that. And black women, you out here bashing black men. Yeah, the black man vote for Donald Trump shot up 6% from 2020. Why? Because of what you're doing right now, bashing us. We're tired of this, man. Y'all trying to tell us that we're scared of women because we don't want to vote for a woman? Are we serious right now? Black women trying to tell black men vote for her because she's quote unquote a black woman when in reality she isn't. Like it's stupid like that. We were tired of it. We were tired of it. Black men of all races got shit on. White men, Latino men, black men. So we dominated. We tired of it. We dominated. That is why y'all lost. Maybe tone down the anti-man rhetoric and anti-hate speech for men, and just maybe you might get a woman in the White House. I doubt it, because I don't see this country wanting a woman as president anyway. And honestly, I understand it. But maybe if you do that, you may be able to do it. You may be able to get him in there. Not to mention, men don't give a fuck about all the stupid. We don't give a fuck about abortions because that's not a real problem. Y'all, they try to prop it up like it's not a problem. We don't give a fuck about all this irrelevant. We don't care how much of a mean person Trump is. We don't give a men. We think with competency, and we think of, and we're more strategic with our decisions. Like we're trying to figure out how to make the most money. We only care about the economy because we're providers, so we want to have more money to provide for our families and our women. And we care about safety and security, foreign policies, and border security, things like that. That's all we care about, because that resonates with us, because that is our job as men, to protect and provide. So we're looking at candidates who got the best ability to do that for us, who can do that for us, who can give us the opportunity to do that for us. So then that way we can trickle that down to our family. And that was the key message that was missing the whole time in the Kamala Harris campaign. They weren't saying that. Instead, they did the opposite and just kept trying to bash men. That's not going to win men over at all.
Now, a lot of things that your young brother said, it just really was spot on. I mean, you got to think about it. Leading up to this election, Michelle Obama coming out here talking down on men, a lot of the brothers too, but talking down on men. The Democrat Party has not been a place for, men who are providers, men who's trying to protect, their families and things like that, right? They want, especially the black man, to be underneath the woman. Just like what Tiffany Cross said, y'all black men get behind the women, get behind the women. We are not going to sit up there as a group of men and be disrespected like that. Right. Latino men, white men, none of those men are going to just take that disrespect. And the Democrat Party really got to see that, taking that line like this, how you going to want to get men to vote for you, but you disrespect them at the same time? It's no different than if you disrespecting women or whatever. Now, some people can say, well, Trump, he disrespected Latinos. Well, some of them are saying, from what they're saying, well, that was a comedian. I didn't agree with what he said, but I'm thinking about the economy. I'm thinking about what this young brother's saying. I'm thinking about what's going to happen, getting us in some foreign wars. And that's really what that is. Because at the end of the day, I tell everybody that what's going on in your bank account go determine a whole lot. It's going to determine if you can live, if you can eat, if you can pay your bills, you can take vacation, if you can go to the doctor, if you, whatever you got going on, your bank account, or if you don't even have a bank account, whatever you got going on is going to determine that. In this election, the economy was the dominating thing. Everybody is collectively suffering in this economy. This is why everybody was coming out and saying, no, we cannot put Harris in there on top of the disrespect that was happening with the Democrat Party. The Democrat Party, as I said before, especially for black men, it is not a place for black men who are traditional men.
Right.
It's not a place at all. The Democrats, if they want to fix that party and they want to get traditional men into their party, they literally got to get rid of the whole playbook they've been running on, that Obama playbook, throw it in the trash and start over. You understand? Because if you keep following that Obama playbook, that extreme left-wing progressive, you won't win elections because you got too far to the left. Yeah. It's just bottom line. And we're not prioritizing things that cannot put food on the table for our families as men. It's just bottom line. Okay.
All right. So for a minute, Paris, can we pause for a minute? Because again, this is a speech they trying to do when it comes to us keeping together with our black men as women. Black men and women. We cannot allow them to constantly separate us because we are one unit.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
That's right. And that's what the Democrats were doing.
Trying to separate us.
Right. That's exactly right, sister. That's exactly what the Democrats were doing. They were trying to force this gender divide, and it backfired in their face. Because a lot of sisters started getting on cold what the brothers was talking about, what we was talking about, and they set it out, or they voted third party, or they voted for Trump. So
the thing is, we have to again go back to the spirituality and everything, because like I said, a cleansing needs to be done, as well as that our brothers need to know that we're here, and our sisters need to feel like that you're here. Right. And that is one of the reasons that I want to do what I'm doing as far as the dinner party as a healing process, because Just like they say that the black man doesn't know where he's going. The sister don't know, well, the black woman don't really know where she's going. You know what I'm saying? Because every time you turn around, look at this stupidity. And even when that young blood was talking, and he said, maybe this, but it still went down to the point that they want our brothers again, and they're monopolizing us to hate you as a black woman.
Yeah.
And they do. And they're creating it. They're showing you that they give you more ammo to dislike a black woman.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, you just heard it from the young blood.
Yeah. Yeah.
And focus on things that don't even affect us as a collective in society. Because when it comes to abortion, that's not nothing you go do every day, but you eat every day. You pay a light bill, gas bill, water bill, you pay your cell phone bill, you pay your internet bill, all these different bills that you have coming up constantly, okay? That you have to pay. I have to pay. Letting all these immigrants in here, they don't help pay my bills.
Right.
You promoting LGBT and trans and all that. That doesn't pay my bills.
Right.
That doesn't pay anybody else's bills.
Right.
The Democrat Party focus on everything, every single thing. Okay. Except what we call the kitchen table issues.
Right.
They say, oh, the economy is doing a lot better. On paper, it says this number going down, that number going down. People don't feel that. Mm-mm. The only time people feel it is when they go to the grocery store and that box of cereal is $3 again, $2.50 again. Mm-hmm. Then we say, "Oh wow, the economy doing good." When people go to the store and get a dozen of eggs for $1 again, that's when people say, "Oh man, we're doing good." You understand?
Yeah.
When people can go drive and go get some gas and it's under $2 again,
right?
People are like, "Oh wow, it's the economy starting to look good." When people can go buy a home and they don't have to pay high interest rates to do that, people say, "Oh man, the economy is good." That's really what a lot of it is.
Yeah.
If people don't feel that in their everyday life, then the economy is not doing good. You can say all the job numbers you want, it just don't. So that's what we're talking about. And on top of all of that, the disrespect. I mean, I think the disrespect in this election, I think it was the most I've ever seen before.
Right.
I mean, the venom that we got to see coming from the Democrats, definitely toward black men. Mm-hmm. Black men was so demonized in this election. I mean, come on, why did you think black men gonna come out there and they still say black men showed up? A lot of black men sat it out.
Yeah.
A lot of black men, black people sat it out.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I did say many, many times that Kamala Harris is going to get the majority of the black vote. I said that. I knew that because I know y'all. Mm-hmm. I know y'all. I know what you're going to do. I know how you move. You understand? So, next time, Democrats, disrespect black men. Don't disrespect no man.
Right.
Respect us like you respect anybody else. Mm-hmm. Throw away that extreme left-wing progressive crap. Throw it in the trash.
Right.
Get out of that. Come to the political middle. Be very moderate in what you're doing. If you really, first of all, Democrats, you got to shore your base up, and the best way to shore your base up is just do right by black people. See, Democrats, if you want to win elections, you do right by black people.
Right.
That's it. Just do right by black people. Trust me, if y'all did even just gave us a anti-black hate crime bill, reparations, something. Everybody got and voted for Democrats and Harris. I would have voted for him. Mm-hmm. But you disrespecting me and making my life hard with the money. Well, why would I go out there and vote for that? No, anybody in their right mind wouldn't vote for that.
Right.
Now, of course, I mean, you do have people out here who are very silly and they want to vote on a motion and things that don't even matter. That's their business. That's their voting rights. Mm-hmm. But for the rest of us, no, we couldn't go down that route with Vice President Kamala Harris.
Hell no.
It's just that simple. But the misandry was extreme in this election cycle. Very, very bothersome, very sickening.
Yes, sir.
But maybe in 2028, maybe the Democrats will change they whole party up. We'll see. But if not, if they don't, well, get ready for President J.D. Vance. That's what's gonna happen in 2020.
And actually show what
You
it
wear
is
a lot of hats for your small
have,
business.
Democracy in this country all together. Like I said, it needs to be a cleansing. But the thing is we have to stop the bashing. You know what I'm saying? We have to stop the bashing altogether, because you cannot bash a black woman in the Americas, and then when you want to hit a cracker in the head for doing something, well, you did it. That's why they so free-nilly calling you niggas, even in the music and the lyrics that they write. You know what I'm saying? So the thing is, all this stuff have to stay enclosed at home. You got a problem with a sister, you got a problem with a brother, you don't air your business out on the streets. So the thing is, and I think that, regardless of through this election, that black men is gonna have to stop bashing her as a black woman. Just stop.
Well,
Stop.
Black men and women need to stop bashing each other altogether.
Yeah, that's true. But I'm just saying that there wasn't a black man that actually ran against Trump. It was a black woman.
Well, there was. That was Dr. Cornel West. But yeah, I get what you're saying.
Cornel West, but he's also messed with them troglodytes as well.
Yeah.
And you know what I'm saying? And the thing is that we got to stop with all of this together, bashing each other, talking about whatever. And, you may have a woman, if you looked at what the young brother was saying, you already understand that he doesn't have any realization or consciousness or actuality about himself as dealing with a woman, with his mother. You came out of my womb, right? We should not, regardless of what Kamala did or whatever, she lost the damn election. But we should not be out here because she didn't know she wanted to be Indian, and then later on she wanted to be black. But the thing is, she's still a woman, a black. Do you not see how they turning around and they separating us again?
Yeah, the Democrats. The Democrats.
You have to pull back. Stop. You have to pull back.
Yeah,
leave her alone.
That wasn't the Republicans that was doing that. That was the Democrats.
It doesn't even matter. Leave her alone. To the point that us as militant and revolutionaries, we cannot continue to keep talking about this woman, calling her out of her name, disrespecting her, saying whatever. We cannot, because this is a reflection that not only other women are seeing, that brothers is doing, but also what our elders are seeing.
Well, they enabled all of it. I mean, like you said.
I'm not doing a blame game. Who cares? Who started it? Let's finish it.
Yeah, let's finish it.
Let's finish it.
All right, Lady Che, what are your thoughts on this?
I mean, that's a lot to take in right there. I think that as I myself here in the city, I mean, I was very quick to say that this woman was not for us. She wasn't, she didn't represent our interests. I said it in the worst ways too, because everybody was trying to propagate the propaganda to us in our city on the boards we sit in, and that we had to go and vote this way because of the certain things, be that she's a black woman or she was a woman, like I said earlier, and none of that really mattered to me. What mattered was she didn't have no policy. She didn't have no policies, and she wasn't really talking about that shit. And that's what was important. The other thing is that she didn't really. She. I mean, it's not really just her. It's the messaging behind her.
Mm-hmm.
So the people that were running her they did her a disservice
Mm-hmm.
by not pushing certain things that we need. And they, no one ever asked us. They went on with the boule necessities and what they think are important versus what the average regular person on the street thinks.
Mm-hmm.
And that was that. And then they had this chilly every city, we work we do work in the city politically. We saw it firsthand how it didn't benefit us, and no matter what we said, they pushed it so the messaging was all over the place. They wanted you to like in our city, for example, they wanted us to hear the Democratic message, so they would close their ears off to anything of relevance, like voting for tangibles and policy versus identity politics, because that didn't even match. You had darker sisters trying to promote a lie to us when we were saying, hey, you don't have to do that. You could just say she's a regular melanated woman.
Right.
Who cares? It's about the policy. It's about the policy.
Right.
Yeah, and that's another thing. They don't have to keep bringing that up. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
like I said before, she didn't even know what race she wanted to be.
We don't even care about that. Honestly, the problem is that they made her do a role. She put in a role, whatever, and it's the messaging behind her. And the fact that it came out of her that we're not. I mean, we're not even really upset. It's just petty. We're just being petty. And ultimately, it's over with now, and she lost her job.
Yeah.
So
she got fired.
She lost her job, and that's that. We don't have to keep.
My only thing is, I don't want brothers and sisters to allow this situation to separate us. That's what they're trying to do. They've been trying to kill our families and take away. Because let me tell you something: our strength comes in a mighty fist, in a group. Right?
Yep.
When you take away our man, you take away our woman, or our whatever, our children, they already know. And this is a way for them to turn around and leave. See, all this was a ploy for us to go around and go against each other. That the black man don't want to look at a black woman no more. You know what I'm saying? They're trying to divide us.
Yep.
We have to stay strong and have that mighty fist. Do not fall in the depths of these honorary supremacists and white supremacists.
Yeah, and I don't think we did. I think that it was the display that really pushed the narrative. I mean, because in reality, when you go outside, we're united. We're not really divided as much as they think they're saying. You know what I mean? I mean, we know better. If this is all online, this is like watching a movie. It's not really real. It's like fictional. So when you go outside, you know that the division doesn't really exist. It's just right here. So we didn't let ourselves feed into that because we knew what was behind it. What's behind it is racism, white supremacy.
Yep.
And so we stood away from that, regardless of what we talked about for a whole year as gossipy little, something to talk about, distractional shit. We really honestly know that at the end of the day, when we go outside, we're not as divided as they make it sound.
Right.
That's right. And then on top of that, they try to put this fictitious thing in your eyes, like, what is your woman supposed to do? I am not no Donna Reed or Leave It to Beaver or anything else. You know what I'm saying? Because just like my man got his gun in that motherfucking door, I got a gun sitting right here by you. So when you try to take him out, I got you clocked right there. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm not no motherfucking Donna Reed.
Right.
My man, my family, and my foundation, and I'm the soldier. And what does that have to do with what sex I am? I'm a black woman. And this motherfucker.
Hey, Leonard, B1 salute.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Leonard, yes. Kamala is not a black woman, though. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, she don't know if she want to be black, white, Indian, or whatever the hell she is.
It's a chameleon.
At the end of the day, everybody came from the motherland, Africa, that cannot be moved, And yes, you is somewhere in your lineage.
We got a
You
troll
got a
in here.
black man or a black woman.
Special agent. We got Special Agent McCombs. And he says 4B is a movement. Stand strong, ladies. Oh my God.
You really want them to stand strong when you want sex, right?
Stupid.
Stupid. You're gonna tell them to stand strong when they're
I found it highly offensive as well, Leonard.
When they're not giving you the pussy, you're gonna really be upset about this, right? Unless you like dick, well then you won't be upset because they're giving that away in heavy format.
Oh my God.
You know what I mean? So just go ahead and take that bullshit out somewhere else. It's not a movement.
Wait a minute.
It's not a movement that black women started anyway. It's a movement that motherfucking old snowflakes think is the wave, and it really isn't.
Yeah. And I just want brothers and sisters to know out there that we are not separate. We are one. Your body makeup and everything or whatever is the same as my makeup. We are the Amen, the Amenet. We created the universe. Our ancestors all, as you walk this land, we are the angels. We are the God and the goddesses. We're the beings. We're the earths. We everything. We evolve. I just wish that brothers and sisters would see themselves as more than some motherfucking political party. Fuck all them motherfuckers. They is full of shit, every last one of them.
Right. That's how I feel. Yep.
They full of shit.
We don't care if both of them parties collapse. We've been saying that for at least 4 years now.
Hell yeah. We don't give a fuck about none of y'all.
Right.
Hell.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna move us to the last topic of the night, and that is gonna be New York Attorney General Letitia James seems nervous President Trump will get revenge on her for lawfare. Ooh. So this is the same one that put all them charges up against Trump in New York, and now she feels retribution.
Oh, please.
Gotta be cat. She was talking that big energy, that big shit right there. We'll take everything.
Podcast, ladies and gentlemen, all the fallout is starting to happen after President Trump has been reelected as president of the United States. Now, for a long while, in the process of leading, they was waging lawfare cases against President Trump. And they waged the civil, case against him, which the appellate court basically just threw out. And then you have this business record case of Blacc out there in the Manhattan DA. And at that time, I said, man, these black people, these black Democrats, why are y'all being the crash dummies for that party?
Crash dummies, yes.
You know how Trump is, because if y'all don't put him in jail and he's still free, and if he gets elected president, y'all may be in trouble. Fonnie Willis, you another one. Yep. I did that a few times, if y'all remember. Well, he got elected. And old Miss Letitia James, I think she's kind of concerned.
Yeah.
Don't believe me? Listen what she just had to say.
So here we are. We've studied their platforms. We've identified certain possibilities, fact patterns. We've created contingency plans. So no matter what the next administration throws at us, we're ready. We're ready to respond to their attacks. We're ready to respond to any attempts to cut or eliminate any funding to the great state of New York, as the governor outlined. So despite what has happened on the national stage, we will continue to stand tall in the face of injustice, revenge, or retribution. We will continue to protect and our most vulnerable and marginalized amongst us. Because it is my sworn duty and responsibility to lead that fight, working with the governor of this great state, Kathy Hochul, This is not the time to be fearful, New York.
Black kids in the Bronx
But
know the meaning of computer.
And steadfast. Knowing that I, as the Attorney General, along with my entire team, we are guardians of the law. And we are prepared, my friends, to fight back.
Well, that kind of sound like to me, the president. I could imagine what she said at her house. I'm pretty sure she was cussing at the TV.
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure she was throwing stuff. I'm pretty sure her family was like, "Hey, Letitia, Trump got elected. Oh, you know how Trump is. You know how he is. Oh man, Trump about to come after you. You already know how the family was saying that, like, oh, what you gonna do?
Yeah.
What you gonna do? Because listen, he gonna be in office like in January. So what you gonna do?
What you gonna do?
And all that talk about y'all prepared and all that. Listen, y'all know how Trump is. And I warned about this. I said, Letitia, sister, give that case to a special prosecutor. Don't do it, and preferably give it to a white one. And let Trump go after them, and you just stay out of it. You know what I'm saying? Alvin Bragg, I said the same thing. Give it to somebody else. Stay out of it. No, you black Democrats, y'all wanted a little gold star from the Democrat Party. Say, oh, look at me. Look, I took down Trump. Finding Willis, you another one. You went out there, want to go after Trump. And then what happened? They uncovered all your shenanigans with Nathan Wade. Now, yeah, that was your boo thing that you laid up with, and that's your business. But all your business got put on Front Street that nobody knew what you and him had going on. So if I go back to that, you already know.
Hey, just let me pause for a minute.
Alvin Bragg, you know he don't like that judge in that case. Oh man, Trump gonna have a field day. And this is the thing. Trump can have a field day because he's not even worried about getting reelected. That's the thing. See, the first time he was in office, okay, reelected. Now, oh man, look, because you know how he is. Look, I don't know. I just think y'all need to go take a vacation to Indonesia until this man get out of office. You know what I'm saying? And then after he got out of office, you want to come back, come on back. That's just my suggestion. Do what you do. Because this man gonna have, and think about it. What will slow him down? He's gonna have a Republican Senate. He's gonna have a Republican House. He can appoint all the special prosecutors he can to go after you. I'm like, now somebody say, well, that's not right. He's gonna do that. Yeah, but it wasn't right. The lawfare they did on him either.
This is
it wasn't. We all of us knew that was lawfare. All of us knew that crap.
Yep.
They were trying to do everything they could to stop him from getting back where he's at now. After all that mess that the Democrats threw at him, and look what happened.
Yeah.
You better believe they worried.
Yep.
Oh, they worried. It's not just Letitia worried or Alvin Bragg. He been quiet. Or Finding Willis, she been very quiet.
Yep.
Oh no. It's the Democrat Party in itself gonna be worried. Is he gonna come after me? What he gonna do this time? What is he gonna do this? Is he gonna do that?
And Democrat and just
what the science is showing us is the universe appears to be alive. It appears to be conscious.
She actually did everything that she did.
Let me tell black people something. You got to know when to be putting your neck out and when not to. Put your neck out for black people. How about that? Put your neck out for our community.
The righteous way.
Letitia, if you put your neck out for black people, get black people out of Rikers Island. Yeah. Man, matter of fact, shut it down if you need to. Do things to help out black single mothers, black children, our black men that's coming out of prison for them to get viable employment. Do something like that for them. You know what I'm saying? Do something that where black people can say, hey, man, Letitia, when she was in there, man, we really benefited from that. You understand? And if you're gonna wage some cases, do it where it look good. Nobody benefited from that case. You brought up a case and you was trying to say he defrauded the banks, and the bank said no, he didn't. He paid his payments, and we gave him more money. We ain't got a problem with him. And then when it went up to the appellate court, they say, well, the bank's saying they didn't. What are you talking about? He didn't do nothing wrong with the banks speaking up for him. And they say they never seen a case like that before because it was lawfare. And then they had a judge, right, who was on the tape. That's why they went to the appellate court.
Older, I guess. You know what I mean?
So, yeah. She worried, y'all. Don't let her do all act like she tough talking. No, she worried. And hey, shouldn't have did all that. Shouldn't have did it.
Yes, it is. I value.
That's the only thing I'm saying about that. Oh, is he above the law? No, I'm not saying he's above the law. What I'm saying is, as a black person, you don't be the crash dummy for the Democrats. Let the white Democrats go at Trump. The black people need to worry about our own people. That's what happened to you. See, when Trump is going after Letitia James, Fani Willis, Alvin Bragg, them white Democrats, they're gonna be sitting there like, ooh, that's kind of messed up, Letitia. What he doing to you? They're not gonna come to her rescue. Nope. They're not gonna come to Fani's rescue. They're not gonna come to Alvin Bragg's rescue. No, they're not. They're gonna leave you out there high and dry, and then that's when you're gonna see Letitia and all them talking about, man, this is racism. I already know. She'll be calling for black people. Oh, I know. She will be calling for black people when she go through that mess with Trump. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this all is gonna be interesting. This is all gonna be interesting, leading all the way up to the inauguration of President Trump. So Letitia, she's saying like she's scared, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know. She may want to see if she can make that right with Trump before he get in office, or whatever. I don't know. That's the only thing that I would tell her. Just make it right.
That is not our problem.
We have to think big. What do you know about wind turbines? I know they blow.
Is that down Tulsa?
Yeah, Tulsa
King. Yeah.
That's great. But anyway, that is not our problem, brothers. We don't have to sit back there and worry about all that stuff. They sat there, but the thing is, if you would have came across it and genuine and faith, thinking about your people, your ancestors, or what was going on, that's one thing. But you don't sit there and side with the oppressor and have the oppressor to tell you how you supposed to do everything. Them motherfuckers gonna leave you high and dry. Have they not turned around and left us high and dry? Not only when it comes to our families.
Oh yeah, at the very least, Leonard.
You know what I'm saying?
You're gonna have
The way she did
so we're gonna have a series of unfortunate accidents.
Like, man,
serious. And you turn around and you side with them, right? But you leave us behind. Our ancestors told us. They told us a long time ago. Leave them inorganic troglodytes alone.
Yep.
Hey man, well she messed with the wrong one. The wrong one was like, look, bitch, I fire people for a living. I fire people and I make an ass out of myself. Fire bitches, and then you're going down. You're going down, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, to us, it's like whatever. She knew what she was getting into when she pursued that.
Yeah.
She knew she was gonna be fussing with some pain in the ass white man, and how you have to give it back to her. Is that why she's? That sounded like she was a spirit for her life.
She was shook.
Where the fuck was she looking at?
I don't even understand why she, you already know. If she's sitting around there talking about she shook, that means you already know she did something she ain't had no business.
Man.
Because how you gonna be shook? How you gonna be shook when you doing the right thing? When you stick to righteousness?
4 or 5 days after?
Right. Yep.
It's only 4 or 5 days after. Like, calm down, bitch. It's not even, that's it. Calm down, okay?
He ain't even got inaugurated yet.
Calm down. He hasn't touched shit yet. He's just been talking out his ass for 5 days. If that. Like, just calm down. He's probably sitting back with his feet up, eating popcorn, and fucking just laughing because everybody's flipping out and wondering what Trump gonna do. What Trump gonna do? Trump gonna do what Trump do. And you that word, you know you fucked up.
Right.
You got on his bad list.
Ain't nobody worried about that shit.
And she clearly worried about it. That bro, I ain't never seen that.
If you was really trying to, so you turn around, the way it looks like, they turn around and set her ass up. They set her ass up. Because you really don't have any legitimate facts.
Why would you give a speech like that? So
exactly.
4 days later.
That's what I'm saying. So they set her ass up.
Yeah.
She was the pawn in a little game.
Yeah,
and now you want to get nervous?
All his
You
assets.
better snap back and analyze that shit from the get-go.
Right. The huge said she like, you're basically gonna make him another Giuliani, right?
Yep.
And then, is that why she worried?
Yep.
Because Giuliani.
Yep. Disbarred, disgraced. He lost everything. He got to give it to a black woman.
Jesus Christ, man. This is only 4 days in, bitch. Calm down. You have the Trump nightmares and shit. Trump gonna do? Everybody's living in fear. And he's living rent free. Everybody's there.
What are you living in fear about? You already know that them motherfuckers is building stuff on the underground while we have to commit to the 5G and everything else. You already know they're doing that stuff, and they having evacuation. They're doing evacuation techniques. And the thing is that brothers and sisters also gotta think about protecting your household, and also don't forget about your bug out bags, just in case you have to get out of Dodge for a little while and just have to leave everything that you have to leave. And it's all because it's not even about this stupidity of an election. It's about the fact of humanitarianism. It's the fact of morality and integrity and everything else. And I think all these motherfuckers that lost it, they don't even know what the hell. They don't look. They don't know what sex they want to be. Nope. They don't know what race they are. They don't even want to tell you what kind of. It's like it's like stupidity all across the board.
Yes.
They basically,
you measure the sanity with the insanity, but constantly doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result.
It's insanity.
Exactly. It's insanity. So we are around a whole bunch of insane motherfuckers. That's the bottom line.
Well, that's how they get their
Sounds like this lady is doing a Oh my God. Are you serious, dude? No.
Well, Venezuela, So Venezuela, they did turn around and they did their revolution or however, whatever. But you know what? I'm actually agreeing with Venezuela. Okay? It's because the government turns around, the United States, it's like they turn around and change the president in Cuba.
Yeah, you talking about when they took out Hugo Chavez.
Yeah. They
under Osambo. That happened under Osambo.
Not even in the bloodline. It's not even in the bloodline. It's going into Cuba. And again, they're threatening Assata Shakur's life all over again.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah. So where's the revolution at with that? Because even in Venezuela, and they're not the only country that's going through stuff, those are countries that the United States is turning around or whatever. Why? Why they group in or whatever? Because, wait a minute, when they try to go to Nigeria, they still battling niggas. Nigeria's like, nah, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
I'm not dealing with you.
Right.
Uganda, get out of here. You got that young brother up there talking about, hey, y'all can't come up with you, Ghana or whatever. So you have to find other resources. And with the resources, they turn around and these countries, they putting in elected officials that they choose.
Yeah, you're talking about the puppet. They're putting in the puppets.
They putting in the puppets, right? To rob of whatever. So Cuba came around. If y'all looked at the thing, Sambo Agent Crack.
He talking about what else? Talk about Jordan Taylor Alvin.
Yeah, well, Pastor, he's talking about me. I don't know. So the thing is this?
No, not you. Yeah, the sister. Yeah, he said leave the sister alone. Yeah, he's talking about you. This Agent Mac Montana says sounds like this lady is joining Taylor Agua.
Venezuela. With
All right, so Venezuela, I guess I don't know. I know that
he's just joking. He's just joking. He said he had to get you. He's just playing around. So, Lady Che, what are your thoughts on this?
What? Oh, man, like I just said it. Like,
Oh, you just did it.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Old girl needs. It's only been a couple of days. She got to calm her nerves. Like that's serious. He might not even go that hard. He might not. You never know. I mean, I would just.
You know, Camilla's gonna be working at the motherfucking White House. Them motherfuckers are sleeping together. I'm not saying literally, but they all grouped together.
As far as the lawyer is concerned, I mean, she knows what she did.
Oh, please, she gonna have
the lawyer knows what she did. She knows what she did. She knows she went wrong.
Oh, the Attorney General, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Her ass probably has a job over there too.
She knows what she did, so she knows what she gonna get when she gets it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, all we can do is shoulder shrug.
Yeah.
Shoulder shrug.
I say fuck all of them and do a cleansing out of everybody.
Yep, that's what we've been saying. Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Because all of them full of shit.
I don't even think a cleansing is gonna help the demonic shit that's been going on. They got a lifetime of motherfucking karmic dues owed to them.
Mm-hmm.
They're not gonna be healed at all. They're talking about a lifetime of karmic debt that they have accrued for all the malicious shit that they've been doing. So, yeah. Oh yeah, for real, dude. For real. Yeah, Shabaka too. Yep.
Yeah, paranoid on the Google
got me paranoid. The Google card. Well, yeah, you know them motherfucking Google cards is doing an investigation. It's actually when Shabaka saw the cars going on that they have out here, and that's coming to other cities as well. You can look at it, it's called Waymo. Yeah. And they're actually tailing everything. So the snitch is not a man anymore. Or when you do an investigation, them motherfuckers is watching you.
Yeah, I was like, yeah,
so the car's gonna tell on you.
Yep, the car's gonna tell on you.
Oh my god!
Guess what? It tells on you. It tells on you. The computer and also our smart TVs tell on you.
The smart TVs, the smart refrigerators, the smart stoves, the smart TVs.
You ain't gotta worry about the homeboy snitch. You get your motherfucking phone in your car.
You got the Google.
Yeah, hell no. You done told on your goddamn self.
You don't let that shit. That's why now you can't even say it's a hot mic or fucking moment because you know that your device done tattled on you.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you anywhere you go, there's no safe spot unless you just disconnect and leave it all somewhere else. You know what I mean? Everything's telling, and them smart cars been telling.
Yep.
Yeah,
let me tell you who else is telling you, Alexa. If y'all got them Alexas around,
Alexa, Google Home,
Siri.
Google Home, Siri.
Anything, it's all been telling on you. Either Bluetooth has been telling on you. Yeah. They've been telling that fucking surveillance shit has been going heavy in the paint for fucking a long time. Watch out this documentary.
Big Brother.
They don't give no fucks. They've been heavily surveilling us as regular folk.
Yeah, they going underground. We're staying above ground because they know our ancestors is coming 2025. See, that's the thing. And Funkadelic talked about a long time ago. Our ancestors is already here. They walking the earth. They just wait. See, they talking about all this shit. They get look. If you talking about that sister getting nervous, them motherfucking crackers is getting nervous.
Oh yeah,
nervous. That's why they had it. Oh, please get a minute. Whatever. And then Trump was on TV yesterday talking about we gotta help out the African Americans.
Yeah, he said we built this country.
I don't think I'm African American at all.
Trump?
I'm indigenous.
Well, he did say we built this country and that we're not getting our due for it.
Yeah, he said that. You know why he's saying all that? Them troglodytes is getting nervous because they already know that they are really gonna be scarce.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And they already know.
Yeah, they have minus birth rate.
But
that's why they're giving so much fuss about abortion.
Well, abortion that doesn't come away from us. The only The only reason why I would say something about that is because, they're pedophiles. So they turn around, and they also incestors. So they sleep with their cousins and this and that. They ain't even third, fourth, fifth cousin. They sleep with the first cousin or whatever, and they have babies, and they molesting their children from the day in and day out. And that was the reason.
Neurological issues.
Mongoloids.
And Down syndrome.
Down syndrome.
Mongoloid.
You know what I'm saying?
Mongoloid.
That's why they push them, because we don't do abortions. That's not our culture.
That's what they call it, man. That's swear to God, that's what they call it.
That's their culture, not our culture.
Races.
It's not.
It's Negroid.
Look, man, I was a little girl.
It's Mongoloid.
I was a little girl. My father said, "Hey, you sleep with your cousins and your fucking brothers and sisters."
Oh shit!
Yeah, Mongoloid.
Look at the bottom.
You see, all fucked up. They come out fucked up.
Incest and everything else.
Yeah, like that's what I was told, and it's like a little. That's true. You hear me? That shit is disgusting, and they come out fucked up. You hear me? So I'm like,
so you mix blood.
Yes.
For generations.
Yeah, because like she said, they're pedophiles.
They're pedophiles. That's what they known to be doing. I mean, if you take a motherfucker out of the cave, what are they gonna do? Our ancestors
a woman over the head and take it.
Yeah, and had to teach these they didn't even know nothing about a trash system.
No, they had no
classical music,
hygiene, sanitary, nothing.
They couldn't even brush their teeth. They didn't know how to do that.
They were too busy sleeping with the animals.
Bestiality. Where you think you get that from? These motherfuckers, you remember that magazine used to come out, The Inquirer? White woman up there talking about she had a baby by a dog. Get the fuck out of here, you lying bitch.
Remember Ramos and Remus?
I like that. I thought the National Enquirer was just never fictional tales that you read at the cashier register going to K. Rogers and whatnot.
Supposedly this dog gave birth to these humans.
Well, this is the thing. They do sleep with their dogs. They do. They sleep with their motherfucking dogs.
They call them man's best friend. They're talking about the white man's best friend. That's their best friend.
They sleep with their dogs.
That's why they let them kiss them all in the mouth.
Motherfucking penises.
That's it, right?
What was that book that came out a long time ago when they was having the drug dealers or whatever and let the because you have to understand that when you're dealing with animals, because it's of nature, it's like, for instance, with Pep, he would know if like I was on my period or something. They can smell that stuff, right?
Yeah, they have.
They have them. It's like a female dog,
right?
He has a period or whatever, and they do. But these motherfuckers, see, like they supposed to be outside, not in the house, a hive or whatever. They're supposed to be your guardians. Our ancestors showed you that on the hieroglyphics.
Twin said white sex coast all over the U.S. Yeah, they a bunch of swingers too. They do it all. They the most sexually degenerate people on the planet.
Ooh.
The Caucasoid.
Yeah, the Caucasoid, the troglodyte. They sleep with their animals. They sleep with their dogs. They kiss some motherfuckers in the mouth.
Pimping out a Yeti, you stupid. In Russia, they caught one pimping out a Yeti. They didn't get caught until the Yeti got pregnant. Oh my God, you stupid.
Well, he's talking about Russia. So you have to understand that if we go back in our history, that we are actually the original Russians.
We're the original everything.
Original everything. You know what I'm saying? So it's all good.
Yeah, they hate to admit that until now. Putin said he worshipped Black
Asiatics.
He said he worshipped Black Jesus. He been in the vault. He was in the vault, checking out the vault.
He came out different.
And he came out, said that Russia officially worshipped Black Jesus.
Well, actually, Jesus, that's not his name. Anyway, they want to brother. So Jesus is the white man. That's what they gave him. but that's not his name.
No, Jesus is Heru. And that's where they came up with that. They just plagiarized our ancient shit.
Yeah, they plagiarized everything. Well, when they was talking about in the New Testament, they're talking about Yeshua.
Yeah.
And everything he did, but that's the same thing you can do. You walked on water. All of us have.
Yeah.
Have you been in your mother's womb before you came out of birth?
You have a belly button. Yes.
That's right. And then on top of that, with even dealing with Yeshua, he had to turn around because he was going through so much trying to help his people, right?
Right.
Think about it. Isn't that what we doing right now? Trying to help our people. He had to go meditate.
In the same year he did it.
Meditate.
Similar solar eclipse. Remember
40 days and 40 nights.
Yep. And remember we had that solar eclipse that same year. That year he launched that rebellion was in 1831.
Meditate. And isn't that what we have to do at times? Because you already know. You know what the struggle is. You know what the problem is.
Right.
And we have to meditate just to keep our sanity alone. This is the same thing. We can't do this every day, all day, day in and day out. Sometimes we got to take a breather for ourselves.
Yeah, it's called self-care.
Self-care.
Yeah. Well, we appreciate everybody staying up late with us and tapping in. I'm going to have to end the show now. We definitely appreciate you joining us, sister. The Cat Kaba.
Aquet Kaba S. Oh, that's my comedic name. I have many names.
Yes.
I'm a babe. Nani's my daughter. I have many names. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we appreciate you filling in for Shabaka tonight because that's basically what you ended up doing. So we appreciate that. Please.
I don't know where's Shabaka. Where is Shabaka?
I don't know. I think he ran out of data. Usually when this happens, he runs out of data. So you got to replace his data card probably or refresh it. So, yeah, but shout out to Shabaka, our West Coast correspondent. He wasn't able to join us tonight, but he left his sister in his place. So that's very much appreciated. Lady Trey, what is your closing?
Remember, stay black, stay dangerous, and highly favored, and let's just be extra aware and just sit back and just continue doing what we're doing. We're on a steady, very heavy pressure right now. We're pressure cooking, so just stay on our toes. Keep giving them that work. It's not over by any means. Now we got to watch and see what happens. It's gonna be mighty entertaining. I mean, considering that everybody's scared. Everybody's scared right now, as you can see.
Right.
Everybody don't know. They're living on edge.
Right.
They got their panties in knots.
Right.
You know what I mean? They ain't gonna be able to sleep right, eat right, shit right for the next 2 years.
Yeah.
You feel me? So they ain't gonna be able to do anything. You got white bitches freaking out, holding pretend.
You know what? Look,
you got all kind of shit happening, and you got Mexicans trying to save their life by voting. And we did it. It's all our fault. So
they ain't ready for the energy. They ain't ready for it. But we are. Everybody's going crazy. We still.
It's all bad for anybody who allegedly got their way on the Trump naughty list.
Right.
Oh, Daddy Trump go whoop that ass. Punish him. He's not gonna talk nice to him. Tell him he's they special as he issues out belt ass whoopings to fire people.
Right.
Daddy Trump in the office now, so we gotta be yes man, yes sir type shit. And you'll come back, you get fired. You're gonna lose your job. You got motherfuckers who bought dick and shit, flying them out and fucking living in fear.
I say don't start none, won't be none.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he gonna pardon himself and maybe he'll free Diddy and who knows what else. As you sending motherfuckers back home and fucking acknowledging certain things and disacknowledging other things and leaving everything in the hands of old fucking RFK Jr. and fucking Elon Musk. I don't even think that he has his office while he's dodging bullets.
Shit, he can't get his fucking telephone right.
We just might as well sit back and just continue to watch his life get his character and everything get attacked and motherfucking attempts on it. I mean, you just gotta know that the motherfucking red man, the red-haired fucking ginger, that motherfucker got a covering of white Jesus on his head.
What about the fake meat? They got the fake meat out there. They got the fake meat out here.
I'm telling you, man.
He was fake meat.
He just got in the office already attempt from Russia. I'm like, I thought y'all were boys.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck?
Was it Russia or Iran?
Yeah, it was Russia. No, it was Iran. Yeah, you're right. My fault. Speaking out of Iran. You know what I mean? It's going down. It's getting hot. It's up there. So we just gotta continue to mind our business. It's not for us. Whatever the fuck they talking about, it has nothing to do with us. They just continue to just.
It ain't got shit to do with us.
It ain't got shit to do with us. So we get everything we need done. Take care of ourselves. Start planning for the worst case. Just amongst ourselves. We gotta keep our bag, ready to on the go. Practice ourselves. Practice whatever we need to do. Get right with ourselves. Because you never know when they're gonna shut the motherfucking lights off.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And you're gonna have to turn
They already did here in San Francisco. They turned somebody turned around and cut all the lights off. So when you I live in Houston, and when you walk
the one. So we gotta tell our people to really focus on these trades and focus on these industries that we're already in.
Yeah.
We're in trucking, we're everywhere.
Yeah.
And the more we're everywhere, the more the message can get to everybody. So when we have to shut the shit down to save our lives, everybody can get the message on an underground fucking thing. Because it at some point we're gonna have to access each other in state to state. Just in case. Because one day they might turn off the motherfucking lights, but it'll be us to turn them right back on for our benefit.
Right.
And nobody else can do it. You know what I mean? It'll be us to fucking keep shit going for our benefit and not for theirs. There's no such thing as friends. We don't have no allies. We at war.
We have interests.
We are at war. And we have interests. And we have a fucking agenda.
Right.
And it's a black agenda.
Right.
Simple as that. That's all I gotta say. Thank you. Thank you, sister. We look forward to talking to you.
I love you, and I'm just I wish you could come to my dinner that I want to have, because you will be inspiration to others.
Zoom.
I'm in California. You be an inspiration,
Yeah, you can put it on StreamYard or something. You can do it for that. You can run a show like Dr. Truth Bay and then or you can run a show like this and do it for the ladies.
Well, no. Okay, so that's like a whole. I don't agree with all that. I don't agree. Anyway, so the thing is that I am red, black, and green, pro-black, and I don't waver. Other people waver, but I don't waver.
No. I'm saying you could do the same thing, just have it on Zoom.
Whatever. I'm inviting him to the dinner, but they involve the organizations that like the waiver. You know what I'm saying?
Oh no, I'm just saying if you wanted to get the message.
I'm just saying that. I'm not my thing is I deal with African spirituality. I dig it. I'm right there with you. And I'm not really concerned about whatever the hell they do. I honestly don't give a shit. But the thing is, at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying, I can finish it and that's what I do. I take it all, I bring it all the way back down, because once you get in my zone, you are and some more stuff.
I totally understand what you're saying. I mean, full understanding, full agreement with everything you just said.
Well, not all that.
I just said if you want to educate other women.
Well, I deal with elders, but also I deal with Benin.
Yes, I can dig it. I'm not giving you scripture.
Yeah,
I'm not giving you scripture.
Yeah,
my house. That's my house. Yes, that's my house.
So that means I deal with the whole thing, to the point that my ancestors come first, and that's the power. And I believe in that, and I honestly believe that we
Yes,
have
we're at Miles, but just to show you, I'm at Miles. Like I got my pins up and everything.
All right, so I'll show you my red, black, and green flag is right there.
Yes, you got hers too.
Yeah.
Yeah, mine on that.
See? Don't let the shade deflect the message. I'm right there.
And that's me. I don't waver. I do
Yeah,
not.
yeah. I was just saying. I said, like I said, we're Miles. I got a real Black Panther pin, or actual pin, diamond encrusted pin on there, right there, up there with the real Panther pin. I was like, I'm right there with you, sister. We're in my house right now. That what Jesse's showing you, that's my shit. So if anybody understands what you're saying about not being wavering and unapologetic, it is I. You don't let the shade deflect the message.
Well, you got brothers and sisters out there, they turn around and they waver.
No.
They say,
yeah, there's no such thing as wavering. You're either gonna do it or you're not.
Right. So I wow.
That's my thing. I'm the only one with it. That's a unique. It's an heirloom. So I'm the only one with it. It's a panther with the. Because you know Panthers got spots on them. Mm-hmm. So the spots are like right there. They're just diamonds. Look. Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Yeah, that's my pin. That's what say right there. Yep.
You got the maracas.
Yep.
Yeah, we have we have the same page. We have the same wavelength. You know, that's what I'm saying. So you got to understand. I was in total agreement with you because we're Miles. I'm just on the other side. I'm on a different computer, and Jesse's on his laptop, sitting at the clean side of the desk, and I'm really thinking about the other side.
They like to steal, they like to take things from other brothers and sisters. I don't operate like that.
Yeah, no, we don't do that. I mean, you shouldn't have to do that. Everything comes to you.
On top of that, I got some books I want to show you. My cousin, he wrote this book. All right.
Okay.
And that's what I do. Like,
yeah, well, yeah, I love reading. Yeah,
Sundown Town.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Yep, that's a good one.
Then this is my newest edition that I turned around and got this one.
What's it say?
SKH.
What's the title of the book, sister?
From Black Psychology
to the being, yeah.
Okay.
To the Science of Being.
Yeah. Yep.
And then this is the book that my cousin wrote right here, talking about the importance of being an entrepreneur.
Yeah.
You know, on top of that, I turn around and I follow Dr. Baruti, and I have his books as well. When he came up with Menticide, and he also wrote this one right here. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Yes, Raging. Yep. That's a good one too. I skimmed it. I have a PDF copy on my computer.
Yeah. So
I was
sure. Black Power. You see this?
Mm-hmm.
Right here. There was some brothers that did this, and how they broke down the elements.
Yep.
Yeah. I'll be on my own tip.
Please, Matt.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Because you understand that it starts with the education. We do not do anything if we do not teach our brothers and sisters what needs to be learned. I'm not talking about this stupidity when they keep on talking about some motherfucking slave ships. Like, goddamn, is that not trauma going in your head every day?
Yeah.
And you don't see the growth or anything else that goes on inside of what our ancestors have done.
Right.
So the only thing they want you to hear is that, oh, we changed you up, nigga. And then turn around, took you from the niggas, right, to the nigga.
Right. To the niggas.
Right. To the nigga.
Right. Yep.
Hey.
And even some of our people aren't even kings and queens. Some of our people aren't even there. I mean, a lot of it right now was supposed to be a time of our what was it called? our melanin waking up is supposed to be like our God prodigal waking up. We're supposed to be in that time right now where our God particle
by Halawatha and carbon to melanin, because actually we're carbon beings.
Right.
Yep.
You know, we're melanin beings. So black is not even a part of us at all.
No.
And that goes to every civilization all together. We are not black nothing.
If you look at carbon, what they say, the chemical makeup,
the element of carbon,
element, it is black.
Yeah.
And we absorb all light.
Yeah. We work the light or whatever. So all them names and everything that they call us is bullshit.
Yeah.
Bullshit. And that goes into the religions and everything else. But you can take that Bible, and brothers and sisters don't want to listen to what I'm saying, but you can take that Bible and you can actually...
Yeah, that's a great show, man.
On there.
You definitely want to listen to the replay.
Yeah, it's like you missed a good show.
We gotta go, sister.
We'll be back
tomorrow. Like I said, I gotta go to the food bank. My laptop's about to die on us.
Yeah, so
sounds good.
Contact Shabaka or whatever. We'll give you the link tomorrow for part 2 of the show.
Yes. So join us then. I got your email, so I'll send you an email.
Yeah, so we'll send you an email for part 2 tomorrow.
Okay.
Oh, me? Okay.
Yeah. So before we go, the topics we didn't get to tonight, which will be on part 2, are Tony Todd, star of Candyman and Final Destination films, dies at 69. Cop who murdered Andre Hill in 2020, convicted, and if we have time, the dump, as in human shit, or now as we know, Donald Trump and Eric Adams are teaming up to save New York City. Charleston White destroys Kamala and goes crazy for Trump. And Cornel West on Trump wins Muslims and the Democratic Party. So we will see y'all then. In the meantime, make sure y'all like and subscribe to all of our platforms. Yes, Max25 thanks you for coming on, sister.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
He said this twin says the guest is incredible. Yes, Black Power.
We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you, everybody. Stay tuned, and hopefully Shabaka will be here tomorrow too.
Yeah. So
be good here.
You
really gonna go in and yeah, look, you want that smoke? Oh yeah.
Mama Rich Shabaka.
Yeah.
We've heard it like 40 times.
Yep, that's right. Replay gang. Yeah.
And we heard it so much today, it's ridiculous. Where's Shabaka?
Yeah.
Yeah, all day long. We've heard it in like 8 different platforms. Where's Shabaka?
Yeah. Shabaka know the history. He give you dates. He can do whatever. And he's also an elder. And we respect our elders.
That's right. That's right. So thank y'all for tuning in to season 4, episode 33, part 1 of the Frontline Black News. We will be back later on for part 2 of season 4, episode 33 of the Frontline Black News, or Trey of the Frontline Black News. In the meantime, make sure y'all like and subscribe to all of our platforms. Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook. The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook, and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Blog Talk Radio on Facebook and YouTube. No, we're not on YouTube yet. Twitter or X.com. So peace, love, light, reparations and separations, and Black empowerment. Chan Krumah, Jesse Paris, House District 8 candidate on the ballot, was on the ballot. Election just happened. They still counting votes. So we did a good showing. I'm going to leave it like that. We will see back in 2 years to take it all. So peace, love, light, reparations, and separations of Black empowerment. Chan Krumah, Jessica Sean Paris, and Lady Che, and Sister Naya signing out. Me and Lady Che signing out.
Peace
So
and love.
downtown, known as Aurora, Colorado.
Mm-hmm.
Peace and Black Power.
Peace.